is 2005, and the children's television network Noggin is about to premiere one of the most unique shows in its library, Jack's Big Music Show. The show was created by brothers David and Adam Woodman, and centered around a tornado of music-obsessed kids, Jack, Mary, and their dog Mel. The show was made as an experiment with children's music to see how it could be used to entertain children and tell a story. Hi, you can call me Crystal. I'm here to show what this show for 4-year-olds is really made of. It is an art form, containing a lot of heart, comedy, love, and lots of musical joys. We're going to be talking about its history, its cast and crew, the characters, all 26 episodes of its 2 seasons, its many songs, and the heart and emotion that makes the show what it is. I personally have a firm belief that this show is a hidden gem, and I hope by the end of this, you might come to understand why.
Make more music with Jack and his friends on Jack's Big Music Show. Every day. Only on Noggin.
Hit it, Mel! Alright, time to do a little scatting. Whenever I feel like singing, but I don't want to use the words, I make up a little rhythm, and I sing things you never heard. Scat, scat, a tat, tat, scooby, scooby, a doo, doo, doo. Scat, scat, a tat, tat, scooby, scooby, a doo, doo, doo. Oh man, that was fantastic. Now wrap your ears around this. Wee da doo da ba da doo da ba boo boo ba boo doo. Vo vo ba doo wo yo do yo da ba doo ba. A zoo ba doo boo da ba doo da dee la. Scooby doo boo doo dee boo doo dee boo dee. Wee da doo da dee la. So. All right, Mel, yeah.
So with that, you might be wondering where we're starting. Well, we're going a little bit far back in history. Not that far, but a little bit far back. To the year 1979 was with the premiere of the channel Nickelodeon. There wasn't much on this point, but it's just a note that Nickelodeon premiered during this year with the show Pinwheel. During this time frame, Nickelodeon would build up its roster of shows, mostly consisting of children's sitcoms and variety shows. So in 1988, the Nick Jr. block was created, which was a block that went from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., airing 3 hours worth of Pinwheel and other shows throughout the years as educational-based programming. This was done to widen the appeal of Nickelodeon as a children's network, but what later became a mandate of other children's networks thanks to the passing of the Children's Television Act of 1990. This mandated that 3 hours of every children's-based network had to be dedicated to educational-based content. So, Nickelodeon, while it's already ahead of the game, had to do this anyway. With this, Nickelodeon expanded its roster of shows to air during this block. They added shows, still in the late 90s and early 2000s, they added shows such as Blue's Clues, Little Bear, Franklin, Allegro's Window, Ooby, Gullah Gullah Island, and much more to this lineup. During this time frame, Nickelodeon and its parent company, Viacom, will reach a deal with Sesame Workshop to expand its Nick Jr. branding to a separate network and separate TV channel. This would become Noggin, which was a collaboration between Sesame Workshop and Nickelodeon to air its secondary educational content on a more often schedule on a network completely dedicated to it. All the shows I mentioned earlier will move to this network in 1999, along with the addition of regularly aired Sesame Street episodes and the adaptation spin-off of Sesame Street known as Play With Me Sesame, that was simply a variety show using a couple of the characters and various skits. In the background of all this, Sesame Street performer David Woodman and his brother, writer Adam Woodman, were working in the puppeteer industry, and both recently split off from Sesame Workshop and created their own distribution company known as Spiffy Productions. The two of them formed this company in the year 2000 and started brainstorming ideas. The main show of discussion, of course, being Jack's Big Music Show. During the year of 2002, David and Adam Woodman started brainstorming for this show, coming up with the concept. Though not much is known about the original notes, it is known that the two pitched the concept in 2003 to Noggin executives, who gave them the opportunity to film one pitch pilot episode to further show off the show's possible capabilities. As mentioned before, the show was mostly an experiment based off children's television music, which is a medium that was mostly untapped when it came down to a variety show, solely using it as a storytelling device. David and Adam Woodman would use the pilot of the show, known as Jack's Big Show, to try to pinpoint how they can utilize this medium to tell a story. I will be talking about the pilot solely a bit later, but generally for the confines of this segment, then you just have to know that it was a success. During the year 2004, the show would get a 13-episode first season and start filming it. It is unknown the exact filming dates of the season, but it is known it was filmed during 2004 and ending in 2005. This 13-episode first season really is paced like an experiment. Oh my. 13 individual stories that are independent of each other, with 13 independent plots, and it plots with the three main characters. The first season was filmed with a small group of performers, puppeteers, set designers, and the whole shebang, with David and Adam Woodman writing most of the show's episodes. After the show finished filming, about 7 months went by, till September of 2005, where the first episode of the first season would premiere. The episode, The Little Bad Wolf. While yes, it was not the first episode in production order, as you guys will learn a little bit later, the show was a big success and became pretty popular, mostly for its unique nature and appeal outside of the 40-year-old demographic.
Hey everybody, it's me, Jack! Here's a little behind-the-scenes look at how we rock this clubhouse!
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jack's Big Music Show isn't exactly your typical puppet show. Well, it is in the base sense, but it has a lot more to it than just being a musical puppet show. It was filmed in Chicago, Illinois, most likely in Spiffy's office in St. John's Avenue in Highland Park. This isn't exactly confirmed where the show was filmed, but it was a conclusion I was able to draw due to the fact that the location itself is associated with Spiffy Pictures, and Spiffy Pictures itself is also based in Chicago, so mathematically it just made sense. Either way, Season 1 was filmed in May 2005, with Season 2 filming in October 2006. However, that was not the first thing of the show to be filmed. Jack, Mary, and Mel, along with the first props and set pieces, were made for the pilot specifically, which, as previously mentioned, filmed in 2003. While yes, we don't know what the set for the pilot really looked like, we can make interpretations based off what was used in the final show. The clubhouse in the series was mostly made up of walls, propped up on much higher platforms, which you can see the clubhouse set itself was positioned much higher than the puppeteers, which allowed them to puppeteer the characters, and just giving a cool illusion of a floor below but it wasn't actually there. Most puppets, such as Jack, Mary, and Mel, were basically just torsos with tubes at their bottom, of course having arms and heads. Various props and pieces were made individually for stuff like the eyes, noses, and any other facial or clothing type detail. Generally speaking, characters were kept mostly simple for this series, but there are a few exceptions to this rule. Most notably, some characters just have musical instruments as accessories that are actually part of their puppet design. Notably, some characters, such as our main trio, are shown to have feet. This was accomplished via one or two ways depending on what was needed for the shot. But for some such, as in the episode of the Marching Band and during the show's intro, the feet were made separately from the puppets themselves, which could be puppeteered off camera. The second way of doing it was a little bit more complicated. But basically speaking, each member of the Tournette, along with a few other characters, were given two puppets. One that was a full body with feet, and one that was just a long tube, as I previously mentioned. They basically just swapped and utilized the feet versions whenever were necessary, and they will often use as stunt doubles. Additionally speaking, some extra shots had needed some digital additions, such as in the episode of The Music Monster. However, generally speaking, having the puppet show feet is something even done on Sesame Street, even at the time, so it wasn't exactly a new thing as for the people filming the show. It's likely that people like David Woodman had experience with giving puppets feet the overall, even if the puppets themselves didn't actually have full bodies. Going back into the sets for a minute, the clubhouse was the only main one But it wasn't the only one seen, as during the second season we did see a few others. These include the outside of the Giant's home in the series finale, which was constructed similarly to the clubhouse most likely, but there's also Jack's room and the outside of Jack's preschool classroom, both seen in the episode Groundhog Day. Most notably, Jack's bedroom had a bed plot that Jack sat on during the episode. This was most likely makes Jack's bedroom the exception to the rule in terms of how the sets were made. It's likely that the bed prop was actually on the ground, with David Rudman puppeteering Jack's act directly underneath it. Going back to the clubhouse itself, however, it does have a lot of instruments. Now, generally speaking, the props for these were a lot smaller than the characters, so that way the characters could actually play them. Not every instrument is like this, but a lot of them are, and there are a lot of other replicas seen throughout the series. But what I specifically would like to talk about here is the actual in-universe versions of these instruments. Let me just give you some stats. Jack himself is only 6 years old, and doesn't even have an on-screen father, but yet his mother has bought him $10,000 worth of instruments. And yes, that is a true statement. I really did go throughout the series and count the amount of instruments I saw, and looking up to see what their actual in real life value actually was, compiling them into a Google spreadsheet. This isn't exactly every instrument, I might have missed a couple, but from my look, these instruments are crazy. It's most likely due to inflation, because when I made this list, it was early 2025. So generally speaking, these instruments and costs are definitely up for debate. As of the time I looked at it, while yes, some instruments were nice and cheap, a lot of them were pretty expensive, some of them being over $1,000 on their own. Our most expensive instruments being between two specific ones. First off, we have the bass, which individually is our most expensive instrument at $2,167 for one single bass. Now, bass is a big instrument, but this is still kinda crazy. Second place goes to the timpani drum, a foreign instrument that I'm surprised Jack even has his hands on, let alone having two of them. These drums are roughly roughly $2,000 a piece depending on the model you have. The cheapest I could find was about $1,300 for just one of these drums. Given the fact that Henry is shown to be playing two of these during the episode Jack's Big Orchestra, yeah, Jack's mom spent a lot of money on just these two alone. Just to put it simply, Jack's mom must really care about her son's music hobby, and be very rich as well. I mean, she spent a grand total of $10,649.05 on all of these fucking instruments. And that isn't even accounting for the mortgage on the house they own, as well as the amount of money it probably costs to build the clubhouse in the backyard. Holy yikes. Jack, you have one of the greatest moms in all of TV show history. That's all I really have to say. However, with us diving into the show's actual universe for that question, that acts as a nice segue for us to actually start talking about the show in universe for our next segment.
Oh, that was so super swell! I can't even tell you!
Hello there, my bookish buddies. It's story time. This one's a tale of a cow, a moon, a fiddle, and that's right, Z, a spoon. Well, let's not delay. Our friend Jack's gonna take it away.
Hey, diddle diddle, by Mother Goose. Hey, diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle.
Meow.
The cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport. And the dish ran away with the spoon.
Come on, let's go.
With the show getting picked up for a 13-episode first season, you might think we're ready to just jump into the show. Well, not exactly. Exactly. We got some time here, so let's talk about some other things relating to the show. Like how it all works. Jack's Big Music Show, in its 26 episodes, are generally one of three things. The tournament helps a new guest of the week, a member of the tournament has an issue of some kind, or it's a variety show. Every single episode fits one of these three phrases except for one, that being Jack's Big Orchestra, which is a whole different breed of an episode that we can get to talking about a lot later. When it comes down to it, the show boggles down to this very simple rotation type format, and sometimes does do things to blend the two together, but generally speaking, it kind of just keeps it like this. The show ends up introducing the plot, has an intro song that relates to the plot, and then the plot either A, comes waltzing on through the door, or gets introduced via one of the three main characters. From there, Mel activates his magnificent music machine to activate one of the two music videos. After the music video, we get a little bit of progression with the plot. Mel plays it one more time, the second of two music video plays, and once it's done, the main plot gets a resolution, along with a final song, and the episode eventually closes out with the outro song. Speaking of the intro and outro, let's discuss them very briefly. The intro of the series is flat out iconic, at least in my opinion. It does a decent job introducing the three main characters of the Tonettes to the audience, especially if this is your first time. I'm in the first episode. It kind of acts like you are staying over with Jack for a little play date, which is very similar to a lot of Nick Jr. shows at the time, particularly Ubi, with the way the show had a main plot, but also acknowledged the audience existence on occasion as well. But it also is a sick beat. One interesting note about the intro, however, is the ending changing between episodes. Now, this is very inconsistent, so bear with me. At the end of the intro, Mel hits a gong with the show's logo on it, ending the intro with, I guess, a big bang. However, it's not exactly the same between episodes. Now, most episodes end with Mel getting hit by the gong getting knocked off screen. However, Season 1 episodes 6 and 13, as well as Season 2 episodes 11 through 13, have Mel hit the gong but then get dizzy and walk off screen. I do not know why it was changed between episodes and why certain episodes used this different version, but it's a thing that happened, and I just wanted to bring it up because it's just really odd. I also gotta take a note to mention the outside shot of Jack walking to the clubhouse. Walking to and from the clubhouse in the intro and outro. Both were done using stop motion, and a much smaller model of Jack, along with a model of his house and the clubhouse. This was very neatly filmed and actually does fit with the rest of the style of the show. For a while, I honestly thought this was the puppet when I was quite young, but in retrospect, you can definitely tell it's a stop motion figure. Another thing to note too is they do use a stop motion figure one other time in the series during the episode Bug Love, where Jack shrinks down to the size of a bug and ends up dancing with musical bugs. I can get to context when I talk about that episode, but I personally think it's really neat that they used the small stop motion model to have them look small compared to the main puppet characters. I think they blended the two styles together pretty well for the time. I think it is pretty cool that we got to see a little bit of stop motion for the show, and it definitely does fit the show's style as well. The outro of the show isn't really all that special compared to the intro. It's just a nice instrumental piece with some little bit of lyrics from Jack and Mary closing the episode. However, the most interesting thing about this music piece is the fact that instruments are always added by the guest characters, and almost always a different rendition is played in every episode. After Jack walks back to his mom's house and they presumably leave for the activity they were going to go to, the episode ends with the normal credits. The credits edits had the names flashing on screen one after another, and they either had a slow version where the credits rolled at a moderately slow pace, with Mel just observing the credits and nodding at the audience, and it ending with him dancing dancing from the left or right of the screen, or a much faster version version that plot ones that was most likely done because certain episodes had more people on staff of doing them. The episodes mostly credited the same kinds of people, with David Wedman and the Lloyd Buckner band credited first alongside the guests, and then any kind of guest stars that were in the episode aside from that. And with that, that's really about it when it comes out to the show's format. Now, let's go into the individual characters. I will be going character by character, first off talking about the main trio, and then diving into some of the secondary characters. So, starting off, we got, of course, our main blue mouse, and yes, he is a mouse, 4-year-old Jack.
Hey fellas, give me a buggy beat. Sometimes you get afraid of things that you don't know. You get upset, you start to fret, go running for the door.
So, do you know how little kids are a little crazy and a little bit kind of enthusiastic about their hobbies, like to an ascendant degree? Well, dial that up to an 11 with Jack. Jack, as I just mentioned, is very overly enthusiastic about music. Like, seriously enthusiastic. My brain thinks, well, it's not confirmed, but he might even have autism. He's so hyperfixated on music. Jack is prone to get a little invested in the lives of his friends and family, and music in general as well. He plays the guitar, but he can play a variety of instruments. Strings is cited as his favorite type of instrument, as he's seen playing string instruments quite often throughout the series. And the 2 times he's told once he has to make his own instruments, he makes string instrument replicas. So, yeah. Jack is prone to get into panic attacks when he's a little bit afraid, to put it bluntly.
Ah! My dog's a cat!
Yeah.
My dog's a cat! Ah! My dog's a cat!
Uh-huh.
My dog's a cat! Ah! My dog's a cat! My dog's a cat!
Despite this over-enthusiasm, while yes, it allows him to zero in on specific things and maybe forget about other aspects, he's still pretty empathetic and selfless. He cares about the people around him and is able to get his friends out of tight situations. Barry and Mel are generally just his trio. The 3 form a band, though it is called the Jack's Music Show Band. I personally call them Jack's Tournette, just because it's easier to say, and it kind of just works. The 3 work as a band together, and they're through and through, and while yes, they sometimes have guest stars, a lot of the songs performed in the series are just their own ideas, and just their natural charm. With Jack being at the forefront. Jack is performed by David Wedman, a seasoned veteran in the puppeteer industry. Wedman got his start in 1981 as an intern at Muppet Inc. And from there, worked prominently with Jim Henson and later Muppet Inquirer. Wedman would later take over to a lot of Richard Hunt's characters, including Scooter, and overall is still quite prominent in the Muppet industry even today, still performing many characters in Sesame Street to this day. On Jack's Music Show, he is generally alongside his brother Adam Wedman, co-wrote the series and co-created it as well. David Wedman is basically responsible for everything regarding the series. He pitched it, developed it, directed it, co-wrote for a lot of the individual episodes, created a lot of the individual designs for the characters, and is head of the company who produced the series, Spiffy Productions. Going back to Jack, David Wedman would often go above and beyond with his performance. As I mentioned, Jack is overly rambunctious about most things, especially music, so Wedman kind of goes over the fire with Jack's performance, and overall, because of this, Jack seems to have an influence on literally every single event that goes on in the series. The one exception is in the episode Jack's Big Orchestra, where his friends and everyone around him end up organizing an orchestra for Jack to conduct, which is mentioned to be a big dream of his. Generally, Jack just makes such a difference in these people's lives. It's just crazy because this kid is just a 6-year-old. Honestly, Jack has got a really good future. The show definitely deserves his namesake. It's kind of why I also kept it in my own name of the band, Jack's Tournette, because again, he generally just runs the entire show. And there's no fault to him to it. It's not like he's selfish about it either. He allows his friends to take the reins when necessary, and he provides good advice to them as well. Jack might be a little over-ambiguous sometimes, but overall he's a good-hearted kid with a bright future ahead of him. Although honestly, that sounded really poetic when saying it out loud.
Can do it.
Just take a deep breath.
Just take a deep breath.
I can do it.
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 Just take a deep breath.
Just take a deep breath.
I can do it.
I can do it.
Mary had an accordion. 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 Mary had an accordion.
And I played it all day long.
Yeah, the yellow one playing the accordion, that's Mary. The more kinder side of the group. Though she can be sassy sometimes, as Mary is, generally speaking, just more caring. She cares a lot about her friends, particularly Jack. There are several occasions where she actually helps them out of tight places, but sometimes also contributes to a lot of bickering the two have. The two have a fairly good relationship. As I've stated earlier, just like Jack, Mary is definitely what keeps the series together. I feel like without the dynamic this trio has, we wouldn't have a series. And Mary is no exception. While yes, she never really got any kind of focus outside of a single episode during season 1, and even then it wasn't even in her name, but Mary still is very integral. And just in helping Jack out a lot of tight spots throughout the series, she is also good at talking down the different people that Jack can turn at help, and is good at finding solutions. One of my favorite things about Jack and Mary's dynamic is actually these little moments here and there where they put their heads together and think. Literally.
Okay, let's put our heads together, Jack.
Yeah.
Let's put our heads together and think.
Yeah.
Think.
Hey!
Ah!
It's a common running gag throughout the series, and it just shows the camaraderie between the two. Mary is performed by Alice Denis, a veteran of the puppeteer industry who had about 10 years of experience by the time she had picked up Mary. Similar to John Kennedy, she also had exposure with David Rudman in the past, both working on Sesame Street. Alice started working on the Muppet industry a lot later than David, but the two soon became scene partners on Sesame Street. And because of this, David Rudman basically just knew her very well as a person. So you can probably guess why she was hired to be Mary. The two were used to working with each other, so as puppeteers they worked great on set. Alice actually looked at a lot of the scripts and gave her own notes as the series went on. She was basically a person that Rudman would always consult before approving an episode. Although Mary wasn't always played by Alice. I'll go into this a little bit later, but during the original pilot of Jack's Big Music Show, simply known as Jack's Big Show, Mary was actually played by Kathy Richardson. It is unknown what Kathy Richardson's portrayal of Mary was like. As the pilot, as of the time of recording, has not been found, nor is there really much on the pilot really known. I would love to see how Kathy Richardson performed Mary in comparison to Alice. But as is, Alice does a really good job performing Mary. I think she's perfect for the role. I can't say I'm glad that Kathy didn't stay on as Mary. I'm glad she was still involved in the show and got to play a different role. But because I don't know how she performed as Mary, nor any of the details of the pilot, nor even really know the plot description, which again, I can get to later, I can't even really give much of an opinion on Kathy being in the role. All I can say is that Alice did a good job herself. And Mary, probably the least notable of the three, still very important and very integral to the group's dynamic.
Dance and sing with us!
Mary had an accordion. Accordion. Mary had an accordion and played it all day long.
Now the musical magical magician
Finally, we have Mel the dog. Basically, Jack Turnett's pseudo drum guy and musical magical magician. Yep, this pink and green dog knows magic. And yes, if you have been questioning for this entire video, like, why is there a pink and green dog in the cast? Well, I couldn't tell you. There was just a pink and green dog in the cast. Deal with it. Mel is basically able to conjure up anything an episode needs in order to work well. Basically, any invention of any nature he can basically make, even if it's not music related. Like, for example, fixing an alien spaceship. Okay, he doesn't technically fix the ship, but he is able to find the problem on a spaceship that, he's never seen before. Yeah, this dog might as well just be psychic at this point. Mel the dog is played by John Kennedy. Say it with me now, another veteran in the puppeteer industry, although he was the least experienced of the main three. Kennedy was a legend in terms of the music performance and puppeteering. He had experience in both, studied in music, and gained a reputation for being a drum guy and someone you would call if you wanted a musical puppeteer. So I think you can probably guess why he was called on to perform Mel. Before this, he hadn't worked with David Woodman too much. Woodman did come on a couple of times as productions had Kennedy as a performer, but their main experience together comes from the few times they were
Now the musical magical magician. Gather round and let's have a listen.
Finally, we have Mel the dog. Basically, Jack Turnett's pseudo drum guy and musical magical magician. Yep, this pink and green dog knows magic. And yes, if you have been questioning for this entire video, like, why is there a pink and green dog in the cast? Well, I couldn't tell you. There was just a pink and green dog in the cast. Deal with it. Mel is basically able to conjure up anything an episode needs in order to work well. Basically, any invention of any nature he can basically make, even if it's not music related. Like, for example, fixing an alien spaceship. Okay, he doesn't technically fix the ship, but he is able to find the problem on a spaceship that, he's never seen before. Yeah, this dog might as well just be psychic at this point. Mel the dog is played by John Kennedy. Say it with me now, another veteran in the puppeteer industry, although he was the least experienced of the main three. Kennedy was a legend in terms of the music performance and puppeteering. He had experience in both, studied in music, and gained a reputation for being a drum guy and someone you would call if you wanted a musical puppeteer. So I think you can probably guess why he was called on to perform Mel. Before this, he hadn't worked with David Woodman too much. Woodman did come on a couple of times as productions had Kennedy as a performer, but their main experience together comes from the few times they were on Sesame Street together, meaning that Jack's Music Show was essentially the first time the two worked together seriously. This really didn't matter though. John Kennedy still had the experience of performing Mel with flair, and Mel is definitely the character who needed that. Despite having no dialogue as a character, Mel is just kinda crazy sometimes. What more is there to say? He's a pink and green dog who's very unpredictable. That's the long and the short of it. That's Mel the dog. Now that we've covered the main trio, let's start talking about some of the other characters, specifically the secondary characters. Now, there is a difference between a secondary character and a guest star. A guest star is a character who appears only in that episode. So characters like the Little Bad Wolf, Henry Monster, or the Music Genie, etc. All characters who are mostly exclusive to their specific episode, or don't play a large role in other episodes. A secondary character in this case that appears semi-regularly throughout the series as a repeating force. There are only a couple of characters with this mantra. First up, we got the Swordsman Quartet. This is a group of musical performers that perform a chorus or sing to music in almost every episode. There are only about 3 or 4 episodes they end up missing. The Swordsman Quartet are a group of 4 music performers played by Robert Boker, Paul Langford, Jeffrey W. Merrill, and Johnny N. Walton. The 4 of them generally just come in randomly to sing a chorus that range from pretty okay to really fucking good. I'd argue that these 4 are the highlights of a lot of episodes. The group is based off the Sportsman Quartet from the Jack Benny Show, which, as previously mentioned, was a main inspiration for the Jack's Music Show series. There wasn't really that much more to note about them, but they're an excellent presence in any episode that has them in it, and the episodes that are missing them in it, it's kind of just suffer as a result. They may still be good episodes, but just missing the usual occurrence of the Swordsman Quartet definitely brings the score down, at least for me. Just because other episodes have them, and instantly escalate like how good they are just because they do make an appearance. Next up we got Lori Buckner and her band. Lori Buckner was a music star and guitarist who was just making her early rise at the time of Jack's Music Show's early filming. It is unknown how exactly she and her band were hired for Jack's Music Show, but as she stated herself, they were just asked to do the pilot. David Rudman and the crew ended up liking the performance during the pilot, and once the series was greenlit, they were asked to do a lot more episodes. Now, initially speaking, Lori mentions that she wasn't planning to do the entire series, but David Rudman had asked her to. So they drew up a contract, and she performed in every single episode except for one, that being Jack's Big Oops. I don't exactly know the reason why she wasn't in this episode. If I had to guess, they just had one extra third-party track and didn't have a Lori Buckner track for this episode, so they just slotted that in. I think it was definitely planned from the start to not have Lori in this episode, but it is just a little weird. It also might be compensation for the season 2 episode, Lori's Big Song, which specifically has Lori Buckner as a guest star for the episode, because it's specifically about her and a song she's going to perform with all these animals. Her making an actual physical appearance on set with everyone else, this being the only time that ends up happening throughout the series, I think having to arrange that might be a reason why we're missing a song from her for Jack's Big Oops. Otherwise, Lori Buckner's songs range from pretty decent to pretty good to honestly way too kiddish for me personally. There's definitely a range for sure, and it's pretty much a gamble on what you're gonna get. I'd say during season 2, she's a lot more consistent with bringing home absolute bangers, but it definitely still is a hit and miss with her. She also performs with her bandmates Susie Lambert and Brady Weinberg, with Bobby Golden joining on for the single song, Farm Song, in the episode Letter of the Country Squirrel. There isn't really much to note about the 3 of them, but Lori Buckner's presence in an episode never really did it for me personally. Unlike the Swordsman Quartet, where they often just add so much to an episode that they make an appearance, Lori Buckner, despite being in almost every single episode, she really doesn't add much to a majority of them. A lot of the songs she ends up doing feel a little bit unrelated to the main plot, and thus just kind of feel shoehorned in. But as the series went on, and especially for season 2, they were much better at making the songs more related to the individual episodes. I think, if I had to take a guess, for season 1, Lori Buckner and the band were just told to come up with 13 good song ideas that a kid could enjoy, and dance to. While for season 2, they were actually given the concepts for each episode and told to make a song around that concept, so that way it fits better. At least if you were to ask me, that is why I think the songs feel so better implemented for season 2. Last up, I'd like to talk about parents. More specifically, Jack's mom and dad. Now, parents in Jack's Music Show isn't exactly a concept. It's like Peanuts. Yeah, it is very alleged that these characters have parents, absolutely, but a lot of them are not mentioned, let alone seen. Mary at least does have a dad, because he is mentioned offhandedly in a song. And Jack is also and Jack's mom is heard at the end of at the beginning and end of every episode. Every other kid character in the show isn't always shown to have a parent at all, with the exceptions of Leonard the Country Squirrel, where we actually do see his mother, who does have some lines. And there's also Spunky the Alien, who is also mentioned to have parents, and they are also seen during the episode. It's also pretty likely that the character Phil the Cuckoo Bird has parents that can be seen in this shot, but we don't specifically know which ones are his parents. We don't even know if they are in this shot. I think it's just a natural assumption, just given the fact that he cares so much about performing the cuckoo dance correctly. It would have been, I would think they'd be doing the dance alongside him if it really was that big of a tradition for the Cuckoo Birds. I can get more into that later for the episode, but that's just my assumption. The only really actual relationship we see in this show when it comes down to an actual romantic relationship is during the season finale between the giant and his wife, Shala Lala. That's literally the exception. Any other relationship is purely platonic or almost non-existent because most characters in this show only appear on a single episode each. Why am I discussing this? Well, Jack isn't even the exception to this rule. As mentioned just earlier, Jack's mom is heard in every episode but is never physically seen, and we know for a fact that a puppet was never fully built for her. She was performed by guest star Kathy Richardson, who I feel like I keep on talking about throughout this video, but she really did make a lot of early contributions during the show's production. Playing Jack's mom throughout the series is one of them, and she does a pretty decent job. There isn't really much to the role. It's just telling Jack that he's late for that's almost time to go for plank activity, and then her commenting on whatever happened that day that Jack tells her. That's really about it when it comes down to her. We don't really know the kind of person she is. Jack never even brings her up unless he specifically calls to him. So yeah, the only real exception is in the episode Groundhog Day, where Jack mentions that she actually helped him come up with a song to help him make it through his first day of preschool. That's really about it when it comes down to Jack's mother. And Jack's father is even more elusive. First off, he's never even mentioned throughout the series. Not once. Not once is Jack's dad even somewhat mentioned in the series. So, what kind of person could he have been? Well, here's what I was able to put together. See, when I was a lot younger, I once had a dream where Jack's dad was a caveman, and performed in an episode alongside Jack, and he had very old folktale type music. It was kind of more of a, Wild West type of vibe, but generally speaking, I didn't really have much of a basis for this, nor do I really remember much about the dream. However, I do have a compromise. I went into ChatGPT and told it to build on this concept, and here's what it came up with. It came up with a character with the name Trog Thunderstone, a caveman musician storming a leather jacket and sunglasses that blended prehistoric and rockstar vibes. He was very charismatic and spoke in rock and roll slang most of the time. I also asked it to come up for a reason for why he'd be absent in the family, and what his relationship could have been with Jack and his mother. The reason why he came up for his absence was because he was touring around with his band known as the Stone Age Shakers, which honestly is a name that slaps, like, fully. While on his travels, he ends up sending back postcards along with whale instruments to Jack's clubhouse. And this could work as a pseudo-explanation for how the frick that Jack's mom can afford to pay all these instruments. You could even make an interpretation that Jack's guitar that he has throughout the series is the exact guitar that his dad used to play when he was younger. If Jack's dad was even somewhat mentioned throughout the series, it would have been interesting to see what official role he had played. But I do think what ChatGPT provides is a really interesting take on the idea. Jack's dad just being this really rich musician would kind of explain why he's not present throughout the series. And you can kind of assume that Jack just doesn't really see him much, which is why he doesn't really talk about him much. ChatGPT also went on to mention that Jack would have idolized him and wished to be more like him, and for him to be around more, with Jack's mom also supporting his career as well. This is definitely the best case scenario when it comes down to it, and could even provide an explanation for some of the questions like, again, how does Jack have all these random instruments? Aside from Mel just being fucking weird and just hunting for a lot of these instruments in the wild. Because at this point, that's the only explanation I could come up with for his musical funk. Mel is clearly more intelligent than the rest of the cast combined, so there's gotta be a reason for that. And that's really about it when it comes down to the secondary cast of the show. There wasn't really much to it, but there are some interesting little trinkets here and there that I was glad I was able to go through with you guys. With that right there, we've got one more last thing to talk about before heading into the series proper. I mentioned talking about the pilot of Jack's Music Show, Jack's Big Show, back in an earlier segment. Well, let's dive deeper into that, shall we? Lastly, let me go into that original pilot. As previously mentioned, the pilot was filmed in 2003, known as Jack's Big Show. It was a one-shot film of the later season 2 episode, Jack Bunny. The final episode filmed for the actual series being a revised version of the pilot script. At least that's what the internet says the pilot is about. Both the Jackson Show wiki and the Lost Media wiki back this up, but I have personal reasons to suggest this is not the case. See, in 2005, one of the official puppeteers, John Kennedy, had made a blog post on his website, puppekit.com, about a promo event he had gone to at Studio Nick a couple days before the series' official premiere. John Kennedy mentioned that a whole bunch of the show's crew was there, and a whole bunch of music lovers. Him being one of them, of course. He not only showed a picture of him posing in front of a live Jack statue, by the way, we have no idea what the heck this thing is, but he also showcased this photo right here. Now, John Kennedy mentioned that The Little Bad Wolf was the episode that premiered at this event, and this is definitely a frame that looks like it's from that episode. But if I bring up a high-quality whip of the episode that we have, it looks very different, and there's not a frame exactly like this. This is the closest there is. Mel is missing from the shot, and the instruments are orientated in a very different way. According to John Kennedy's description, Jack and Mary are blown into a pile of instruments, which is exactly what happens in the actual episode that I'm showcasing the high-quality screenshot from. So why would they have filmed this twice, is what I'm asking. Well, the reason is because I think this is from the pilot, which debunks the original claim I mentioned earlier about this pilot being about Jack Bunny. The Little Bad Wolf is an episode that not only introduces a very common part for the series, with the crew helping a guest star utilize music to help solve a problem of theirs, but it also does a good job of showing the audience what music is all about when it comes down to Jack's Big Music Show. Not only in teaching the Little Bad Wolf how to create music, but also in just showcasing the show's style, which is exactly what a pilot is meant to do. Essentially what I'm saying is that I actually think the pilot is this screenshot, and it actually is a revised version of the episode The Little Bad Wolf. And not a revised version of the later season 2 episode Jack Bunny, as I previously stated. I can't really prove anything I'm saying here right. This could easily... But I know one thing for sure. This is not from the final episode. So, it might be the pilot. Nothing in the blog post says it is, but it could be. Without a little controversy thrown out of the way, let's talk about some of the things we actually do know about the pilot. We know David and Adam Woodman wrote and directed the episode. We know that the composers, Tom Harnett and Terry Fryer, composed the music for it. And we also know that the series' official photographer, Mark Lucio, actually filmed the pilot as of this picture of his resume, which lists the pilot as Jack's Big Show. This actually being one of the only few evidence of this pilot's actual existence that we actually have. Finally, Laurie Buckner recorded some segments for it. Jack was played by David Woodman, obviously, but as previously mentioned, Mary was not played by Alice Deneen at this point. She was actually played by future guest star Kathy Richardson. I mentioned this very briefly in Mary's segment, but let me go into it just a bit more. Kathy Richardson was brought on to play Mary as a voiceover. She did not actually puppeteer the actual puppet. So the question is, how do we know that Kathy played Mary? This is definitely a piece of random information for sure, and a pretty deep production note. So how do we know? Well, a music blog site known as the Tomorrow's Verse happened to interview Kathy Richardson in 2011, where she happened to mention the original pilot and playing Mary. She said of playing Mary, in the pilot, I was the voice of one of the puppets. I was so excited about that since I love to do funny voices, and that's something I've always wanted to try. After the show got picked up, they decided it would be difficult to dub in the voice, so they went with a puppeteer to do the voice and the puppet. Good news, bad news though. Bad news, I wasn't going to be the voice of Mary. Good news, I was going to be on camera as myself. I was originally devastated, but then I thought it over and said, it's still cool to be on TV. I think that's a really interesting take to have on it, but a very mature and respected one for sure. I definitely think there are mantras to both choices. Although we've never heard Kathy's take on Mary, because the pilot is unavailable. Similarly, Lori Buckner also mentioned the pilot during an interview she had taken during the same year of 2011, although we don't have an exact date. She was interviewed while filming her latest album at the time, known as Party Day, by a site known as DVD Talk. Yeah, really random, I know. No. During this interview, she said of the pilot, when I first did it, they asked me to be part of the pilot, and wanted to they tried to see if that show or another show was going to be aired. The pilot went over really well, and it got such a good response from us playing with Bryant, Moa, and Susie Lambert, and myself at the time in the musical breaks, that they asked us to be on every episode. Originally, we were just going to do a couple of the episodes. That was really great for us, because it was a really fun thing to be a part of. Yeah, that definitely gives some perspective on Lori's involvement in the show. Lori is in every single episode except for one. Although I am personally very curious who referred Lori to David Woodman. More specifically, just how did he know to ask her? Where did they meet? That's my personal curiosity about this. About the fact that she was just asked to do it off the cuff. In terms of availability, the pilot, as I've mentioned, has not been found in any form. And again, the only evidence of its existence are the two interviews, and like I said earlier, the note on Mark Lucio's resume. The pilot has never been shown to the public in full, and it's likely, and the only copy of it is likely in Nickelodeon's vault. Although, I do have my theories on how we might be able to get a copy. Well, yes, there is most definitely one at Nickelodeon's headquarters, because this is a recent enough pilot where I would think they would have saved it somewhere. But there's also a possibility that either David or Adam Woodman might have a copy of it, just in their storage somewhere. So if anyone has a reliable way of contacting them and asking, that would be a cool thing to unearth if they end up having a copy. Otherwise, there really isn't any other way to see this. It's a very confidential piece of media for sure, and I am very confident Nickelodeon wouldn't care about unearthing it. It would be really cool to see. I am personally very curious to see what would have changed, but honestly, it's not a tight loss. One last thing I want to clear up. Why does the internet think that Jack Bunny is the episode, or if it might actually be the Little Bad Wolf? Well, I don't exactly know. It's like we just whoever wrote the Lost Media Wiki article, that's what they thought. Because they don't list an official source for all the information. In addition to that, the Jack Show Wiki just takes straight from the Lost Media Wiki, basically copying the page word for word. Clearly, whoever wanted to make the page wanted to take a shortcut and just took all the information from the Lost Media Wiki, including literally plagiarizing the words from it. I'm not accusing anyone or anything, but I'm just saying there isn't exactly official evidence saying otherwise. I don't really know where it came from, but I think someone just picked an episode they thought might make some logical sense. But probably missed this photo on John Kennedy's website. I had personally known about this photo for a while, but I overlooked it originally. But taking a second look, again, it looks really different from the rest of the show. So, it could be the pilot, it could not be. Either way, though, the pilot is still very rare, as I previously said, and we'd likely never see it. Either way, though, it's not much of a loss to me. We do have a version of the pilot that ended up coming into full fruition. Whether it was Little Bad Wolf or Jack Bunny, in both cases we saw versions of the episode for the final series. And both of them were really good episodes. In their own right. And I hope you guys get to see why when we eventually talk about them. But that's all I've got when it comes down to the official pilot. From here, we can finally jump into the series itself.
Worm? Is it this one?
No.
No, she's a long worm, not the longest. Could this be the longest worm?
No.
No, she's longer than the first worm, but certainly not the longest worm of all. Is this one the longest?
Yes.
Brilliant! She is the longest worm of all. And as long as we're all here together, what do you say we stick around for the next show? Jack's Big Music Show is coming up soon.
Jack's Big Music Show premiered on Noggin on September 12th, 2005, airing in a very weird way. You see, Noggin kinda didn't really care the order it aired its episodes or how it really aired its episodes in general, really. Most Noggin shows were made so that way the episodes could air randomly, in any order they wanted, just to fill the schedule. And Jack's Big Music Show was no exception. This is why there was no continuity between episodes. Because of this, the airing schedule of Jack's Big Music Show from episode to episode varied quite widely and had huge differences. The show premiered in September 2005, but by the end of October it had already gone on hiatus, airing most of season 1. However, there were still 2 episodes that had not aired: The King of Swing and Silly Show. The King of Swing would end up airing by some random chance on February 6, 2006. The show would continue a hiatus, airing regularly through reruns, with not airing season 2 till January 7th, 2007, with the episode Snow Day. The show would resume a regular airing schedule from there, airing the majority of season 2 in the coming days up till February 10th, 2007, where they would air the episode Mel's Birthday. From here, there were 2 episodes left to air. The episode Silly Show, which is the 13th episode of season 1, yes, this still hadn't premiered yet at this point, and Jack and the Beanstalk, the 13th episode of season 2. Silly Show would end up airing on April 1st, 2007, and Jack and the Beanstalk would end up airing on October 13th, 2007. That being the last episode of the show to officially air before the show would cease production. I could find no details on why the show ended online. My best guess is because puppet shows were generally considered expensive, and despite this show winning a couple of awards in its heyday, it didn't really seem as profitable for Noggin to keep on pumping out. So they stopped it at season 2, episode 13, this making 26 total episodes. Noggin would eventually close its doors as a network in 2009 and convert all its shows into the Junior channel, which continued to air Jack's Big Music Show somewhat regularly until 2013. After a rerun of the episode Jack's Big Oops, the show would stop airing entirely, joining many Noggin shows of the time. I could list them. I could probably go on for at least 5 minutes listing all the shows that Jack's Big Music Show ended up joining when it ceased to air. For some weird reason, the show would end up airing one more time in December 2014. During this time frame, the show would get the standard treatment that every other Noggin show would end up getting at the time. A set of bumpers, which I've been showing you guys throughout this retrospective as transitions, a curriculum board, which was generally the tradition that Noggin did at the time and still continues as a little bio for those shows. Jack's Big Music Show generally got the standard treatment and it really wasn't given anything special. This is generally because of when Jack's Big Show ended up coming out. 2005. Well, every show got its set amount of themes and a time slot for itself, but not much else beyond that, and nothing really special for Pacific shows themselves. Oh, this was until the start of the Smart Play era in 2012. Oh, where different shows was to be able to be a part of Nick Jr.'s official branding and be able to cross over with each other in the different holiday-themed months, as well as different promos across the years. Jack's Music Show by this point was not a prominent show, had it been made for years. So because of that, it wasn't really a part of any of these big promotions. Not to mention that by this point, Jack's Music Show wasn't exactly the most prominent show in the world. As I mentioned before, Jack's Music Show got the standard treatment. It wasn't given much special. In terms of how Noggin and Nick promoted the show, they also didn't do anything crazy with it. So the show kind of just faded into irrelevancy, as I previously mentioned. The best I could really find in terms of a showcase of Jack's Music Show, along with it, was in this kind of branding, was a showcase of a song from the episode Jack's Big Oops via the Nick Jr. Walkman. This being the only evidence I can find, I personally think is pretty unfortunate. I think Nick Jr.'s theme months is one of those fun things the network ever did, and I wish they still did them nowadays. It added a lot of flair to the network, in my opinion. And it would have been so cool if Jack's Music Show was a part of them. Especially since it would mean I get to talk about them a lot more. But regardless, Jack's Music Show's fading out of relevancy became pretty clear by the year of 2013. As I mentioned, the show would not air much in 2013, and would only air one more time after June of that year. That being in December 2014, as I previously said. See, a show like this that was really good needed to be super popular in order to be profitable for Noggin to produce, especially with the way Noggin aired its shows. They didn't really air what episodes were made, as long as they could air them in any order they wanted, who cares? And that was the way Jack's Music Show was treated, along with a lot of other Noggin shows. It's not the exception to the rule, it is most definitely something that happened to Jack's Music Show along with every other show. And it's a little weird, yes, but it generally is just the way Noggin cared about its shows. All I will say from here is just keep that in mind for later. It might go to explain some things we get to talk about a lot later in the video. But with that wait there, let's hop into the series itself at long last. Talking about each episode individually from the 2 seasons. Starting with the first season. I'm going to be going over each episode and then talking about the songs in each episode, giving them a rating out of 10. I want to give you guys an idea of what every single episode of this show was about. Not only to drive up the kind of show it really was, but also to showcase what the show really was and what it could have been. Let's talk about the first episode of Jack's Music Show, The Little Bad Wolf. I don't know if you noticed, but the footage of the Little Bad Wolf I just showed was altered. Yeah, so the episodes on the Let's Walk DVD, aka The Little Bad Wolf, How Mel Got His Groove Back, and the Season 2 episodes, Groundhog Day and Jack and the Beanstalk, are all under heavy copyright due to the fact that they are the only easily available episodes on the internet, in terms of an official way to watch them. Due to this, Paramount has heavy detection over these episodes, but not any other episodes of the show. This generally means that any time footage was used from those episodes, I had to heavily alter it. Or in some specific cases, when footage that looks like it's from those episodes, I had to make modifications. I did my best to make this look okay enough, but it still doesn't look great, as you can tell. Oh, this got me thinking. I want you guys to see the original video. And while yes, I am currently working on a disputed version of this video, that takes time. That unfortunately is going to take at least multiple months in order to go through successfully. So in the meantime, I wanted to spark a little uprising with my viewer base. And if you would like to support this little uprising, go to your preferred social media platform or the comment section and type in the hashtags Save the Little Bad Wolf, Save Mel the Dog, Save Music is the Best, Save Gertrude the Groundhog, and Save the Giant. Basically telling Paramount to save this video from being heavily altered by this little kerfuffle. If you're also wondering, this is the exact reason why this video is out a couple days late. Dealing with this problem set this video back several days, in addition to an uncontrollable Wi-Fi shutdown across my entire state. Yeah, that things happen. We just kind of have to go with it as YouTubers. Anyway, my apologies for waking up the emotion, and I don't plan to bring this up ever again, but I wanted to note that. Throughout the rest of this video, whenever seeing footage of those episodes, that's why it's heavily modified. And that's also why I have the hashtag in the bottom right corner throughout these episodes showcased to further inspire the uprising. This is what we call rebellion, people. As a YouTuber, that's the long and the short of it. Anyway, back to you regularly style programming about me gushing about the music and lore of Jack's Big Music Show.
Thanks for helping us find out which worm is the longest. Boy, I bet it takes you forever to put your sock on. Jack's Big Music Show is next.
Jack's Big Music Show enhances preschoolers' appreciation and understanding of music, including tempo, rhythm, dynamics through interactive play, and expands their awareness of the diversity of musical instruments and styles.
Let's get ourselves started with the first episode that aired of the series. On September 12, 2005, they aired the episode The Little Bad Wolf. Not the first episode to be produced, however, being the first to air. The Little Bad Wolf serves as a decent introduction to the series, and it would be the first episode I'd recommend watching, because it generally just introduces the whole concept of the show to the viewer quite well. See, this episode sounds around the titular Little Bad Wolf, the little brother of the Big Bad Wolf who is currently on vacation. We don't really get much more beyond that, though if I'm being perfectly honest, the Big Bad Wolf is probably an adult at this point, if he's able to go on vacation on his own, leaving his little brother behind. Alright, the Little Bad Wolf has this running joke of blowing down literally everything.
Cut that blowing stuff out, will ya? I'm gonna huff and puff and learn to make music! Yahoo! La la! Wow! I'm making music! I'm making music! How was that? Was that quiet? So long! Instruments. I'm gonna huff and puff and make more music. Yeah!
He is played by Eric Jacobson, and you might be starting to see a trend here. A lot of Sesame Street performers and a lot of the performers that had just worked with the production team would end up guest starring on Jack's Big Music Show. The show was a hot hit, and during the second season, a lot of people really wanted to be on the show. From my research, this generally only time a non-Muppet production ended up getting this kind of publicity. The show was probably this popular because of the direction of the set. David and Adam Woodman directed most episodes, and a lot of the crew really liked working with them. So it makes sense why more and more guest stars wanted to join in the fray. Eric Jacobson, as the Little Bad Wolf does a good job portraying the wolf. I will say he does get annoying after a while, but it's kind of his whole joke to just be blowing things around. And honestly, he is quite fun. Over time, Jack and the Toadette try to teach the Little Bad Wolf how to make music. Many of these are failed attempts, including an attempt to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star that goes terribly. Eventually, the crew was able to try to error their way to getting him to play the tuba. tuba. Thank you, Mel. You have saved the entire clubhouse from getting moderately destroyed more than it already had. This episode ends up ending with the Little Bad Wolf playing the tuba and being able to take the tuba home with him. The Little Bad Wolf leaves to go show his music to the 3 little pigs, asking Jack for directions. I'm just gonna let this little segment play.
Any idea where they live?
Oh, yeah, just go down the road a bit, and at the old woman's shoe house, take a right.
Got it.
Yeah, so, one, the little pigs do exist in this universe, but the main thing is the old lady's shoe house. Now, this is generally a reference to the Gingerbread Man tale, where there is a shoe house in there. However, if it is a reference to something else, I couldn't tell you. Generally speaking, making this episode kind of confirms that Jack's Speed Music Show exists in a universe where most fairy tales end up existing, with the show paying homage to a couple other fairy tales as well, and I think you already know what one of them was due to the previous segment. Going into the individual songs for this episode, we have Mary Had an Accordion by Jax Tournette. This is, of course, a rendition of Mary Had a Little Lamb, mostly in its melody and similar lyrics. The song does manage to be its own thing, and is a very good starter to the episode. An easy 10 out of 10. Then we have the music video My Energy by Lori Berkner. This one is very energetic, and honestly, I can't even really think of much more to describe it. It's a little crazy, a little too much for my liking, but I feel like a kid would enjoy it, and that was probably the entire goal of the song anyway. So it kind of works in that vein. 6 out of 10. Then we got Twinkle Twinkle Little Star by the Swordsman Quartet. This song is pretty decent. Not their best, and it definitely gets a lot better from here, but it's a solid start to their lineup. I also personally love the Little Bad Wolf just blowing everyone away at the end of the song. Even if it's not technically part of the song, it's just fucking priceless. This song gets an 8 out of 10. Then we have Music Everywhere by the Dirty Sock Funtime Band. This group was a frequent guest star on the show, frequent guest stars on the show performing many songs. This being their first to air, and generally speaking, it's pretty good. It's a little similar to My Energy, it's a little crazy, but it has a lot more coherent beat to it, and it falls less into the territory of being annoying, and falls into the territory of actually being somewhat fun. The lyrics are a little lacking, but it just barely squeaks out of 10 in me, and honestly, it's pretty good, and I can tell the effort they put into it. Finally, we have The Little Bad Wolf Had a Tuba by Jax Tournette, featuring The Little Bad Wolf. This is simply just a reprise of Mary Had an Accordion, with changed lyrics to fit The Little Bad Wolf, and tuba sounds added in the background. In that way, I can't really give it more than the 10 I had already given Mary Had an Accordion, but it's really nice to hear, and generally speaking, I like how it ends the episode. Overall, this episode serves well as an introduction to the series, and the main reason that it introduces the concept of music quite well to the audience. Yes, I don't think you need to learn what music is, it's just a fun and quirky concept, and it does work as the show's opener just because of the way it introduces a lot of different things. Not every trope was introduced in this episode. I'd say the second episode has shows a lot of firsts for a lot of tropes in the show as well. But in terms of what this episode does introduce, it does a really good job and honestly deserves an 8 out of 10 for all the merits. Season 1, Episode 2, How Mel Got His Groove Back. Even though we are only 2 episodes in, this is already my most memorable episode. This is because of 2 reasons. One is because it was on the Let's Rock DVD, which I had owned and basically watched relentlessly as a very young kid, and as it was my only way to watch the show in general, and this episode's concept is quite unique. And while yes, I would definitely explain it, Mary already does a decent enough job of that, so I'll have her take the reins.
Well, it all started when we were singing this swell song about animal sounds, and during Mel's drum solo, Mel's drum accidentally flipped way up in the air and hit him on the head, which made him forget he's a dog and think he's a cat. Weird.
And I want my dog back!
So, yeah, Mel got on his mind swapped with the cat, and now he acts like a cat. This episode's biggest strength is probably the comedy department, particularly 2 scenes. One, when they're trying to get Mel to rough like a dog. It is pretty hilarious having Jack having to trying to sound it out, and then Mel was still not getting it by the end. Just that struggle is priceless. And then the second scene I'm pointing out here is this one. I'm just gonna play it for you.
Look, Mel, your doggy yum-yums. You love your doggy yum-yums. Mel, are you forgetting how doggy-licious these are? Look, Mel. Mmm. He just licked his paw, Mary, and I just ate dog food. This is hopeless.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's a bundle of weird, and yes, Jack does eat some weirdly appetizing looking dog food, so yeah. Eventually, Kathy Richardson comes over and sings a song on Every Animal Has Its Own Groove, which is able to fix Mel and change him back to a dog. And after we positively listen to the animal song, the episode ends on a pretty high note. Kathy Richardson is quite the interesting guest star. She is the first live action guest star to make an appearance, and she makes multiple throughout this season and the next one. She is also the voice actress performing Jack's mother in every episode too. Kathy, I got much of an opinion on her. She's cool sometimes, and genuinely, I do think her song here is pretty good. It just feels like she doesn't stick out enough, but at the same time though, she has a nice vibe to her, and her music is a pretty nice listen. Moving on to the individual songs this episode, we have Listen to the Animals by Jax Tournette and The Reprise right at the end of the episode. Both of these are solid 9s and are amazing songs. I don't think they go above and beyond because they have really simple lyrics, but the melody in the background is really good, and it does last long enough where you can get into it but it doesn't get annoying. It's quite the memorable song if you ask me too. Next up we have Mel the Meowing Dog by the Swartzman Quartet. Probably my least favorite out of any Swartzman Quartet song in the entire series, but it does not mean anything for these guys. As I mentioned in their section, they are quite cool and have some really good songs. This means literally nothing. It does not mean anything that I'm giving this song a 6 out of 10 and I didn't really like it all that much. There's a lot more that these guys have to show for themselves. Then we have Every Animal Has Its Own Groove by Kathy Richardson. As I mentioned earlier when talking about Kathy, I think the song is pretty good. It's a little formulaic and it does last a little long, but it's pretty good, 8 out of 10. Then we have the 2 music videos. First off, Mr. by Lori Buckner. It's fine, definitely not Lori's best, but pretty okay. I just think it's a little repetitive, but it's fine, 7 out of 10. And then we got I Like It That Way by Sweet Honey and the Walk. This is a song you have to be in the right mood for. I never really got into it, but I think it's just me. I just don't think it's my kind of music. It's just really abstract from the rest of the episode and from other kinds of music we see throughout the series. So it just seems kind of weird to be put in here. 5 out of 10. And yeah, that's this episode. Overall, it gets an 8 out of 10. And this is pretty good if you ask me. It ain't perfect, mind you, mostly because of the lackluster songs for the most part, but it really doesn't matter to me. This episode is still a great enjoyment, and obviously it still has some nice nostalgic ties to me, so whether I'm biased or not, I still think it's pretty good. Season 1, Episode 3, The Music Genie. This episode marks another first for the series, as this episode has our first emotional message. These are the types of things that makes this show more than a musical puppet show for kids, because there were deeper morals than any show on Nick Jr. at the time, or at least more than you'd expected for a show like this to cover. This episode introduces us to Mel's musical trunk, a specimen that I neglected to mention during the Clubhouse segment because it's just weird. Basically speaking, it's an endless hole full of plot conveniences. Anything the plot needs to get going, it's in that trunk. For this episode, it's the magic horn, which Mel blows and summons Prudence the Music Genie, played by Ann Harris. While Prudence herself is one of my favorite guest stars in the entirety of the series, the Music Genie species by far is some of the weirdest, and you can kind of start to understand that as we'll go through this episode. Anyway, she gives the Tournette 3 musical wishes, which each member of the Tournette uses one of. Millie and Mel use them to sing with musicians, which count as the music videos for this episode, instead of using Mel's marvelous music machine. But then Jack struggles to figure out what to use his wish for. He goes back and forth on many options, including suggesting to learn how to play the glockenspiel, to play in a Hawaiian concert, which he would later end up doing in the episode Snow Day as well, or to become the master of the bagpipes. Jack unfortunately just doesn't see value in any of these wishes. He just doesn't think they'll wait for him. By the end of the episode, he comes up with a giant fucking math equation to try to determine what his wish is. I'm just gonna let the audio play of Jack trying to explain this board to himself.
Alright, let's see. Drums plus Mel equals woofer, and the speed of sound divided by lap steel guitar. Then folk music plus hip hop plus.
Yes, it is that funny. Also, you might have heard Prudence yodeling in the background. Well, that's a little thing about Prudence. She loves to yodel. She has an entire song in the episode about yodeling. And Jack really does seem to like us, and Jack was really charmed by it. While he debates his wish, Prudence starts yodeling, as I previously mentioned, and that makes him think about Prudence and not himself. After some brief mentions of the fact that Prudence will have to go back into the lamp after the final wish is granted, and start the cycle over again, and Jack kind of recognizes that he can maybe help her, and that he wants to help her. So he decides to use his wish to wish Prudence a happy life, to free her of the music genie, to free her of being a music genie and allow her to be a yodeler. Prudence is initially surprised by this, but after genuine reassurance from Jack, she, with a smile on her face, is able to make herself a professional yodeler. Now, this is the ultimate sense. Now, this shows a real sense of selflessness for Jack, but also dives into something very mean-spirited. The music genie species, it's likely it's enslaved. Like actually enslaved. Like, it's likely that these beings are born purely for the purpose of granting musical wishes to either possibly amazing musicians and giving them the chance to show off their talent, or flat out just assholes who are trying to utilize whatever they can for their own personal growth. Yes, this is very dark, but given what this episode gives us, it's likely this is literally their only purpose in life. Which means that they're trained to do magic, but can't really utilize it for what they would want to do. They don't have the freedom to pursue a music career, or just live a normal life. They have to be a music genie and stuck in a magic horn for all their lives until they're blown out, 3 wishes are granted, and then the cycle resumes itself. That is the implication that I came across while watching this episode. It's pretty sad when you really think about it. It's pretty sad when you really think about it. With Jack's wish, the episode ends on a really nice note with a reprise of Prudence's yodeling song, and Prudence being able to live her life in freedom. This allows her to make further appearances in Season 2, which is really nice. Really nice. She's genuinely an amazing presence in those episodes, and I love seeing her again. Getting to see her again, as she makes 2 more appearances in Season 2. Moving on to the official songs of the episode, we have Mel's musical Trunk, our first song. Well, I did not give a weighting to it because it's not complex enough to get a weighting. Basically speaking, there aren't really many lyrics to the song or really much music in general, and it's simply just a segment to introduce Mel's musical Trunk to the audience. Because of that, it's not really much of a song, and I didn't really give much of a weighting because of that. So, yeah, the song doesn't get a weighting, and you could barely even call it a song. Then we have My Name is Prudence by Prudence the Music Genie featuring Jack's Tournette. This is probably my favorite song in the episode. It has a unique identity to it, with just the way its melody is presented. Prudence plays a violin with her wand, while Jax Tonette obviously plays the normal instruments. Until she uses her magic to swap who's playing what instrument. Not only does this mean that Melee gets to play Jack's guitar, and Jack gets to play Mel's drums, and Mel gets to play Melee's accordion. Mel also gets to play Jack's guitar, and Jack gets to play the accordion, and Melee gets to play the drums. I think it is just pretty cool to swap the members of the Tonette and what they end up doing. It's just kind of cute, if you ask me. Then we have number 1, performed by Hot Peas and Butter. This was Mel's wish, and it's a pretty decent song. Pay attention. This song will become very important much later, but this is a jazz song. Keep that in mind. This is mostly a jazz song. Even the wiki calls it as such. It not only makes the song very unique, but it also is very important for much later. Then we have the yodeling song by Prudence featuring Jax Tonette. This song is just really nice. It might get a little annoying, but the genuine passion from Ann Harris in this song is really nice. So, honestly, it gets a nice 7 out of 10. One thing I'd love to mention about this segment, though, about the song, though, is the fact that the characters now have Wild West outfits. The characters are given hats. Mel is on a harmonica. It's honestly just really nice. And one of the more unique scenes in the episode. Then we have Under a Shady Tree by Lori Buckner and Mary. Under a Shady Tree, as I'll go into later for a future segment, is an amazing song, and one of my personal favorites in the entirety of the show. And it is my personal favorite Lori Buckner song. It is just such a charming song. And genuinely one that sticks out in my mind. It's very simple as well, which may sound like a little weird. Why do I like a song that's so simple? But that's the charm of it. Jack's Music Show is able to turn these really simple concepts into cool episodes and cool songs too. This song actually has a really nice set. And like I said before, the melody and lyrics are really charming. And Mary and Lori Buckner go very well as a duet, which would later be exploited in later episodes. And finally, we have the yodeling song Reprise, which there isn't really much more to this one aside in comparison to the first one. So there isn't really much more to report. Still a 7 out of 10, just like the first yodeling song. That's the music Genie. While yes, I don't think the episode's perfect by any means, it is still a personal favorite of mine to go back to from time to time. It has a really nice emotional message. I love Prudence as a guest star, and the episode just has a nice, weird, and zany charm to it, but isn't too much like other episodes. Well, yes, I don't think the episode is perfect. I still think it deserves a 7 out of 10, and it is a really good episode.
I just can't believe it. Oh, Jack, I don't know how to thank you.
You don't have to thank me, Prudence, the yodeler.
Prudence, the yodeler. That has a really good sound.
Oh, it sure does.
Season 1, Episode 4, The Bongo Bird. Here's a fun one. An episode about a titular baby bongo bird, played by Frankie Cordero. Now, Frankie Cordero is actually one of the more interesting puppeteers that came out of Jack's Music Show, as this was actually one of the first works he'd ever done. Later on, he would become a pretty prominent Sesame Street performer, but at this point, he had just got into the Muppet industry. The Muppet industry is a very young performer. Frankie Cordero would then go on to play many background roles throughout the series, the Bongo Bird being the closest he came to being an actual starring role in an episode. The Bongo Bird doesn't have any real dialogue, but similar to Mel, he emotes in a very interesting way, and he's still pretty expressive. One of the main reasons for that is the instrument, the bongos. Okay, let's back up a little bit. So the episode starts off with Jack and the Tonette jam into their usual songs. You know how this typically goes at this point. But then the baby bongo bird waltzes its way inside its own egg, and then hatches itself open to reveal the baby bongo bird. The baby bongo bird is an interesting species, to say the least. Let me just break this down for you. So the bongo bird is a species of bird that uses the bongos to communicate with each other. They use their beaks, using their beaks to beat on the bongos. Now this is clever in concept, but it makes literally no sense because the bongos is a human-made instrument. An instrument product of Earth, not of birds. So how the heck do these birds usually get these instruments if it's so essential to them communicating? Now the baby bongo bird gets bongos from Jack's place, but the mama bongo bird of that baby bongo bird has bongos of her own from the start. So where did they get these bongos? A bongo tree or something? Like seriously, I am legit asking questions like this. Anyway, throughout the episode, Jack and the Turner attempt to take care of this baby bongo bird, while Mel attempts to locate the mother. Now initially this leads to just some fun songs, but the baby bongo bird eventually gets very tired and very lonely, missing its mama. Even with the Swartzen Quartet at being able to allow the baby to go to sleep, the Turner is still having trouble locating the mother. That is until Mel hits a snag as she happens to come by. From there, the baby bongo bird is given the bongos as I previously mentioned, and flies home with their mother. Also, yes, this baby is flying within minutes of it coming out of its egg. Just let that set for a minute. Anyway, that's about this episode in a nutshell. It's very simple, but very fun. And that all comes down to its songs. Starting with Yeah 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 by Jax Tournette. I'd call this one of the most iconic tracks in the entire show's library, and it's honestly one of the first tracks I think of when thinking about the show. It's very simple and doesn't really have much in terms of lyrics. It's just a really fun instrumental. There isn't really much more to it. 10 out of 10. Then we have the Bongo Bird song by Jax Tournette. I would call this the highlight of the episode by a long shot. It is such a fun beat. It's one of the most unique tracks in the show's library. It might not have many lyrics, but you really don't need that here. The Bongo Bird, the melody of the song is able to stick out on its own, and it's pretty much perfect. A 10 out of 10. Then we have I Know a Chicken by Lloyd Berkner. This song allows me to introduce a very interesting trend when it comes down to Lloyd Berkner. The idea that her songs are surprisingly kiddish. And I mean surprisingly kiddish. Lloyd Berkner is a musician who makes songs for kids, I get that. But there is a surprising amount of her caliber whose only appeal is the fact that a 4-year-old would enjoy it. This being one of those songs, and because of that, I personally could not find much enjoyment in it. This is not the only song like this by a long shot, and there are plenty throughout the series. I could technically call this among the better ones just because I like the melody for it a lot more than others, but honestly, I can't give this much more than a 6 out of 10, and even then, that's me being kind of nice to it. Then we have the Bongo Bird beat by Jax Tournette. The quality marker goes much higher and immediately shoots up with this song. It's just pretty fun. I don't think there's much more to it. It's just pretty jazzy. And has a nice rhythm to it. And I think that was the total goal behind it. So honestly, they succeeded. 10 out of 10. Then we have Go to Sleep Bongo Bird by the Swartzen Quartet. This song, while it's not amazing, is pretty good in my opinion. It definitely sticks out from the episode. Well, yes, I would argue that the other 3 bangos that go given 10s are way more iconic from this episode. I still think this one is pretty high on that list, so an 8 out of 10. Finally, we have the second music video, Bongo, spelled up in all caps, by Jamia Simone Nash, who was about, let's say, 9 or so years old when filming this. Okay, so this song is driven by a 9-year-old performing vocals. It's honestly pretty okay if you ask me. I think her vocal performance is pretty decent, but I just don't really like the lyrics that much, and the song is very, very, very simple. Yes, it makes sense when you think about the fact that this is a young musician, but it's still interesting to say the least. I think it's really tough to give this song much of a weighting, but I still gave it a 6 out of 10. I think Jamia does a pretty good vocal performance, but I feel like that's really the song's only real standout, and it's standing on that all on its own. So yeah, I think 6 out of 10 makes a lot of sense. And yeah, that's the Bongo Bird. An episode that may not be good as the previous episodes, but I still really do enjoy when revisiting it. It's very simple in concept, but very fun. There are a lot of aspects to this episode, whether it's the song or the presence of the baby Bongo Bird, that make it really fun to rewatch from time to time. An 8 out of 10 for sure, just based off all that. Season 1, Episode 5, The Marching Band. This episode is another good one and a personal favorite as well. This episode starts off with Jack and Daytona wanting to become a marching band and practicing their marching skills. And the episode is basically based off that, about them marching around the neighborhood in the bright, sunny... Wayne? It's raining? How? It was broad daylight 5 minutes ago. Seriously, look at the windows. It was broad daylight. It's all of a sudden raining. This makes no sense. Anyway, it's all of a sudden raining outside, even though it's not how rain works. So, yeah, Jack and Daytona have a problem. They want to be a marching band and march around the neighborhood, but it's raining out and they can't march in the rain. They first try to ask the rain nicely to go away by singing with the Swartzen Quartet a rendition of Rain, Rain, Go Away. Despite some really amazing singing from the group, this does not end up working. But Jack is determined not to let a little rain stop the marching band from happening. So he proposes they march inside. After all, it can't wait inside the clubhouse. And then the house starts leaking for no reason. I don't know why. The clubhouse would have really funky roofing in order for this to happen. But yeah, Jack's mom really needs to get that roof bill paid. Yeah, and by the way, that is literally a line he says in the episode. So yes, this show also does the trope of, oh, it could be worse, and then something bad happens. I guess this wasn't overused at the time, but still. Anyway, the crew used some drum to patch up the leaks, which aren't really acknowledged throughout the episode, aside from the song that I'll get to in a second, which means that they just pile up, and when Jack's mom goes to check on it, who knows what state they're in. Unless, of course, Mel was clever enough to actually fix this himself, which is honestly possible. This dog is basically psychic, as I mentioned earlier. Anyway, back to that song. Kathy Richardson pops in as this episode's guest star and notices the Wayne dripping into the drums. She ends up showing the Tonette that drip drops like this can produce a musical beat, with her being able to sing the song Drip Drop to showcase this. While yes, Kathy doesn't make a super memorable appearance in this episode, so I do really like the song that she sings. And because of that, I do think the appearance is quite a nice surprise. As I don't think as she comes in so late in the episode that I wasn't personally expecting a guest star appearance from anyone at this point when first watching. So, in that aspect, I do think seeing Kathy Richardson in this episode, despite her being a repeating guest star, is still a really nice surprise. Anyway, the song Drip Drop kinda just ends the episode on a very calming note, with Jack being called back to his mom's house and it all of a sudden is not waiting anymore. To be completely fair, they did ADR line from David Woodman of Jack saying, "Oh, it just stopped raining." Cool. Well, but it's very sudden, and even in the flame wipe beforehand, it's still raining inside one of the drums, so it doesn't really work right. I'll acknowledge that they tried, but it still feels really sudden. Ignoring all the logic clumps, this episode actually is quite fun, and the songs are really amazing as well. Speaking of which, let's go over them individually as we usually do. Starting with March by Jack's Tonette. This song serves as a really nice introduction to the episode. The lyrics aren't really much to write home about, but the melody in the background's amazing. It really does allow you to get down with it. Easy 10 out of 10. Next up we have Boots by Lori Berkner. This one's very charming. It's unique, very simple, and easy on the use. 10 out of 10. Rain, Rain, Go Away by the Swartzen Quartet and Jack's Tonette. As a rendition of the classic song, it actually is pretty good. With the Jack's Tonette, with the spin put on it just being sung by a really good band who's able to bounce off each other really well. The Swartzen Quartet make a really good showing in this episode. It's one of the best songs in the series. Next up, we have the second of two music videos in the episode, Bottle of Sunshine by Milkshake. This one's definitely an oddball, but it is a really good song. It's just a little weird for the episode it's in, but it's not bad at all, and I do really enjoy it. Easy 10 out of 10 as well. We got Drip Drop by Jack's Tonette and Kathy Richardson. And this song is a very simple beat, and I do like how it's that simplistic. It's just Kathy's guitar with the drips of the rain making music. It actually fits really well, and the melody is really enjoyable. The lyrics don't need to be all that special, as to if the melody is able to carry the song, is basically what I've been saying throughout this. Finally, we have Much Reprise, which is a reprise of the original Much song. Not really much more to note about it, but it's pretty good. Still a 10 out of 10, and it has all the qualities of the original. And yeah, that's the marching band. It's a very simple episode with a very simple concept, but it's fun and very enjoyable. The songs are definitely the high point of the episode. If you notice, they're all 10s, and they're all really good bangers, including the music videos. For season 1, this is a really difficult thing for it to do, so I'm glad that at least at one point, it was able to nail it. But I also think this episode props for the costume design and props. Mostly because they stick like the Chunette in these really cool marching band outfits that do look really nice. And the Switzerland Quartet have rain jackets, which is just kind of adorable in my opinion. This episode is an easy 10 out of 10 just based off all those merits. All the effort here is really awesome to see, and it makes the episode stand out among others, even for just a simple concept. Season 1, Episode 6, Bug Love. Another personal favorite of mine, and a really, really good episode for how unique of a concept it is, and how adorable the bugs are. Okay, let's get down to basics. This episode starts off with Jack and Mel, not Mary, we'll get to that in a second, singing a song about high and low sounds with Mel's new mystical invention, the sound switcher thingy. Basically 2 horns of different sizes that can amplify and de-amplify sounds, making them high and low. In terms of why I'm calling this instrument mystical, well, we'll get to that later. Afterwards, Mary comes over with some bugs. Some really adorable bugs, performed by Frank Walker, Lawrence Basco, and I'm probably gonna butcher this one, Carlos Alazwa Quill. Those 3 played the individual bugs. They are adorable, and not only serve as a plot device, but come on! How can you not want to just hug these things? It is so adorable just seeing Mary and later Jack hold these things. So, Jack has a fear of bugs, and the episode spends its time having Jack into a panic attack over musical bugs. And the episode spends its time trying to get Jack over bugs. Jack starts off by hiding a tuba of all things, and then hiding on top of Mel. The Switzerland Quartet come over and sing one of the best songs in the show's run. Bugs are really swell. During the song's 3rd verse, Jack does end up singing along and ends up holding the bugs as well. However, it's really short-lived because Jack is so afraid of bugs and freaks out and hides to the piano. I'm not joking about that, by the way.
No!
Mary is able to utilize the sound switcher thingy to make some really soothing music from the bugs, enthusiasting Jack to come out. Jack realizes that things that can create that kind of music you can't really be afraid of. And then does one of the fucking stupidest things in the show. Like, magic-wise. He hops into the sound switcher thingy's hole, and instead of getting stuck like he should, he shrinks down to size to be with the bugs. I don't think I really need to explain how weird this is, but whatever. So yeah, Jack is able to jam with the bugs, and the bugs are able to be in puppet form as well as in a stop-motion figure form. Jack and the bugs sing the song A Pretty Good Bug. This is what I was talking about earlier with the puppeteers after you perform it. The walls of the bugs, they actually did make puppets for them. After this song, which is pretty amazing, one of the show's best also, Jack is no longer scared of bugs. And well, it ends up ending the episode on a high note, being called over by his mom. Like every other episode or whatever. Moving on to the unofficial song for the episode, we have Hey Ho by Jack and Mel, showing off the sound switcher thingy. Using high and low sounds, the song is able to produce quite the unique melody, and while yes, the lyrics are very simple, the beat is fucking amazing. It deserves all the 10s I'm giving it. Though I feel I can only really give it 1 10, but still. Next up, we have B3 by Rebecca Fenza. This song is a lot to unpack. It's honestly just a fever dream, kind of just a crazy song about bees that gets annoying after a while, which kind of sucks because they clearly put effort into it. There's a whole bunch of kids dressed up as bees, and it's clear that they wanted the lyrics to sell the song, but it ain't really much of anything. I bet a little kid would like it, but not me. Not really. 6 out of 10. Next up, we have Bugs Are Really Swell by the Switzerland Quartet. As I already mentioned, this is one of the best songs, and one of the best songs in the entire show in general. Bugs Are Really Swell is just really amazing due to its melody and lyrics. Next up we have I'm Me and You're You by Lori Berkner. This one is one of Lori's best as well. It's very simple, but I really like the melody in the background, and while the lyrics are a little simplistic for my liking, it is really good, and again, one of Lori's best. 9 out of 10 for sure. Finally, we have a pretty good bug by Jax Tonette featuring the musical Bugs. As I mentioned earlier, a pretty good bug is an amazing finale to this episode, and is a really good resolution as well. I think it's one of the more unique songs in the show's library because of its unique beat and melody. The Bugs are able to be intertwined with Jack's guitar, so the song is able to stick out on that melody alone, and it also has some really good lyrics as well, which has some really good rhymes, and the song is paced quite well too. Honestly, this episode is a really big breath of fresh air. And even though every episode to this point was really good as well, this one really does feel like it goes above and beyond, even if it's as simple as possible. So easy 10 out of 10 and an easy standout from this season. Season 1, Episode 7, Mel Super Short Dance Party. This episode is another very unique breed, as it is our first variety show episode. As I mentioned during the format section, the variety show episodes weren't common, but they happen semi-frequently. This is one of 3 and the first of 2 in Season 1. This episode focuses on a yearly party that Mel holds called his Super Short Dance Party. A very toned down disco party. That's the best way I can put it. I think the first thing I'd like to go into for this episode are the guest stars, because there are a whole bunch. More than we've ever covered in an episode so far. First off, we have Kathy Richardson, who I've already talked about, Elena Adams, who I'll talk about a little bit later when we talk about her song in the episode, and Dancy Nancy performed by Tracy Alert. Not really much to say on her, but she didn't really add much to the episode either. Who I want to be talking about right now is this tiny little cute squirrel, the squirrel. Now, the squirrel, if you look up on the wiki, is played by John Kennedy. However, this is a blatant lie in the case of this episode. He is played by John Kennedy in the episode Silly Show and Snow Day, which I'll talk about a little bit later. And he is also seen in the episode Jack the Roadshow, although he has no lines. In this episode, he is given a name, tags along with the group, but has a very different voice compared to the one seen in Snow Day and in Silly Show. I'm just going to play clips from both and compare them, and you guys can kind of just make the judgment.
Yippee! Dance party! Yippee! Bye!
Hawaiian beach party! Hey, where's the beach party, Jack, dude?
Well, we're almost ready, Earl the Squirrel. Just come back in a little, and the beach party will be all set up.
Cool!
Yeah, it's pretty different. So, who played him in this episode if it's not John Kennedy? Well, as best as I could find, the person who played the squirrel was Tim Lagasse, aka the person who played Ubi on the show Ubi, which was running concurrently on Nick Jr. at the time. This is a show I've mentioned tons of times in this video, mostly just because it was the only other puppet show running at the time, but it's also really interesting because Tim Lagasse was not the only performer from that show or to get on Jack's Big Music Show. We'll be talking about them a little bit later during Season 2, but Tim Lagasse was primarily on backup staff for the majority of the series. Playing mostly background characters, he mostly served as a backup puppeteer, in any characters that were played by people who weren't puppeteers. For example, the Schwarzman Quartet were often puppeteered by him. In this case, the Squirrel was given a couple of lines, though very brief, which were all performed by Tim Lagasse. From there, you might wonder why I talked about the guest stars first instead of second. Well, the main reason is this episode is not really very coherent at all. It's mostly just a bunch of songs stitched together with the music videos intertwined in there. But for the first time ever, this episode doesn't really have much of a real plot, which is why I took to call this episode a variety show instead of something else. It's simply just a whole bunch of different acts stitched together. There's nothing bad about it, and they do make it work in this episode, but that's just the nature of it. So, with that in mind, let's shift gears to talk about the individual songs of the episode, which is generally how this episode is stitched together instead of having a coherent plot. Starting off, we have Dance How You Like by Jax Tonette. There wasn't really much to this song, but it is nice to listen to, I guess, and it's easy to dance to it if you like turntable music, so it gets a 7 out of 10 out of me. Then we have Dinosaur by the Dirty Sock Funtime Band. This song is a huge downgrade from the previous song back in the Little Bad Wolf, as well as the future songs in future episodes. Genuinely, this song is just not really much more of the style, and doesn't really stick out compared to other songs in the show's one. So it gets 6 out of 10, so it evens out to a 6 out of 10. Then we have Walking Little Freeze Dance by Jax Tonette. Well, yes, I don't want to call this my favorite song of the episode because it's really simplistic. This is really the only song I actually really like from this episode. And it definitely is the one that sticks out the most for me. This is the song that Kathy Richardson is in, so that also adds a bit of charm to it as well. Gets a 10 out of 10 out of me, and if you notice, it will be this episode's only 10 out of 10 song. Then we have I Really Love the Dance by Lloyd Buckner. Okay, no, this song just falls into the trap of a lot of other Lloyd Buckner songs. It's pretty good, getting an 8 out of 10, but it doesn't really stick out much, and it's very simplistic, so I can't really give it much more than that. Although I really do like the melody, so at least that's something. Then we have the Mel Polka, featuring Older Squirrel and Dancy Nancy. I can give this one points for being unique, and it does have a nice rhythm, so it gets a 6 out of 10. Then we have the Me Dance, and it's by Jax Tonette. And that's it's by Joanna Adams, featuring Jax Tonette and Older Squirrel. This song is just a really nice centerpiece for the episode. I think it's really the only song in the episode that has a coherent message, but I never really liked it that much. I think it's just because it's not really much of a song in the first place. It's mostly just a stitched together melody with dancing from Jack and the Tonette, as well as Joanna Adams, who encourages the audience to do their own thing. I think the idea is that the audience and Jackson as an extension is supposed to freestyle, but I wish I could like this song more than that. It does get an 8 out of 10 because this is a nice way to end the episode, but honestly it really doesn't stick out that. But honestly I never really had that much of an affection for the song. And that's Mel episode Dance Party. Yippee! Yeah, I neglected to mention this until now, but every time they say dance party in the episode, they have to say yippee. This is a total of 17 times.
Yippee!
Now let's try it. Ready? Here we go. Dance party.
Yippee! Again! Dance party! Yippee!
Dance party.
Yippee!
Say, Mary, it looks like they're all ready for the dance party.
Yippee! Dance party! Yippee! Dance party! Yippee! We dance party, you say yippee! Dance party! Dance party! Dance party!
Dance party.
Yippee!
Well, how did you know? I am here for the dance party.
Yippee!
Dance party!
Yippee! Dance party! Yippee! Dance party! Yippee!
This time, dance party.
Yippee!
Dance party!
Yippee!
Oh,
Dance party!
Yippee!
dance party.
Yippee! Did you have a good time at the dance party? Yippee! Dance party! Yippee!
This episode is also unique because Jack and Mel don't play any instruments, unless you want to count Mel's turntable, and in this case, Jack doesn't play a single instrument in this episode. Quite the unique for a show called Jack's B Music Show, but for an episode that has Mel in the title, it kinda just makes some sense. Anyway, that's Mel's Super Spot Dance Party. Not an amazing episode, and it does have two of the lesser good songs in the show's library, but it's always an episode that I kinda found some enjoyment in. and it is somewhat interesting to talk about just because of how different it is with the rest of the series. It might be a bit of a bore sometimes to watch though, and I don't watch this episode much, but it is enjoyable when I do watch it. So it gets an 8 out of 10 out of me. Season 1, Episode 8, Space Opera. But I will be upfront right now. This is the best episode in this season. I know we still have a lot left to go, but to me, no episode passes this one in terms of overall plot and overall just everything in general. The basic premise is that Jack wants to play Space Explorer, Mary wants to play Opera Singer, but the two don't want to play each other's game, despite the other desperately wanting them to join in. Because the two can't think of a compromise, they end up just trying to play the different games on their own. This works to moderate degrees because both of them want to play with Mel. And Mel is one dog. This is the one thing that his really weird traits straight up just can't solve. He can't be in two places at once.
Hey Mel, we're zooming past Neptune. Help!
Mel, I'm pianoless.
Mel, we're heading into hyperspace.
Mel, that was your cue.
Where's my co-pilot?
Where's my accompanist?
We're coming in for a landing.
Mel, rehearsal.
Mel.
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 Mel, 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 Mel.
Yeah, it basically just overwhelms him. But in all that tussling and toning, it leads to a pretty clever solution, with Mel ending up with a Space Explorer and an Opera Singer hat on top of each other. Which leads to Jack and Mary having a quick laugh about the idea of a Space Explorer Opera Singer, but then they gotta stop and think about it and go,
Woof! Look at your hat.
Hey Mel, your hat looks like it belongs to a space opera singer explorer.
Space opera singer explorer.
Space opera singer explorer? Space opera singer explorer!
Yep, so they combine the two ideas together, leading to an amazing climax for the episode. Well, yes, I might have explained that really quickly. That's the thing about this episode. It's super simple, but it sticks out with the emotional angle it takes. It's the only episode that really focuses on Jack and Mary's relationship tenfold. It shows that they're super duper close friends that have a lot of things in common with each other, but at the same time though, they both have their own personalities, wants, and desires. It also is just a really realistic conundrum for kids to run into with their friends. Not everyone's the same, and it's really cool how the show's able to cover that. I also like how the characters naturally come to a solution instead of just forcefully actually come to a solution. And I think it's a really cool solution as well. Not to mention the song that comes out of it. Speaking of which, let's get into those songs, because they add a lot to this episode. Starting with Space Explorers by Jack and Mel. There wasn't really much to this song, but I really like the melody, and it sticks out compared to the rest of the season. I barely, a 10 out of 10. Then we have Mary's Opera by Mary and Mel. Now, Mary's Opera actually has several verses throughout this episode, 3 in total, and I think all 3 are really fun. I'm not typically into opera all that much, but I think it comes down to Alice Denise's performance as Mary in these little verses. She's actually pretty good at singing opera and is able to drive home these songs pretty well. Not to mention the melody that Mel plays on the piano. It's pretty good. All 3 get 10. All 3 combined together get a 10 out of 10 out of me. Then we have I'm Glad by the Talk of the Town. While yes, this is the only song in the episode not to get a 10, it getting a 7 out of 10. It's still pretty decent. There's a lot of passion behind this one, and I can definitely give it credit for that. But it just doesn't really do much for me. Whether it's visually or whether it's visually or song-wise. But it's still but like I said before, it has passion behind it, so I can give it a 7 out of 10, and just based off that. Then we have What Are They Gonna Do About That by the Sportsman Quartet. This song is a little short for my liking, But it fits really well for this episode. For this episode, it is totally in the Swordsman Quartet's wheelhouse. I mean, seriously, it prevents the moral of the episode straight up, allowing the kids to really recognize that both Jack and Mary are coming from very different viewpoints, trying to play two very different games. Can you even do about that? I bet you it's even something that the writers might have questioned when thinking about this episode. But I think this song is able to bring that message home quite well. And if it wasn't for the final song in this episode, it would definitely be my favorite. Then we have I'm Not Perfect by Louis Buckner. I would probably call this my second favorite. I'm going to call this as a tie for my second favorite Louis Buckner song. I really do like this one a lot. I like this one a lot, in both melody and lyrics, and definitely sticks out compared to the rest of the caliber. Then we have Space Exploring Opera singing by Jax Tournette. There is a lot to this song, and so much so that I barely even feel the right to talk about it here, as there will be a better point later on in the video. As I've said before, though, this song is an amazing finale to this episode, and it's a perfect way to end it. Being a 10 out of 10 song, this episode gets a 10 out of 10. It tugs the emotional sides of this show really well, and it sticks out compared to a lot of other different episodes, not only because of the way it depicts Jack and Mary's relationship, but also just the fact that that's its central focus. A lot of the time, it's a guest star who has the main focus of an episode, or it's something completely different entirely. But this episode totally focuses on our main Tournette, and that's probably why I like it so much. There are other episodes that do dabble into Jack and Mary's relationship, and we will talk about them a little bit later. But in terms of this one, it definitely does a really good job of it. Not only in teaching a realistic lesson, but also doing it in a really good way. It sticks out compared to the rest of the season, and is most definitely my favorite to rewatch from the season. It's even the contender for my favorite episode in the series. And to be completely real, there's barely any real competition when it comes down to it. And a little bit later, you might be able to see why I see this episode as so much higher than a lot of the other episodes from Season 1 and even Season 2. And that's really big for this, because Season 2, I would argue, is a lot more consistent than Season 1. At least to me. But anyway, yeah, that's Space Opera.
Space opera! What a day!
Season 1, Episode 9, Glow Daddy-O. Here's another unique specimen of an episode, as it is Mary's only real center focus episode. And I think that's pretty unfortunate, because all the things I have about Mary's character are from this episode. So it's really the only episode that focuses on her, and it doesn't even have her name in the title. Mary is the only character of the Tournette to not have her name in the title. It's pretty sad. Even the Little Bad Wolf got his name in an episode, and same with Phil the Cuckoo Bird, Smuggy the Alien, Leonard the Country Squirrel, and Scat Cat, but not Mary. I am so sorry, girl. You deserve so much more than this. Anyway, this episode revolves around Mary finding a seed, naming it Arthur, and then her attempting to help it grow. By complete accident, she ends up finding out that it grows by listening to music. We'll come back to this point later. So she eventually starts to play relentlessly along with the rest of the Tournette to try to help Arthur grow, but it doesn't really do much. Mary is very impulsive about this, and I think it's really interesting to examine. Mary is very determined to get Arthur to grow, but yet she can't, and refuses to give up, even when Jack and Mel, and her noticeably, are very tired of playing music and need to take a break. Mary feels that if they take a break, then Arthur will never grow to be a super strong plant. And so she keeps going. After a segment with the Swordsman Quartet, Kathy Richardson eventually comes over and actually recognizes that Arthur isn't growing because they aren't playing jazz music. Because him being a Daddy-O plant means he's sensitive to jazz music. Now this would be pretty normal if Jack and the Tournette don't say this line.
Jazz?
Yeah, you see, Daddy-O flowers only bloom to jazz music.
Jazz music. Got it. How do you play jazz music?
I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, Jack and the Tournette have not heard of jazz. which is a blatant lie, by the way, and here's why. Remember when I talked about the music Genie and the song number 1? Well, that was a jazz song, if you guys remember, and Mel played in it, so at least Mel knows what jazz is. Furthermore, if you want to go even further on this, the Bongo Bird also has the song The Bongo Bird Beat, as I previously mentioned. This song has a very jazz-type tone, and while yes, Jack and Millie may have played this not recognizing it was jazz, it's still a jazz tone at the end of the day, and the bongos is commonly used for jazz. So, genuinely speaking, there's almost no way that Turner has never heard of jazz. And if Jack and Millie have never heard of jazz, as at the very least Mel has had heard of it. Not to mention all the jazz instruments we see in Jazz Clubhouse, such as a bass. So, genuinely speaking, this group had to have heard of jazz. The good news is that the jazz song is really good, and Millie goes really well on this, goes really hard on the saxophone.
Oh, just as sweet as can be.
Which allows Arthur to grow into a really strong plant. Moving on to the guest stars this episode, we of course have Kathy Richardson, but we also have Arthur the plant. Now, Arthur is an interesting character. So Arthur is referred to with he/him pronouns, although it's a plant, so I'm going to take the referring to them as they/them pronouns because it's an inanimate object, and that's my personal preference. But the main reason why I'm breaking them up is because Arthur is a prop and not a puppet. They are performed with sticks and and don't actually talk, but play a horn. So it really is a musical plant at the end of the day. I just think it's kind of neat. Moving on to the individual songs for the episode, we have Where's Mary by Jack and Mel. A really simple song that I love the walk melody to, so I gave a 9 out of 10 to. In retrospect, its simplicity might make me want to dock more points for itself, but honestly, it's just a really nice opener and it sticks out in my mind. Then we have What Will Arthur Grow Up to Be by Jax Tournette, mostly led by Mary. It is very calm and really nice. It's very slow paced, which is a very far outcry from the rest of the show, so I really do like it. 8 out of 10. Then we have, bear with me on this one, ZH20 plus 02 plus Sun by Rebecca Frenza. The name of the song is half a reference to the formula for photosynthesis because it's about plants. The song doesn't really stick out much, but it has some interesting visuals, to say the least. Never really a song I really enjoyed, so I gave it a 6 out of 10 because while yes, they put effort into it, I can't really say it's effort I really enjoyed. But unfortunately. Then we have Mary Mary by the Swisson Quartet. One of their more unique songs, but one I always enjoy listening to. I think it's just a little crazy and zany. That's the best way I can describe it. 10 out of 10. Then we have Running Down the Hill by Lori Berkner. This song is a personal favorite of Lori's caliber for me. It just sticks out a lot, and I've always liked the melody for it. It gets a 9 out of 10 just because I think it's a little short for my liking, but I've always liked this song, and it's always not close from a highlight for visiting this episode. Same with the final song, Playing Jazz. Despite the continuity that it causes, this song I really do like. It has a nice uniqueness, but too much simplicity for me to give it any more than 8 out of 10. I do like also seeing Kathy Richardson guide the song, so it is really nice. While the episode itself only really gets a 7 out of 10 for me, I think I've always thought it sticks out for the way it focuses on Mary and it really being her only solo episode. Well, it showcases Mary's impulsiveness and determination, but it also shows that she's genuinely very kind and doesn't really like giving up on people, or in this case, her own plant. This is a character trait that would go on to be showcased in many future episodes, such as in the episode Scat Cat, and she's also shown to be very compassionate as well. I think a lot of Mary's lesser known traits are mostly introduced in this episode and then exploited a little later in future episodes, most specifically in season 2. I don't know, it's just always something that stuck out to me about Mary, whose traits were spread out across all the different episodes. They both came here and then spread out and are showcased bit by bit over the course of the series. This is not really the case for Jack and Mel, so it is really interesting to see for Mary. It also kind of sucks that without her getting any kind of focus episode aside from this one, all her traits again have to be spread out across all the different episodes.
Wow, Arthur, you're playing jazz.
Season 1, Episode 10, The Grumpy Squirrel. This one sticks out quite a hefty amount for its guest star, Sheldon the Grumpy Squirrel, as this episode is cleverly named after. Sheldon is performed by John Kennedy. Speaking of Sheldon, I think he's just funny. I think it's fun when you can make a grumpy character the funniest part of the episode. I think he carries this. It's also just really sad. So basically Sheldon's annoyed with Jack and his crew's music. He can't get a good night's sleep, so he introduces the most logic-breaking thing in this entire show. Oh, the music begoner, which makes any musical instrument in a select area disappear. How does this work? Who knows? Oh, what are the logistics of this thing? Who knows? Oh, it's just... What is this show even on? Mel attempts to make a solution by making a quote-unquote music comebacker, but once again, it's a thing that defies logic by making random objects appear, including food for some reason. Anyway, from there, the Toadnest tries to make their own instruments out of things they find around the clubhouse, which creates a pretty unique sound and song. We'll get to those in a minute. Sheldon comes back seeing this, and because these things are technically instruments, I guess they go away when he presses the button and the music might be gone. Okay, I guess I'll give that one a pass, but still. These are objects, not technically instruments. Anyway, the group ends up trying to chase Sheldon after this, with Sheldon eventually getting away, which leads to the first appearance of Mary and Jack putting their heads together and thinking, which leads to them thinking that they can use their voices to create music because singing creates music, which leads to them singing a rendition of Whoa, Whoa, You Boat. They are so loud apparently that Sheldon comes back once more, with the two of them asking why Sheldon even wants to make their instruments disappear. Well, as I mentioned, Sheldon just wants a good night's sleep. He can't get this if they keep on playing instruments. This leads to them playing Balaam's Lullaby, which allows Sheldon to be able to go to sleep because it's soothing music. Jack initially is super selfish in the end of this, as he tries to rock the clubhouse, with Mary urging him not to because Sheldon would still hear it. Alright, Mel attempts to come up with a solution by giving him earmuffs, which in the episode work, but to be honest here, I really don't think this would work. They're playing pretty loudly, honestly. Music is the best, as is generally a good song, but it's a very loud song. It's a very loud song with very harsh rock. I feel like the earmuffs would make this very muffled, but you'd still be able to hear it at the end of the day. Also, real quick, that music begoner and the music comebacker? I'll give Mel a pass, but how the fuck does Sheldon, someone who hates music, have the materials to build something like a music begoner? This makes literally no sense. Going into the songs for this episode, we have Music is the Best by Jax Tournette. This song is one of my personal favorites from season 1, but it is a little generic for my liking. It's always a 10 out of 10, and honestly, it's a really cool listen, but it strikes a very generic tone for me. It's kind of tough to describe. I think the most interesting thing about the song, though, is this one lyric from Jack. Yes, this implies that Jack likes music more than Mary, and Mel more than her as well. I'd be very jealous if I were either Mel or Mary in this case. Like, seriously. Like I said before, this song gets a 10 out of 10. Then we have Grumpy by David Weinstone. This song just simply has a style to it that I really like. I think it comes down to song structure and David Weinstone's own performance. I don't know, as I think he's just able to make the beat work pretty well. Oh, and I've always liked listening to it. Then we have It's Fun to Invent Your Own Instrument by Jax Tournette. Honestly, my personal favorite song from the episode just because of its uniqueness. I really like how the unique sound that the homemade instruments are able to create in this song. And generally speaking, I think it's a very fun song as well. Not only for being creative, but also just for how unique it is, like I said earlier. A 10 out of 10. Then we have Whoa, 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 You Boat by Jax Tournette. This song is very simple, and doesn't really do anything beyond the original song, and because of that, I decided not to give it a rating. It's one of those songs that's just like, well, it's not much more than you say it is, so there wasn't really enough to it for me to really want to give it a rating. Then we have Balaam's Lullaby by Jack's Tournette. This is a song played at the end of the episode. To get Sheldon to go to sleep. The piece is really nice, but you might also notice it sounds familiar. And that's because the melody is exactly the same as Go to Sleep Bongo Bird, by the Switzman Quartet from the Bongo Bird episode, just without the lyrics. But the melody is exactly the same. Either way, it still sounds really nice and gets a 7 out of 10 on its own. Then we have I'm Gonna Catch You by Lori Berkner, one of my favorite Lori Berkner tracks in my opinion. And it's not her absolute best. There are a few others that I like a lot more than it, but honestly, it's always one that stuck out to me. I thought it was always fun, and I always thought it fit with the episode pretty decently. An 8 out of 10. And that's The Grumpy Squirrel, one of the most memorable episodes from Season 1. It gets a 9 out of 10 just because of how fun it is, how it's able to spin its plot in many different directions, and Sheldon fucking carrying the episode. So, I don't think there's much more to it. Sheldon's funny, Sheldon's grumpy, he makes this episode what it is. We all love him. Now let him sleep. Season 1, Episode 11, The Music Monster. Here's another one of my personal favorites, and it is the Jack's Music Show's only Halloween special. So it does stand out in that way. This episode features the character Henry Monster, played by Joey Mazzolino. Henry is supposed to be a scary monster, part of a long lineage of scary monsters. However, he is not scary himself. At least, if him doing this is considered scary, then I don't know what you're talking about.
Roar, roar.
Say, Mary, he sure isn't scary.
Nope, but he sure is cute.
Mm-hmm.
Roar, 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 roar.
Just as Millie says, it's not really helping his case, and he actually appears quite cute. This is a problem for Henry, because his whole family and himself is supposed to appear scary, with him showing an entire photo album of all his family members being scary, including his baby sister Coco, who ends up getting a huge reaction at Jack and Tournette. Yeah, she's even brought up as a running gag throughout the episode as well, so it is pretty humorous. The funny part to me is just the fact that I don't find it scary. I find the image more funny, and maybe it's supposed to be funny, maybe it's supposed to be scary to a kid, but honestly, I just found myself laughing every time. I found myself laughing when the picture was shown, and then later when it was brought up as a gag. Anyway, the episode focuses on trying to get Henry to feel scary, including the Switzman Quartet popping in and singing the song If You're Scary and You Know It, which is mostly a song about allowing yourself to war if you want to be scary. Allowing yourself to really express the way you feel by just letting it all out. Henry isn't really able to do this, and yet out the cutest war I've ever heard.
Come on, Henry, give it a shot.
Roar.
So, unfortunately, he has a lot of trouble trying to be scary. But from here on, Jack and the Turner actually find a really interesting solution. They recognize that music can make you feel in certain moods, so they play scary type music to allow Henry to feel scary. Really, which is a really neat way to end the episode. And eventually, Henry is able to get this down, and ends up roaring in a scary way instead of in a cute way, making Jack fly up and into Mel's arms a total of 3 separate times. These shots are really interesting too, because they were green screened and added. That's because they were green screen shots and some digital additions had to be made to make it work. At least that's how you make Jack fly up in the air like this. It also brings up the question of how tall the clubhouse is and how gravity works in this universe, but I'm not even going to talk about this one. Yeah, moving on to the individual songs of the episode, we have this song by Jack Tournette. Now, that's literally the name of the song. And genuinely speaking, it is my favorite of the episode. I know, we're already hitting full circle. But this song gets a full 10 out of 10 just because of its very unique melody and very unique tone. It doesn't really feel much of like a Halloween song. It's just kind of fun and one of the more fun songs in the show's library in general. So it definitely deserves a 10 in my book, and it's one of my personal favorites for season 1. Then we have Monster Boogie by Louis Buckner. Okno. I do think the costume design of this song is really nice, but it's not really all that memorable in the grand scheme of things. So honestly, with it just falling to the back of Louis' catalog, I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Then we have If You're Scary and You Know It by the Twisted Quartet featuring Henry. But this is one of the best Twisted Quartet songs in the entire show's run. I think it comes down to its uniqueness, but even a biased Twisted Quartet caliber, genuinely, it's really hard to describe how good this song is, but it really does work for itself. Then we have Scared by Milkshake. This is a hot take, but I honestly argue this is one of my favorite music videos in the entire show. It has a really good song, it has some really nice visuals. Milkshake, as a whole, is one of my favorite bands they end up getting to be in music videos, and overall it was a song I really enjoyed. Like, out of the music videos for season 1, this is one of the few that actually stuck out to me a lot. Then we have How Music Makes You Feel by Jack Jonette featuring Henry. Technically, by the wiki's definition, this is not a real song, but it is the final piece in the episode and brings it to a close, so genuinely speaking, I count it as a song, giving it its own name and everything. So yeah, this song is sitting at 10 because of how clever it is. It doesn't have any kind of lyrics, which is probably why the Jackson Show wiki doesn't really consider it a song, but in my opinion it has a melody, and honestly, in Jackson Show is all you really need. The song does a nice job bringing the episode to a close, and the song itself is an 8 out of 10. How Music Makes You Feel allows this episode to have one of the nicest narrative closes out of the entire series. The plot is resolved very nicely, and Henry even gets to the point where he can scale the rest of the tournament without even trying, which is pretty cool. They even take the picture for him to add him into his photo album. Honestly, this episode is just really nice to watch every time. A solid 8 out of 10 for sure. I think what it comes down to is this episode just being unique and just being fun. I think that's the best way I can describe why I like this episode so much. I mean, it be as good as other episodes, but honestly, you don't need that in Jack's Big Music Show. You just need to be fun and enjoyable and have a unique concept. Or maybe have some deep character stuff here and there. Oh yes, the music monster is kind of lacking in this area. The episode is definitely fun and enjoyable. And has a lot of high points too. Season 1, Episode 12, The King of Swing. Honestly, the most chilling episode and most wholesome episode of the season, maybe even of the series. It's just that nice, and we'll get to why in a bit. This episode introduces Jack's fanboyism for the musician, the King of Swing, played by Buddy Guy. Although this is a thing that's never mentioned ever again in terms of Jack's fanboyism for the musician, it is a nice set piece for the episode, and honestly, it just kind of makes sense that Jack would have his own favorite musician that he's a fanboy about. I think it just fits his personality a lot. The merchandise that Jack seems to have is actually a mix of specifically made props for the episode and actual merchandise, with an example actually being the bobblehead that you can see in the background. The pictures on the King of Swing album, this is actually a photo from the 1980s because Buddy Guy is legitimately from that long ago. I can get more into that later, but Buddy Guy is one of the more seasoned veterans that would end up guest starring on Jack's Big Music Show. Jack opens up a new CD that he just got, Swing Like He Never Swung Before. Not like they took them 5 seconds to come up with that name, but all aside. Inside the CD case, there was a placket that says that Jack has won the Get to Be King of Swing contest, where King of Swing would come down to Jack's residence and play a song with them. This gets Jack overwhelmed and he faints. This is constant throughout the episode and this episode as a whole is a character study on Jack. Jack gets over ambitious about trying to make the King of Swing feel welcomed. Okay, he tries to spruce out the clubhouse, he gets Mel to make a cake, and yes, we do see this cake. But how the fuck does Mel bake this cake? There was not a kitchen in this clubhouse, but yet the show claims there is. But we know that the clubhouse interior-wise is that it's one long hallway, which has instruments all around and a piano at one of the corners. That's about it. There is no point where there should be a fucking kitchen in this very, very small house. It's not small, mind you, it's really vertically big, actually. actually. But considering how much the clubhouse we end up seeing, it makes basically no sense. Millie only tells him to slow down, and in the song list, he condenses these things into 3 very simple tasks that they work together to complete over the course of the song. This is why this episode is so charming to me. Okay, the music in this whole episode, and we'll get to it in a bit, is so chilling. It's so calming. I mean, it's just really easy on the ears. And similar to Grow Daddy-O, this is also a good character study on Jack, showing how he overthinks things, showing how he often panics, showing when things burst, he faints. If you're taking notes on Jack's character, this is the episode to go for if I'm being completely honest. There's this running joke in the episode where a character named Royal Messenger Marvin, played by John Kennedy, he keeps on coming over to the clubhouse to tell the crew that the King of Swing is on his way. It's on his way. Constantly. And I mean constantly. What's really funny to me is that I think Royal Messenger Marvin is the most memorable guest star from the entirety of the first season. And he has a very small runner as his role. I am not joking. Royal Messenger Marvin didn't even have a page on the Jack's Big Music Show wiki until I added one while making this video. That is just tragic. Royal Messenger Marvin is actually pretty funny. He comes in a total of 4 times. Also, this brings up another question. How the fuck do him and later the King of Swing know where Jack's address is? Jack does not tell them where their address is. They kind of just creepily drop by and happen to know where they live. Did they knock on random doors? Did they find Jack's mom? This is really creepy when you really think about it. Secondly, you heard me when I said his name was Royal Messenger. Is the King of Swing royalty by some chance? That's just a question because I have no idea. They don't bother to answer that one either. But Marvin fills his role. He doesn't even get old, and if you think he does, the episode even calls that into question. To put it simply, Mary just mocks him by the time he comes in for the 4th time.
Hear ye, it is I.
Royal Messenger Marvin, we know.
I am here to proclaim that the King of Swing will be here momentarily. He had a few more things to do first. Good day.
Like I said before, this episode is really charming and really sweet. And this comes in with both the King of Swing himself and the songs of the episode. The King of Swing himself, like I said before, is played by musician Buddy Guy. Buddy is actually one of the oldest musicians to appear on the show. He was a star back in the 1980s. He gives a very charming and charming atmosphere to the whole episode. Same with the song's composition as a whole. All the general music in this episode is really chilling. And let's go into that, starting with the first song, Shamalana Wing Ding by Jax Tournette. This song is just a really nice episode opener. It sets the tone really well, and it's just super charming. I think one big thing of this episode is just songs that are easy on the ears. This episode has an entirely interesting jazz theming to it, which really does work for it. And while the episode will flow quite well. Shamalana Wing Ding being a pretty good example of that. It might as well be the episode's main centerpiece, with with 2 of the other songs kind of going based off the melody of it, which is really interesting. Then we got Clean It Up by Lori Buckner. This is a rendition of the Clean It Up song. There really isn't much more to it than that, but honestly it just flows really well. I don't think there's really much to say about this one, but it is one of Lori's best. That's an 8 out of 10 for sure. Then we got List by Jax Tournette. This song is just really nice. There isn't really much more to it. It's just a song about Melee compiling Jack's massive array of items into 3 very simple tasks, as I mentioned earlier. Generally, there isn't really much more to it, but again, I like its style. Then we got New Shoes by Guy Davis. Man, this one's weird. It's basically it is literally played with a harmonica. And that's about it. It's just a harmonica with vocals. It's very simple, but kind of easy on the ears, actually. It's by far one of the more crazy songs in the episode, and definitely sticks out in that way. But I think it still works, and I do like it. It's a little out of place for the episode, Oh, but I like it on its own, and because of that, I can definitely give it a 9 out of 10. Welcome to Our Clubhouse by Jax Turner. The welcome song is performed twice, and it's really wholesome. I think it works really well for how simplistic it is, and music in the background is definitely soothing enough to accompany. Finally, we have Shamalana Wing Ding Reprise. God, this song is cool. Well, first off, the melody. It's fucking awesome. They add both the King of Swing's guitar and even Melvin's fucking horn-type instrument into the mix. It really does do a lot to polish the melody of the original. Speaking of Melvin, yeah, he plays during this song. I honestly think this is a really nice touch. It really makes Melvin feel like an actual guest star of the episode and not just a running gag. It felt like he was actually a friend of the King of Swing. The King of Swing himself also plays really well during this song, and I think he's able to shine during it quite well. I'd also like this time to mention the rendition of the outro song that plays during this episode. The King of Swing obviously adds some guitar swings to it, along with Melvin adding his horn sounds. It just makes the song sound so much more different than every other iteration of it, and honestly I think it is the version that sticks out the most. Either way, the Shamalana Wing Ding Reprise gets a 10 out of 10, and obviously it is a really good song. And with that, that's the King of Swing. Like I said before, it's definitely a very chill episode. I'd say it's one of the easier ones when it comes down to just its simplicity. I'd probably compare it most specifically to Grow Daddy-O, and just the way that it goes. Grow Daddy-O, if you remember, was a character study on Mary, and mostly focused on her. This is definitely that for Jack. It is heavily focused on his specific personality traits, specifically his over rambunctiousness about certain things, and how it goes to overwhelm him, causing panic attacks and even fainting, especially in this episode. This episode does a good job of fully showing that, and I think it makes this episode even more of a higher value. It's definitely one of my favorites from the season, and probably my second favorite altogether from season 1. Right behind Spark Opera, this episode just hits all the right notes and is an easy 10 out of 10. Season 1, Episode 13, Silly Show. This is probably the most interesting episode to talk about in Season 1, however, it is definitely not the most interesting episode plot-wise. And that is a huge thing with this episode. It has no plot. But let's start with the simple stuff, starting with the production notes for this episode. Yeah, unlike every other episode of Season 1, I do have a lot of production notes to get through, so let's just start with the simplest one, and one that I already briefly went over during an earlier segment. The fact that this episode aired over a year and a half after the previous episode of Season 1, which aired about 5 months after the episode before that. Yeah, this episode aired on April 1st, 2007, and was the second to last episode aired of the show, and aired about 2 months after the show took a hiatus after the majority of Season 2 wrapped up its airing. This ultimately makes the episode serve as the finale to the first season, despite not being the last one to be filmed. Similar to the Mel Superstore Dance Party, but in a way less coherent way, this episode is more of a variety show showcasing different snippets of songs performed as 7 silly things. Now, there aren't exactly 7 songs counting as these silly things, it's just that a majority of the songs here are considered the 7 silly things. Basically, this episode is just showcasing of 7 silly things with no coherent narrative outside of that. Because of this, I really don't have much to say about this episode. I'm not gonna go into the individual silly things aside from the ones that are songs, and there really isn't much to note about the episode in general. The guest stars for this episode include Earl the Squirrel making his second appearance, and a little living bologna sandwich. I'll talk about the bologna sandwich later, but I do have a couple more notes about Earl the Squirrel in this episode. As I mentioned during Mel Superstore Dance Party, Earl the Squirrel was performed by both John Kennedy and Tim Lagasse. Well, this is the episode of why I feel like the consensus is that John Kennedy just played him the whole entire time. John Kennedy gives Earl this very really deep voice, not at all reminiscent of his appearance during Mel's Super Swell Dance Party. I feel like in this case, the squirrel is likely meant to be some random squirrel, and the name of Earl was basically just given in Mel's Super Swell Dance Party to identify this squirrel with because he was just gonna be there. But because in this episode the squirrel was just meant to be a little cameo, they didn't really care which squirrel puppet they used. So technically speaking, in the episode's lineup, this is not Earl the Squirrel. But it uses the same puppet, so the wiki kind of counts it as an appearance of his. Either way, he is not played by Tim Agassi in this episode, he is played by John Kennedy. And in that way, there really isn't much to go on about, except it's a much deeper voice and definitely a much different approach. Same with the bologna sandwich. Both are played by John Kennedy at the exact same time. Moving on to the individual songs of this episode, these are going to be I'm going to quickly go over these really fast because there really isn't much to say about many of them. First up, we got Chopsticks by Jack and Millie, presented as the first silly sting. Chopsticks is itself a popular piano music track. However, Jack and Millie do a rendition of it, playing it with their feet, which is humorous because these are puppets, but if I'm being completely real here, I don't have much to say about this. I can't exactly give this song much of a weighting because it's not exactly original to the show, but it has a nice beat to it. Then we got Mel's Watermelon drum solo. I think this one is pretty creative and it does have a nice rhythm to it, but it's as simple as that. There really isn't much to go on about. In my notes, I do have it listed as a 10 out of 10, but in retrospect, there wasn't really much of a beat to really give a weighting to. What you see is what you get. Then we have Silly Sing Along by Jack and Millie. It has Mel wear this weird drum looking thing and dance around. It also has this really weird clanky beat to it, which only really does so much to stick out, a 7 out of 10. Then we got Mel's tap dancing tune, which is probably my personal favorite when it comes down to all the silly things, mostly because of its consistent rhythm. It basically is just Mel tap dancing to a brief beat by Jack and Millie's accordion and guitar. There really isn't much more to go on about, but it does use some of the usual techniques with tap dancing in music, where they have the instruments play alongside the tap dancing, and then have them stop when the tap dancing takes solo for about a couple of seconds before the instruments hop in again. This is something I commonly do see when tap dancing is the subject of a musical piece. And Jack's Music Show does it as well, though there wasn't really much more to note about it. Then we got Bologna Sandwich by Oh and the Bologna Sandwich. The bologna sandwich is a literal talking bologna sandwich played by John Kennedy, which just makes this song really humorous. There aren't many lyrics, but just because of its pure creativity and honestly hilarious significance, I did squeeze it in a 10 because I thought it was a funny idea, and probably the most memorable thing from this episode in general. Then we have the 2 music videos in this episode. So, first up, the Google Heads by Lily Berkner. God damn, this song is one of the most kiddie songs in her library, and that is most definitely to its detriment. This song, similar to others of Louise that I've given similar opinions of, it doesn't have much of a structure. It is mostly just focused on being bubbly and happy. I ain't got much more to report on except for the 5 out of 10 score I gave it. And even with that, I can't really say that's because the song is bad. It's just because it doesn't appeal to me personally, and I can't really give a high score if I can't really think highly of it or even listen to the song without getting annoyed. Then we got Deep Down by Hot Peas and Butter. This is a huge improvement over the previous song, and is on the tier of the other song they performed earlier this season, number 1 from the Music Genie, but overall it doesn't really stick out all that much. An 8 out of 10. And finally we have 7 Silly Things by Jax Tournette. This is a song that's only about a minute and a half long, but its instrumental is spread out throughout the episode as the background track, introducing a couple of the 7 silly things. I gave it a 7 out of 10 because I do like it as a rhythm, and I do think it does have a silly mantra to it, but to be completely fair, there isn't really much more to go on about with it. And yeah, that's Silly Show for me. I think it's a very disappointing finale for this season because it isn't really much of an episode. At least Mel's Super Swell Dance Party had a lot of good tunes and had a coherent narrative to it. This just is a collection of randomly interesting silly things. They're either A, briefly amusing, using a nice rhythm, them outright weird or just tough to sit through. This episode is one of the hardest for me to rewatch, personally. And that's not even to its detriment, it just doesn't have much of anything to go on about in terms of its plot, and I think that's its biggest weakness. A 6.5 out of 10 is what this episode comes, and if I'm being completely real, it is my least favorite episode of the series by a long shot. It just feels like a nothing episode, man. And this is literally the only episode in the series I will say that for. But it is straight up boring with a couple of amusing jokes here and there, and one really standout moment in the form of the bologna sandwich song. But aside from that, I got nothing on this one. In terms of wrapping up season 1, I've got a pretty interesting idea, so I hope you're ready for it.
Hello! Z and I are following this recipe here. For this recipe, I need exactly 4 blueberries. In this basket, I have 1, 2 blueberries. The recipe calls for 4 blueberries. Do I need more blueberries?
Yeah.
Okay. Z, drop in another berry. How many do I have now? Let's count to check. 1, 2, 3. I have 3 blueberries. The recipe calls for 4 blueberries. Do I have enough?
No.
Do I still need more?
Yes.
Let's count and see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 blueberries. That's exactly what we need for this recipe. Z, it looks like we have all the berries we need for Grandma Moose's mouth-watering blueberry pie. Yum! Thanks for your help. Oh, we're in for a tremendous treat. You know what? You're in for a treat too. Jack's Big Music Show is coming up soon.
So, just what is this interesting idea? Well, this show's all about music, right? And there are a whole ton of songs. But what are the top 10 best? Well, to wrap up season 1, let's talk about all the songs one more time. Specifically, the top 10 best.
Well, I'll be a bird that can beat a bongo with his beak.
You betcha! Bongo birds are the best. Some birds chirp, some birds squawk, some birds sing, some even talk.
Hummingbirds hum because they don't know the words, but none make the sound of the bongo bird.
Number 10, the Bongo Bird song by Jax Turnet. This number 10 spot was thrown around a lot for me. There's a lot of songs that I simply wanted to put here, but I decided to go with the Bongo Bird song because of how enjoyable it is. It might be a simple rhythm and a simple beat, but I've always loved listening to it, and it always stuck out compared to a lot of season 1's library to me. So I felt like it made the list. I would like to bring up a couple honorable mentions, including number 11 on the list, Music is the Best. I'd argue that music is the best, if nothing else, is the basic template for an opener. It perfectly encapsulates the main idea of the episode it's in, the Grumpy Squirrel. It is a really energetic and rock theme song, which is really typical for the series, and honestly, it's a really good listen. The reason why it's on this number 11 and not number 10 is because it's way too simple. I feel like there's not enough to the song to really make me want to put it actually in the top 10. It's not as creative. It just doesn't feel as creative as other songs in the list. And that's why it's not here. And that's also why a lot of other songs aren't in the top 10 either. If you start to wonder why a song isn't on the list, but you feel like it should be, that is probably the reason. I didn't think it was creative or unique enough to get there. The Bongo Bird song is just barely good, really creative enough to squeak into the top 10. Even if it's very tight, and there's a lot of songs that might be able to beat it to some people, to me, it's just barely able to crack into the top 10. Number 9, Hey Ho by Jack and Mel. Might be overly simplistic, but this song has always stuck out. And the use of the sound switcher thingy to differentiate the sound of the song, I've always loved. This song is so unique and so much fun. I really wish Mary was in the song because to be completely real, it would add so much more to it. But even without her, I still love it a lot. And even if it's very simple, its uniqueness, just in terms of its melody and overall creativeness, yeah, I think I've said enough. Number 8, My Name is Prudence by Prudence featuring Jax Turnett. Put it simply, the melody of this song could not get past me. Initially, this was not in the top 10 and was in that bucket of songs I considered for the top 10 but ended up not making. But as I rewatched the Music Genie and reworked my segment for that episode, I really kept thinking about this song and how much I loved listening to it. I think it comes down to that melody I mentioned earlier, and Prudence being so passionate about it. Genuinely, her vocal performance in this song really is what makes it what it is. The violin she plays, I really love. I think she does a really good job introducing herself in the song. And so due to the shuffling around with what the Turner is playing during the song, it also fits really well with the episode it's in. With that little magical charm, and the overall way it's able to stick out, that's why it's able to get itself in the number 8 spot on this list.
Ask me for music. That's what I do. As long as it's music. I'll grant it for you. If you're scary and you know it, just go boo. If you're scary and you know it, just go boo.
Number 7, If You're Scary You Know It by the Swordsman Quartet featuring Henry. The Swordsman Quartet really do hit it big with this one. It might just be a spin on a classic kids song, but the melody in the back one is fucking amazing and makes this song such a fun, energetic listen. I also love the unique message behind this one. Just if you want to be a certain way, just scream. It's as simple as that. Just let it out. Let yourself roar. That's what this song's all about. If you're scary and you know it, just roar. Well, it's as simple as that.
If you're scary and you know it, just go. If you're scary and you know it, you really wanna show it. If you're scary and you know it, just go.
Come on, Henry, give it a shot.
Roar.
Number 6, Under a Shady Tree by Lori Berkner. I'll be honest here, this song was originally number 2 on this list, but after thinking about it, it's, well yes, I still love it. I think a lot of songs are actually a lot more creative for me. And a lot more fun. This song, well yes, I've always kept it in the top 10 because I've always enjoyed listening to it and think Mary and Lori Berkner work well as a duet in it. Honestly, it's just too simple to go any higher. And while yes, I think that what they do have down here, works really well, I think the song is too repetitive to go any higher than number 6. But I enjoy listening to it compared to every other song on the list before it. And it is one of the songs from this show that I always remember it for. To the point to where this song actually inspired a piece of writing I wrote when I was a teenager. Genuinely speaking, Under a Shady Tree sticks out in many aspects, even if it's simple, and that's okay.
Under a shady tree, you and me
under a shady tree, you and me.
There's a hole in the fence in the back of my yard.
Number 5, Scared by Milkshake. This is by far one of my favorites of all the music videos in the show's run, and it is the final one on this list, in addition to it being the only third-party music video on the list too. To be honest here, this song just sticks out with its unique creepy factor, interesting melody, and cool visuals. Not to mention that I really love the vocal performances by Milkshake in this song. I think it really does fit with the theme of the episode too. That creepy factor allows it to fit in with the songs from the episode it's in, the music monster. So, with just that fitting nature and the song being creative in all other factors, I think Scared by Milkshake sticks out enough to start off the top 5 pretty strongly.
When I think of it, I got nothing to be afraid of. Got everything I need, and Mama and Daddy's love. Monsters, goblins and ghosts, and noises in the night. They're all just in my mind, I know I'll be alright.
Shamalama Wing Ding Reprise by Jack Stonette featuring the King of Swing and Melvin. Originally, this song was number 9 on the list, and honestly, that is way too low for this thing. This song is an amazing finale to the episode it's in. That's the long and the short of it when it comes down to it. I already mentioned the unique identity the episode The King of Swing has as in general when I talked about it. But this song not only shows that, but also showcases it for the entire series as well. It's the combination of all the different sounds in this song, in addition to its unique style, showcases how creative this show really can be. That and the vocal performances from everyone else really do sell it quite well. My Name is Prudence might have had passion from Prudence herself, but this song has passion from everyone. Jack, the King of Swing, even Melvin on his horn, on everyone really does show that this song is what they're putting their heart into. And because of that, I've always loved it.
Let's all play that swing thing. Let's all play that swing thing.
Okay, fellas, give me a buggy beat. Sometimes you get afraid of things that you don't know. You get upset, you start to fret, go running for the door.
Number 3, A Pretty Good Bug by Jack Stonette featuring the musical Bugs. To put it simply, this song is so unique, so much fun, so energetic. Yeah, that's why it's so high. It's so much more unique than every other Jack Stonette song in my opinion, and so much more fun too. It also is an amazing finale to Bug Love as an episode, and it is on a similar level to Shamalama Wing Ding when it comes down to its melody. Again, the amount of different elements and the way the song is able to convey itself, that's what makes it so much fun to me, and why I like it so much to get it into the top 3.
And even if it's bumpy and moves kinda clumpy, it might be a pretty good bug. Or even if it's smelly or has a purple belly, it could be a pretty good bug. Wiggly, squiggly, bumpy or clumpy, it might be a pretty good bug. Buzzy or fuzzy, you never know because it could be a pretty good bug.
number 2, this song by Jack's Tournette. This is the best opener in the entirety of the show. Oh, and yeah, that's really tough. Even because it only has certain songs from season 2 that are openers. When it comes down to it, this is the one I enjoy the most. It makes you know that you are in for an energetic time. This song really does make you feel like you want to go up and down, go upside down, and do all the different things. It also encapsulates so much in its melody as well. It is really tough for me for these last 3, but honestly to me, this song is the best of them all, and deserves the number 2 spot out of the top 10 for the first season.
Space, space, we're going into space.
Sing, 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 singing opera as we go. Going into, going into,
going into space.
Space Exploring Opera Singing by Jack's Tournette. This song has a very unique identity compared to the rest of Season 1, and I'd argue it's one of only a couple of songs in the season, and one of only about 10 or so songs in the entire series to have a deeper emotional message just behind it. Only a song like this can showcase Jack and Mary's relationship so well. There was a much better example coming up during season 2, but when it comes down to this song, just seeing them be able to play together and combine the unique melodies into one is awesome. I also love how both the genres of music that Jack and Mary are playing were able to shine on their own during the episode. This allows us for when they come together, although it makes an amazing song that combines all the themes of the episode. Not only that, it combines a lot of themes of the show as a whole. Being able to just play with your friends no matter how you feel and combine new ideas into one. A lot of Jack's music show is about combination. And about everyone coming together to play one really good song. There's a lot of songs in this show's run, in both season 1 and 2, that showcase this. But I think Space Exploring Opera Singing does the best job. It sticks out because of that. It sticks out compared to every other song from the first season. And honestly, it's always been my favorite. It's always been my favorite. You want to know why I didn't talk about it much back in Spark Opera? Because it is so much better than I could possibly give it credit for if I just talked about it then. Even if it's not the best song in the entire series, in my opinion, it's still just that good. And miles better than a lot of season 1's material. So yeah, that's it. That's the top 10 for season 1. It might have sounded very tough to decide it, and yes, it really was. But now that we've talked about season 1 for a full hour and a half, I think we might need a little bit of a breather. Let's hop into the real world for a second. Let's hop back into the real world for a second and talk about how Jack's Music Show was released to the public. How did the rest of the world treat Jack's Music Show? How was it released on home media, and how were others able to watch it outside of their TV screens? And not only that, how was the show exported outside its own TV? Well, for our next intermission segment, let's talk about that.
Thanks again for helping us out. This pie is just about the most lip-smackingly delicious pie I've ever tasted. What do you think, Z? My words exactly. Jack's Big Music Show is next.
Jack's Big Music Show encourages preschoolers to create and express themselves and to make music in many different ways.
So you remember how in the last intermission segment we talked about how Noggin aired Jack's Big Music Show and how it promoted the show? Well, this is essentially the opposite of that. Let's talk about how Noggin released the show of Jack's Big Music Show in terms of home media. Now, the simple answer to this question is it really didn't release on home media. Jack's Big Music Show was only a part of one standard DVD and 3 other compilation discs. This, alongside an album released for the first season, and an extra DVD entitled Let's Hear It for the Lloyd Buckner Band, which is simply just Lloyd Buckner's music videos along with a couple other first songs, all in one compilation disc. Starting off with the 3 compilation DVDs, there really isn't much to go on about. Nick Jr.'s Sleepy Time stories contain the episode of Music Monster, and there really isn't much to it. Although honestly, they probably would have had the episode The Grumpy Squirrel instead, and to go with the DVD's theme of Sleepy Time stories. Picking the episode that is focused on making a monster scary on Halloween is like a very stupid choice when there's another very obvious option where sleep is the main theme of the episode. Then we got Nick Jr. All About Fall, which actually came out during the summer of 2008, not the fall, which is just kind of humorous if you ask me. The episode on this DVD is Mel's Super Slow Dance Party. Not really a choice that specifically fits, it's the theming of fall. Well, yes, I am glad this episode got released on this DVD, as this is the best quality version of the episode you can really watch at this point. A much better episode for this would have been The Music Monster because it takes place on Halloween, and there's also a Halloween episode on this DVD. So, generally speaking, yeah, a Halloween episode would fit a lot more than some random episode of a dance party that has nothing to do with fall. Then we got probably the least notable of all these DVDs, Nick Jr. Favorites 4, and subsequently the box set Nick Jr. Favorites 4 through 6. This is a simple compilation DVD with the episode The Marching Band on it, along with many others, and it really isn't all that worth discussing. With the most notable thing about this DVD being the fact that it came out in August 2007, and then way before any other release of the series. Finally, we have Let's Hear It for the Lloyd Buckner Band. This was the very last release of the show, period, coming out on September 28, 2010. There wasn't really much to note about this DVD, aside from a couple of small things. First off, it contains the only copies of this show in widescreens in terms of the music videos, which it would be really nice if we ended up finding those one day, but probably pretty unlikely if I'm being completely honest. And I don't even really know if the show was filmed in widescreen or not at any point. And some copies of this DVD was signed by Lloyd Buckner herself. I could not for the life of me find any kind of picture for this, though you might see one in the video if I do end up finding one while editing it. But from my research, this is something that hasn't actually been found. The final piece to this is the Jack's Big Music Show DVD Let's Walk. This is a special DVD as I actually own it compared to the other 4 I just mentioned. So it's in this box. This box, I can open it. Also, yes, I'm not black. It's kind of just my avatar. But in this box, I have a whole bunch of Nick Jr. DVDs. Not a lot, but a decent sizable collection. Like, for example, the Explosion one. But this one, this is the actual DVD, the Jack's Big Music Show. Unfortunately, I don't have the case for this. I wish I did. But as far as I knew, my grandparents who got this for me when I was super young kind of just threw out the cases and thought it would be more sustainable to carry around these because they had a lot of them laying around for CDs. I couldn't really tell you why they threw out the case. Really, at the time, I definitely would have advocated for them to keep it because I prefer cases a lot more. But nonetheless, that's all the cases, and especially considering the fact that all of these releases, they're all in disc, which I might show all of them off if you guys really want me to in a future video. But for the purposes of this, I just wanted to grab this. This is the actual DVD, and I thought since I actually own this one, I can give an old YouTube-style DVD menu tour of this one, since I actually own it. Now, I don't have a DVD player, but I got the next best thing. A computer with an extra disc player, an external one. My actual computer can't play disc. But let's go ahead and turn this in and see what we got on our hands. Similar to other Jack's Big Music Show releases at the time, it's a very bare bones release with only the basics in terms of features and options. We have Play All, which just plays all the episodes in a row. The episode selection, which does have some specially made menus once it freaking loads. Does this especially made 8 backgrounds as well. To be fair, they just used promo art. But here's the Groundhog Day and Jax and the Beanstalk. And once you click more, you have a picture of Mary, and then the other 2 episodes from season 1. Going back to the main menu, we have the special features for this DVD, which aren't really much either. We just have simply 2 music videos from the actual episode scene in the that's from the episode scene here. Only 2 of them, which is scene 1, and the previews. These were specially made DVD previews that showcase releases going up at the time. These releases seem to have come out around the time of early 2007 and late 2006, with a couple of them promoting releases that would be coming out in fall 2007. I made efforts to capture all these and release them on the channel, separately, but that's all there is on them. I am really nostalgic for these commercials and always wanted the DVDs from them, but I never really had many of them. I do have a collection of Nick Jr. DVDs, but it's quite small, and it's difficult to find a lot of these standalone DVDs for cheap prices. Funnily enough, I'd say the best way to get a hold of these, if you don't want, if you just want to burn the disc, is actually going to local rental places and grabbing them. The copy of Mel's Superstar Dance Party I have is actually ripped from the Nick Jr. All About Fall DVD, which I had rented from my library and then burned and created a whip of that episode. Because at the time, it was really the only way I could find a way to watch it in good quality. Anyway, that's really about it for this release. Again, it's a very simple release with not much to go on about it. It's simply just the episodes and those special features, which again, aren't really much of anything. But again, this DVD is quite special to me because I watched it constantly as a kid, and it's probably the main reason why I am so nostalgic for the show in the first place. Because for a while, until I went through other means, this was the only way I could watch the show, and it also was the only readily available way to watch any episodes of the show. If you stick around to the end of the video, though, I could show you how you could watch this show in HD. Stay tuned. Now, let's jump out of the TV screen for just a second, talking about how Jack's Music Show did the same. Jack's Music Show wasn't much when it came down to merchandise. The show was popular, yes, but it clearly didn't get much of a merchandising budget. As I just went over, Jack's Music Show only got a few home media releases. One of these releases being an album for the first season, which I neglected to really go over much during the previous segment. The main reason is because there wasn't really much to this album. It's simply just a compilation of 15 individual songs from season 1. And there's literally nothing more to this disc, so it's almost worthless. If you do, it is very easily findable on eBay, and maybe one day I will buy it. I'll buy it just to say I have it, but I've had no desire for this. Something I do have a desire for, and I'm sure many fans do as well, is this, the Jack's Music Show Season 2 press release. Now, Season 2 never got an album release, most likely because the Season 1 album didn't really do all that well. Well, Season 2 did get this press disc, easily a promotional DVD that had descriptions of the 13 episodes of the second season, descriptions of all the main characters and the musical guests for the season, as well as a full copy of the episode Snow Day, the premiere episode of Season 2. Now, where did this thing come from? I would like to know myself. As I tried to look this up, and as best I can find, it just came up on eBay one day and was quickly swooped up by someone. A person we don't even know the name of. We have no idea who has this disc right now. We just know it was sold somewhat recently, a couple years ago, and that was the last we heard of it. I would assume there's only a couple of these in existence. It's likely that only production crew had these, and maybe people who would guest star on the show as well. We don't really know where the original press release came, or where the original promo disc came from, nor do we know who originally sold it, or who originally had it in the first place. Definitely another question hanging in the balance of the show's relevancy. Moving on from that, we also have some physical merchandise for the show, but not as much as you may think. In this case, there are 2 main categories. It's official and fan-made merchandise. For the official stuff, we have to dig very deep. Heading into both Noggin and NickJr.com, we have the arts and crafts page on page 4 Jack's Big Music Show. Over the years, Jack's Big Music Show received a lot of additional features via Noggin and NickJr.com. These include ironed-on T-shirts, printable Easter eggs, and puppet shows, which are unfortunately both lost to time in terms of the templates, and actual decals for a Jack's Big Music Show themed birthday party. This included party invitations, a template for a Jack cake, and instrument cookies. It is really sad that a lot of the individual material for these things are lost to time. You can still find the pages for a lot of them on NickJr.com, which I was able to capture for this video. However, the actual templates that these were released for, yeah, they're lost media. I will go more in depth about the Noggin website as the Noggin Nick Jr. pages later in this video, but just to keep it brief for this segment, these were the best the show got when it came down to merchandise. They might look nice, sure, and they all have these 2D illustrations. These illustrations are unfortunately uncredited inside the show's promotional media, and we don't actually know who drew them. We know they were employed to draw a lot of stuff, as there are a lot of individual drawings from not only Noggin.com, but also just other promotional pieces and ads in general, with the show flip-flop between using the real-life puppet designs and these 2D illustrations in promotional material. If someone could tell me who ended up drawing these, I would love to know, because honestly, they just look really nice, and I think they're really iconic. Lastly, let's talk about some of the fully fan-made material. Here we go. AKA the stuff made by the Mothers Guild of America. Yep, we're here. I found a whole flock of handmade Jack's Big Music Show birthday cakes. And goddamn, do some of these look so cool. So to all the cake artists and mothers who made these for their kids, you're awesome. I could never even begin to replicate these. I don't even know if I could replicate the Jack's Big Music Show official cake that they made on the Noggin website. Maybe one day I'll try, but that's a story for another time. Along with those, there were also a bunch of handmade puppets for Jack's Big Music Show. Both available to buy and personally homemade ones. So if you want one, here's your option right there. If I had the money, I definitely would go for one, and maybe in the future I might grab one or two, just to make a video about them, because there are a lot of characters in these sets, including a lot of the side characters from both seasons 1 and 2. But aside from that, that's about it when it comes down to merchandise and Jack's Music Show. See, it ain't really that much, but to me, I would have begged my parents for some of these if I was aware they were made. More specifically, the birthday party invitations. I was obsessed with Jack's Music Show as a kid. I had the Let's Walk DVD, as you guys know, but this was also a very prominent show to me, as I really liked the style of the show, and I thought it was so much fun. Jack's Music Show wasn't exactly on super often when I was younger, but by the time I had become old enough to stop watching Nick Jr., that was when the show became out of relevancy. So it was still quite the prominent show on Nick Jr. at the time. Regardless, me being such a big fan of the show made me very bummed out that there wasn't really any way to gain actual official merchandise of the characters, more specifically plushes of the individual gang. Well, nowadays that is possible due to the homemade puppets, I was desperate, very desperate. So I turned your hand something near and dear to my heart in my own fantasy. Something I like to call the Puppet Show. Now, this chapter of the video is probably something that you guys have been questioning ever since you first looked at the chapters of this video. What is the Puppet Show? Well, this is a completely personal segment for me as the narrator. As a kid, I liked Jack's Big Music Show a lot, and it was one of the shows I watched the most because I had a DVD of it. of it. Because of that, I wish there were actual merchandise about the show. Now, I just finished talking about any official and unofficial merchandise the show ended up getting. But this little segment is about a fabrication of my own view from like a 5-year-old's perspective of what Jack's Music Show was to me. Now, the puppet show, to be brief about it, was a show that was a little fantasy show that I made with hand puppets that my grandmother had bought for me, and then me and her would play with these puppets in the bathtub. I'll be showing a picture of that on screen. Now, about these puppets. I'll tell you right now, this is not going to be anything like the rest of this video, and you can totally skip this if you want to. But this is totally personal to me. So I wanted to ramble about this. I love telling stories. So, I told stories in my bath toys. I think we've all done this at least once. So, first off, a character introduction. Here's our main centerpiece and the only character from the cast of Jack's Music Show to even make an appearance in this series. These things don't even fit my hands. Wow. Anyway, this is Mel. I know, it looks nothing like him. I remember complaining about this as a kid, but my grandparents just called him Mel, and that was that. This was Mel, and the show was loosely fit into the canon of the series from now. Next up, this is Froggy. Now, he was basically just Mel's best friend, but didn't really have any real personality traits. He was a frog. Unfortunately, none of these characters are that deep because I was 5 when I made these, when I played with these. And the last time I played with these was, surprisingly enough, when I was 9, so, yeah. Anyway, so next up, we have Jerry the Giraffe. Now, Jerry was an adult character in the show. Jerry was always played by my grandmother, and sometimes my grandfather, and he was basically more of the straight man in the group, but he also had a running gag where he would just fall asleep at the worst times because he was old. You can tell that was my only perception of old people at the time. Next up, we have Kathy the Cow. Now, this girl was always played by my grandmother, and this was probably the first time I ever shipped characters together as a young kid, because her and Jerry were a couple, and they also had a kid together, which my grandmother had sewed together herself. And, oh, damn, the googly eyes fell off, huh? That sucks. These things are super old, it kind of just makes sense. Might want to reglue that, though, once I'm done with this segment, honestly. Anyway, so, yeah, these things are super old, but my grandmother knew sewing enough to sew that for me, because randomly I just decided to make her pregnant, so there we go. My grandmother produced the illusion. Now, the next character here has a really interesting backstory. This is Missy the Mouse. Oh wow, she fits my hand the best out of everyone still here. That's crazy. Probably because she was not used the most and thus not washed. Missy the Mouse was a character I had found way after I had started this series in my own head. I just found her in the drawer in my room and I'm like, oh, another puppet I could use. Cool. So, Missy the Mouse was essentially, she was Kathy's sister, from what I recall. And essentially we didn't really have many traits aside from that, but the idea was they looked similar in a way. So I kind of we made them sisters and gave them similar traits. I don't really remember any kind of depth or backstory these two had, but just the fact that I found this character much later than everyone else makes her more interesting to me. And also, because she hasn't been through the washing machine all that much, she's the only character that still fits my hand, apparently. I'm also just, like, haven't touched these things in a decade, so that would also be helpful, too. Next up, this is Wex, the T-Wex. Wex the T-Wex. I was not original at all. These guys were unique because they actually had sponges as a part of their bodies as well. So these were actual washcloths as well as puppets. This guy, he didn't really have much of a personality, but it was kind of more the idea that, like, he was dinosaurs, so we kind of made him scary on purpose. Next, him, and then we got the next character, Lobster Monster. Lobster Monster is an odd case, to say the least. His design is weird, so we kind of just took the angle of he's weird. He's also a washcloth too, and we got him and Rex together, so yeah. But Lobster Monster, it was just very weird. You can tell the name rhymed. He wasn't really that special, but we kind of just took a weird angle with him. Whatever we wanted to do with him, we could just do. So yeah, there's that. Finally, we have Ellie the Elephant. This was, just picture like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. Basically, just someone who's always beat up behind the plot, but sometimes given some starship, and I always kind of felt bad for the guy, because we never really treated him all that well, but when we did give him spotlight, we always tried to give him some kind of arc or something. So, yeah, he barely fits my hand, first off. I feel bad for my grandfather, because he always would hold these puppets, and, I remember his hands were way too big for these things. And now I'm starting to feel that pain because my hands are too big for these. Oh my god. Anyway, you can tell this segment is completely unscripted. Anyway, so, Ellie the Elephant, yeah, that was basically him. Yeah, that was, yeah. I guess there wasn't really much else to that. Finally, and some of you might actually recognize these two characters if you had, like, bath toys back in the day. We had Orange and Strawberry. Now, these guys, well, one's a guy, one's a girl. These were from some other line of, like, you know, character sponges. These are actual sponges. Like, you could use these in the bathtub. Additionally speaking, we also have some shampoo from the same line. Like, seriously? Now, if you get this video to 1 million views, I will use this shampoo next time I shout. I'm kidding, no. I'm sorry, I had to. But anyway, back to these two. They weren't really all that special. I don't remember the characters these two had. We barely ever used them. But, we had them. They kind of had I do remember us having a relationship kind of dynamic with the two of them, but there wasn't really much to it. Now, with all these characters laid out, you might be wondering, if you're actually invested in this segment, what kind of show were these guys a part of? Well, the puppet show was a talk show, to put it bluntly. It was basically just these characters talking about their lives and having little antics inside the bathtub. Half the episode was dedicated to the antics inside the bathtub, while the other half was dedicated to a climbing competition, which you might understand once I show the picture of the bathroom again. That back wall over there, it was used as a little climbing competition where the characters would jump off from the bottom, they'd climb to the top, and then fall down to the ground, and the first person to hit the ground would be the winner. The hooks on the walls used as stoppers. And characters like Lobster Monster actually had these little hooks on the sides, which I'd use pretty fondly, so that way we can actually hook them. Now, that's how you dried these guys. Sometimes they were put through the washer, but most of the time they were meant for water, so we just dried them on those hooks. But oftentimes speaking, I didn't care, I just used them as obstacles in the obstacle course. Now, these characters, unlike a lot of my other characters from my mythos, because I am a very passionate writer myself, a lot of them aren't deep. I never really did much with these characters in terms of giving them backstories and whatnot. I'd argue the two deepest characters were Jerry and Kathy, just because they had an established relationship that we built upon. But honestly, none of these characters were really special. Even Mel, the only character from an established series that was in here, technically our main protagonist, he didn't have much. He wasn't even much like Mel the dog, from the show. He's not musical, he's not magical, he hasn't played the drums, he has none of the traits that make him the Mel from the show, except from my perception of him being the Mel from the show as a way to ground the concept. So, yeah, basically, it was just whatever was topical at the time, so sometimes we'd talk about a holiday, like Christmas or Valentine's Day. We sometimes did little things with these guys, but generally speaking, this was a kid's fantasy, so, there wasn't really much complexity that I can remember from these guys, but they were fun. I honestly always enjoyed playing with these guys, even when I got a little bit older and probably should have grown out of these guys. And even to this day, I kind of do miss the whole idea of making stories with this ensemble of a cast. Generally speaking, This ensemble of a cast is probably the first time I ever worked with an ensemble that were purely mine. I made these characters into something special and gave them names and, well, maybe not personalities, but we did something with the designs as a whole. The last thing I'd like to mention to you guys is the fact that the theme song for this series was just the Jack's Music Show theme song. Like, legit. It was actually just the same thing. We had the characters sing along to it. The only really thing I had in my head, and in terms of the uniqueness to the theme song, was the ending, where the two main characters for the episode that I would play in the water, that would usually be Mel and some other character, usually Foggy, but sometimes Lobster Monster and Ellie the Elephant. The show would always end with Mel slapping the other character into the water, and then Jerry saying, "That's not nice," which is not a good way to end a kid's show's intro at all, because that's violence! Like, straight up, you can tell I had a very violent mind, which is probably because I was bullied in middle school, but whatever. Anyway, so, yeah, I don't really know how else to end this segment. If you guys are curious about these, I might take the time to make one plot with these guys, but it would take a really long time, so you guys would really have to want it. In addition, these guys are probably going to go into storage really soon, because they've just been sitting on a shelf in my room up there. And I brought them home from my grandmother's house purely for this segment. So, unfortunately speaking, these guys will be going back into storage once within like a month or so, and honestly, it kind of sucks. The last thing I do want to go on about really briefly here is this frog. Now, this frog was never a character in the show, but he always just was the thing that was used to carry all these characters. So the kind of idea was this was just like their little home. Now, everyone being stored on top of each other like they were, it's kind of weird to these guys. They honestly deserve way more than that. But they're meant for 5-year-olds, so they probably won't be displayed in my room for a while from here on out. But anyway, if you guys saw through this segment, you might become my best friend, because you apparently care way more about a child's inner mythos and how they fantasize as bathtub puppets than actual real puppets from the show Jack's Big Music Show. Speaking of which, let's get back to it, talking about the second season of Jack's Big Music Show. Woof!
Get ready for your solo. Right after this, it's Jack's Big Music Show. Time to play when we come back.
It's time to play with Nick Jr. When kids groove with Jack and Friends, they expand their awareness of musical instruments and styles and rock out to a music appreciation curriculum.
On January 6, 2007, the first episode of the second season of the show finally premiered. The episode Snow Day. Now, this was not the production order of the season, but as we did with season 1, we're going to be going in the order of release and the order of the episodes aired in. So, starting with Snow Day. Snow Day is probably just a bog standard episode if I had to describe it. But it's very simple in concept. Jack and Tuna want to have a Hawaiian beach party. Singing the song "Gonna Have a Beach Party" at the beginning of the episode. Mel prepares a quote-unquote sand machine to make sand for the party. Yeah, you can already tell where this is going. Instead of making sand, it makes snow because of a malfunction. So, snow just comes everywhere. Did you not acknowledge how cold the snow probably has to be at this point? Well, in addition to that, snow is actually made out of just paper, which is actually pretty funny, which kind of just makes the snow look unconvincing in my eyes. But I think it's just kind of impressive to see the amount that was there in the first place. So, the group now needs to figure out how to get rid of all the snow, and most of the shenanigans come up with them trying to figure out how to do that. An example being them blowing a snowball to try to plug the constantly spewing a sand machine, which eventually just leads to the snowball shooting out and bursting against a wall, which causes more snow. which causes more snow. I could imagine this episode was tough to film just because of all the snow, just because of all the paper cups that are around filling up the set. The show does try to have some fun with this, like for example, it has penguins come into the door for no reason. They also have one of the music videos be about polar bears. The eventual solution comes when Prudence the music genie comes through the door and sings the song Wiki Wiki Helle Helle. This song is basically a magic song, basically to make the snow go away. And by the way, yes, that is Snow Sis. With the snow gone, Prudence, the penguins, and Jack's Tornado end up having a reprise of the Gonna Have a Beach Party song, and they end up having a beach party. Going into the guest stars episode, this episode is quite a hefty couple. First off, we once again have Prudence the music genie. Prudence as just like in the last appearance, was really cheerful, and while he has a small cameo, it was really delightful to see her again. And I am glad that this isn't even her last appearance, as she does make one more. Genuinely, she's just a welcome presence to have whenever she's in an episode. Next up, we got All the Squirrel. Comes in for a quick gag about coming in for a beach party, but then having all the snow everywhere, making him getting thrown out the door with his surfboard. And then coming back into the very end of the episode with his snow gear, but by that time the beach party already is back and all the snow is gone. Also, this is the second episode where he's played by John Kennedy, which just means he sounds like Sheldon.
Oh, nuts.
Finally, we have the Penguins. There are 3 of them in total, and they are performed by John Kennedy, Tim Legacy, and Vicky Venstra. I think the puppets are really cute, and while yes, they kind of just play a background role, they're a nice touch to the episode, and I think the biggest thing that actually reminds me of, and this might be really random, but there was a single episode of Wow Wow Wubsy where it just snowed for no reason, and the Penguins showed up for quick gags. You can tell I don't remember this episode all that well, but I remember it decently in my head because I watched Wow Wow Wubsy quite often when I was younger as well. And with that, let's move on to the songs of the episode. The original Gonna Have a Beach Party that plays at the beginning is actually really good. I think it has a really unique beat to it and it has an amazing start to the season and episode. Single Winter Song is a song by the Twisted Quartet and is probably one of the best. Seriously, this one has such a fun beat. It goes fucking crazy with the lyrics. I love this song. Wiki Wiki Helle Helle is just, let's say, a weird song. It's just a little odd and out there. That's really about it. 7 out of 10. I think it's a pretty decent song, but it's a little out there. That's really about it. The reprise of Gonna Have a Beach Party that plays at the end of the episode is also, it's actually a lot better than the original. The reason why is because of the extra instruments added by Prudence and the Penguins. And overall, just a little bit of extra stuff allows it to come all together and to be a lot bit better of a finish and a really good song. Next up, then we have the music videos. First up is Mahalo, which ends up trying a lot more than other music videos. And this seems to be a kind of a trend for this season. Well, yes, for season 1 they seem to be basic pace breakers within the episode, kind of just interrupting whatever flow the episode had just for a quick musical number. It actually does feel a lot more natural here. In addition to that, the music videos actually do seem to be pretty good, and I actually do enjoy quite a few of them. This one is no exception. Mahalo is one of Mary Bochner's best songs in terms of rhythm and melody, and lyrics too. And plus, like I said before, the music video does try a lot more with the visuals than a lot of others from season 1. So it does set a really nice precedence for the future. And the second music video of the episode is just called Polar Bear, performed by The Quiet 2. Polar Bear itself is a pretty good song. It has a unique rhythm to it, and it does have some really nice visuals with kids being dressed up in polar bear costumes. So it actually does end up being quite cute. 9 out of 10. The Quiet 2, on their own, are some of the most interesting bands ever performed in the show. First off, they are probably the most obscure band ever performed on the show. The band only really put out one album before and after the show aired, so this is one of their really only songs, and they're probably not a very well-known pair in the first place. But even so, they still made the song work really well. And I think that's my piece on this episode. It gets an 8 out of 10 for just being unique and clever. I think quite frankly, well, yes, it is very basic for this show. I like what they did with it, and I think it's a lot of fun, and a really good season premiere as well. Season 2, Episode 2, Leonard the Country Squirrel. This episode starts a trend for the rest of the season. The idea that the plot of an episode revolves around a problem of the episode's guest star. This is an episode formula originally started in the first season with the episodes of Little Bad Wolf and the Music Monster. But the formula was revised and then done a lot more for the second season. This being one of 5 times it is done. The other 5 times it is done. The others 5 times it is done. The others being the next episodes, Monkey the Alien, Episode 5, Phil the Cuckoo Bird, Episode 9, Groundhog Day, and finally Episode 13, Jack and the Beanstalk. Starting with Leonard the Country Squirrel, of course, I really do like this episode, and I think it all comes down to this episode's guest star and overall plot centerpiece. Leonard the Country Squirrel, played by Matt Vogel. Leonard is a new squirrel moving to Jack's neighborhood. He is from out of the country and misses his old home on the farm, specifically his junk band jamborees. These were parties that he held at his home farm, where all the music were produced by homemade instruments, which gave the party its own style. Leonard unfortunately misses the idea of going to these parties now that he's out of the country. Jack and the Tornette want to cheer him up, so they propose that they hold a junk band jamboree inside their clubhouse. Leonard takes them up on this offer, and he teaches them how to hold one. And from there, the crew deck out the clubhouse in Wild West theming and hold a junk band jamboree. Leonard brings over his mom, played by Cheerio Blaylock, and the 5 end up jamming together, with Leonard eating the other squirrels from Jack's neighborhood, with the exceptions of Sheldon and Earl. This allows Leonard to go from a sad squirrel who missed his home and friends to a happy squirrel who had gained some new friends and was able to have fun on a new home turf. His mom also ended up enjoying the party. As previously mentioned, she's played by Cheerio Blaylock, and I don't really think she's all that special, but she is unique for being the only really parent of a character, especially of a puppet character, to actually get real dialogue in that episode. I mentioned this way back in the secondary characters section, but this is quite the rarity for the series, so it is notable in that aspect. From here, let's go into the individual songs for the episode. First up, we got Found Sounds by Jack Tornette. I feel like this episode is a little too on the nose for the episode it's in. Like, come on! Jack and the Tornette happen to hold a party where you make your own instrument out of household appliances on the same day that they are playing a song with found sounds that they have found around the clubhouse. It's too much of a coincidence for me, and to be completely real here, it's not even a song I really enjoy that much, so it makes that kind of fact about it even more annoying to me. Not that it's super bad, and it is charming to listen to, kind of, but honestly, the song never really stuck out to me, and yeah, it's one of my least favorite openers of the series. 6.5 out of 10. Then we have I Am a Sad Squirrel by Leonard the Country Squirrel, featuring Jack Tornette. This song isn't really much of anything. It's very simple and only really has the goal of telling the audience about Leonard's plight and the fact that he is a sad squirrel at this point. At that, it does its job, but it's not really much more than that, so I can't really give it many more points. A 6.5 out of 10. Then we have Farm Song by Lloyd Buckner. This isn't my least favorite Lloyd Buckner track, but it's definitely up there. It just has that typical kiddie demeanor that a lot of Lloyd's lower level tracks typically have. And as you guys might expect, this is the reason why I don't like it that much. It's always pretty coherent and fun, but honestly, I can't really like this personally. I will say this about it though. I do think a kid would really like this song, and to be honest, that was probably the only goal in the first place. It has that vibe of a song for 4-year-olds, and it might be a little too much for me. I get why a 4-year-old would like it. For me, it's a 5 out of 10, although I can see you raising it to a 6 out of 10 if you want. Personally, for me, I'm sticking by the 5 out of 10 ratio, but I can acknowledge always that this song probably just ain't for my age demographic. Then we have Wood Junk Band by Jack Tornette, featuring Leonard the Country Squirrel. This is the episode's first snag, and it's a really good song. It hits the similar notes to the song. It's fun to invent your own instrument, while from Sheldon the Grumpy Squirrel. With both songs being made up of homemade instruments, and they had to make this song stick out on its own. And I do think it does a good job of that. It has a very different style to it, despite it being of a very similar concept to that first song. And generally I've always loved listening to it. I wouldn't call it the highlight of the episode because we have one more song that I think is much better than it, but it always stuck out from this episode. So 10 out of 10. Then we have No Good Reason Party by the Dirty Sock Funtime Band. This is probably my favorite track of theirs from the series, and honestly, there's no contest. I really love the lyrics and the melody, and the song's overall just fun. I don't think there's really much more to it. A 10 out of 10. Then we have the Jack's Big Music Show Junk Band Jamboree by Jack Turner featuring Leonard the Country Squirrel, his mom, and the other squirrels. Oh, this is my personal favorite song in the episode, and it's basically a no contest because of the melody combination here. This song is basically just everyone playing their heart out, and I love it. It's one of the best finales in the entire series, finale songs in the entire series, and brings the episode to an amazing close. So I really do like it. Then we have, finally we have I Am a Happy Squirrel, by Leonard the Country Squirrel featuring Jax Tournette. And this is simply, you can call this a reprise or an addition to the previous, to I Am a Sad Squirrel, but it's basically just an opposite type song to allow the episode to come to a nice narrative close. Well, yeah, so I would probably give it the same, it's about a 7 out of 10. It has the same problems I have with I Am a Sad Squirrel, but I do like it a little bit more because I like how it brings the episode to a really nice close, and I do think it is a necessary song to have because I don't think this episode would come to such a nice close without it. So honestly, I think it evens out quite nicely. This episode gets a 9 out of 10, and honestly is a huge standout from the season. I think the reason why it's not a 10 for me is because of the early songs in the episode. Before we get to We're a Junk Band, this episode is driven by Leonard the Country Squirrel's problem and Leonard the Country Squirrel's presence and nothing else. And honestly, if I wasn't so motivated by Leonard himself, I don't think I would like this episode in general. But it evens out, and the rest of the episode hits all the right marks. So honestly, I don't really think it matters too much. So this episode gets a 9 out of 10, and I like it. And it's one of my favorites from the season, even if there was definitely a much higher tier to go for, and this season definitely hits much higher highs than the first season. So while yes, this might be in the lower end of that, it's still one of my favorites of the series, and I've always enjoyed it. Season 2, Episode 3, Spunky the Alien. Wow, now we had quite the crazy episode. Yeah, in this episode, Jack and the crew meet an alien from another planet. And a planet that we unfortunately don't get a name for. It's kind of just another planet in the solar system where Jack is from. But generally, that's the kind of info we get here. First off, we get a diagram of the solar system, which is just a whole bunch of planets. So it's different from our world, and we get introduced to Spunky, who is just basically an alien. Even he says it himself, which is honestly quite racist to himself. Spunky is played by Joey Mazzarino. Spunky, similar to Leonard, is quite the fun character. He brings a lot of nuance to this episode. It's like bringing on a alien instrument known as the fleabook, basically a cross between a guitar and a horn. I actually think this is quite clever, bringing over a completely unique instrument to the specific character. And the sound it makes is quite unique as well. It's pretty cool that the sound it actually makes is from mixing different instruments together to make a unique sound, which I really do like the idea of. Basically, Spunky crash lands on Earth inside Jack's clubhouse, which makes literally no sense because one, he rings the fucking doorbell, and two, when the door opens, he literally just flies in on his UFO. I don't know how this thing was able to stay up long enough in order for him to do that, but whatever. It also makes you question how high the doorbell is, but alright. After he crash lands in Jack's clubhouse, Mel says that he can fix the spaceship. Which makes no sense. Mel is a normal dog in this world. How the fuck does he know how to navigate an alien circuit board? Regardless, because Mel is fucking psychic, he does end up finding out that the spaceship doesn't have any fuel left. After working through all of this shit. Make your ships less complicated and you don't have to do all the goddamn work. This leads to them singing a song to power up the 6 fuel banks. Basically, the loud and high sounds, which is generally what this episode is trying to teach children about. It's loud and soft sounds, which is basically what this episode is trying to teach the kids about. After singing a song to get the thing powered up, literally that's what the song's called, Gotta Power Up, Spunky is able to head back to his home planet, and through a broadcast on their fucking TV, and I don't even really need to go over this one. When Jack and Nicole are able to watch him perform in a Fleetwood concert, which is Fleetwood band on his alien home planet. Yes, Jack and the crew can see an alien broadcast from their human TV. Or Mel's music machine, I guess it is just that crazy. So maybe Mel knew how to navigate an alien circuit board, so maybe he just knew this alien race. I have a secret theory. Mel's about 1 billion years old, and he knows about aliens and all this stupid stuff, and he's just disguised as a normal dog to keep us amused. But really, he's a secret green dog. That is why he's different from everything else. I'm going fucking crazy! Okay, I gotta breathe. Let's just get into the guest stars in this episode. Aside from Spunky, a whole bunch of other alien characters are made for the supporting cast, though they don't really get to do much. Not too much. We see puppets for his parents, who are puppeteered by both Tim Legacy and Frank Will, and the members of his alien band, puppeteered by Frankie Cordero, Jim Krupa, and Judy Sladke. They kind of just work as secondary cast for him, but I really do like how he's even given other characters to ones as motivators, even if they're very simple ones at that. To the individual songs of the episode, first up we have Yo 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 by Jax Tournette. This song isn't really much of anything. It's one of the most simple songs in the show's library, but it works decently as an opener for the episode, and that's really all you need sometimes. 7.5 out of 10. Next up we have My Fleetwood Song. It was sung by Spunky and Jax Tournette. This one is really good. Like I said before, the Fleetwood has a very unique sound to it. And honestly, I think Jack and the Tournette are actually able to create a nice background to it as well. This song is a definite 10 out of 10 just for its uniqueness alone. Next up, we got Rocket Ship by the Mighty Weaklings featuring Mel the Dog. This one is quite fun. I love the walk melody to it, and generally speaking, I love the music video. It's honestly one of my favorites when it comes down to visual design. Also, Mel just making a cameo appearance. Pretty neat if you ask me. Then we have Rocket Ship 1 by Lloyd Buckner. This song is just pretty fun, both its melody and visual design. I don't think its lyrics are all that special, but I'm always able to jam to this one, so I gave it a 10 out of 10 regardless. Then we Gotta Power Up by Jax Tournette featuring Spunky the Alien. This song has a really good melody to it, but definitely overstays its welcome just a little bit. It is enough for me to squeak out a 10 out of it, but it definitely is a lower level 10 in my opinion. And not that I don't like the song or anything, but it keeps on repeating itself constantly and doesn't really have much differentiation between its different verses, and doesn't really have any consistent, I guess you can say, power to it. So generally speaking, it does get a 10 out of 10, but it's still part of the lower end of that spectrum. Then we have We Love the Flavor by Spunky's band. Now, generally speaking, this band doesn't have an actual name, but I personally took to calling them the Slinky Fleabers in my notes. Generally, Slinky is actually a thing that Spunky says throughout the episode as a catchphrase, so I thought it would kind of fit for the band's name, as a part of the band's name. Either way, We Love the Fleaber is probably my favorite piece in the episode. It's very wacky and zany and really fun.
It actually takes the flavor sound melody out of it. Not just one this time, but several flavors, and even a form of flavor drums in the background. Anyway speaking, it's just super enjoyable, and I really do like it for a finale piece of the episode. A full-on 10 out of 10.
And yeah, this episode gets a lot of points for just being very creative. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense. And if it's fun and imaginative and enjoyable, then it feels like a typical puppet production. And it also feels like this show. It's like this show. This really feels like them expanding what they could do with the narrative, and I really did enjoy it. Wait, this episode is definitely one of the series' best, and it is a recommendation for me. Season 2, Episode 4, Jack Bunny. We rounded it back to the episode that the pilot was based off of. At least what it was allegedly based off of. I still barely believe that, but to be honest here, this episode's still really great despite that, and it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. This episode, though named after Jack's music show, this episode kind of serves as a homage to Jack's music's original inspiration, which I mentioned earlier as the Jack Benny Show. As I previously described it, the Jack Benny Show is basically a sketch comedy show. And a show that David Rudman had watched quite a bit when he was younger. This episode kind of serves to pay homage to it, as I previously stated, mimicking a lot of its style and paying tribute to a lot of old 1900s film, silent films, and overall just the craft in general in terms of the kind of stuff that was made back in those times. The main part of this episode is that Mel shows off his magical abilities by making magical instruments appeal, and then advertises that he's gonna make a bugle bunny appeal. However, Jack unfortunately gets in the way of the blast, turning him into a bugle bunny. So the entire episode, Jack is unfortunately a bugle bunny, and Melly and Mel have to try to chase him around and try to get him to stay in one place. This eventually leads to Mary accidentally turning Mel into a bugle bunny, and now she feels kind of screwed. She kind of just hopelessly tries to turn them back until fittingly enough, Prudence the Music Genie comes over in her final appearance in the series. With her being a bit magical, she actually knows how to deal with bugle bunnies, with her singing the song The Hop. It basically being a bugle bunny dance that allows Mary to get them under control, allowing her to finally blow the horn on them and turn them back into the normal Jack and Mel. And from there, Mel is also able to summon a real bugle bunny, this one being puppeteered by Matt Vogel. As a species, I do think the bugle bunnies are pretty cute. I don't think they're all that special, but they're just kind of cute. Now, why would I call this episode such a homage to those old 1900s style films and TV shows? Well, let's go into the different songs so I can show you guys why. Starting with Mel, the musical magical magician. First off, this is a song you guys have probably heard a lot because I played it a lot during the early sections of the video, and it's also part of Mel's medley as well. This song basically just describes everything about Mel to me. It's really zany. It's really zany, promotes Mel's kind of odd and weird demeanor, and it is overall just quite fun. It really is the only song in the entire series I would call Mel's centerpiece song. It's genuinely a song all about Mel. A full 10 out of 10. Then we have Music Box by Laurie Berkner. Honestly, my third favorite Laurie Berkner track, and my favorite Laurie Berkner track of the second season. I think it just comes down to the fun rhythm of this one. It sticks out compared to a lot of the other songs Laurie has made before this and after, though with its slow pace and charming lyrics, and honestly I've always enjoyed listening to this one. Then we have One After Bugle Bunny by the Switzerland Quartet. Not only is this a really amazing song with some really fun lyrics and music composition, but it also the visuals that are shown during the song is pays homage to those old 1900s style films and TV shows, with the characters chasing after Jack the Bugle Bunny in a instead of footage reminiscent of those old style of films. In this way, I would argue that this song was a full. But this wasn't quartet also being inspired by the Sportsman Quartet from the Jack Benny Show. I think it's pretty clear what the goal was here: strike a unique balance between their version of this band and paying homage to the original that inspired this version. Then we have one. So in that way, it gets a total 10 out of 10, not only because I like it on its own, but also it pays inspiration in a pretty cool way. Then we have Wombo Lombo by Angelique Kidjo. Honestly, this song is surprisingly charming to me. From the beginning, I didn't really think I liked this one all that much, but it really did grow on me as I rewatched this episode again and again. And again, it has a unique style to it. I think it's very fun, and yeah, I don't really think there's much to my opinions on this one, and I just enjoy its style when I listen to it. 8 out of 10. Then we have The Hop by Prudence and Mary. This is just a fun closing to the episode. The style of music is actually very reminiscent of the old style, of that 1900s style I was mentioning earlier. So this is another song that serves to pay tribute to that. Either way though, while yes, the song isn't perfect, it's still one of my favorites, and I really do like it as a closure. 8 out of 10. And overall, the episode Jack Bunny gets a 10 out of 10. I personally like it for its weird zany nature and its overall charm. I'd argue it is the most charming episode in the show's run. It really does promote the show's fantasy element, also showing the kind of show Jack's music show really is. Even with how far we are in, it might seem like a bog standard at first, but honestly, I always think this one's fun to revisit, and has just enough to it to stick out. Season 2, Episode 5, Phil the Cuckoo Bird. Honestly, one of my least favorite episodes in the series, and you might come to see why very quickly once they actually introduce this episode's plot. Similar to other episodes within the season, it revolves around its guest star Phil the Cuckoo Bird, played by Eric Jacobson. Phil is a cuckoo bird who is getting prepped to perform the cuckoo dance on live television. However, he does not know how to do it and is absolutely terrible at it. However, Jack actually knows the cuckoo dance quite well because he watched it last year. With Jack only being 6 years old, I'm surprised that a 5-year-old actually has the memory to know something that happened annually, probably just once if I had to guess. Either way, Jack and the Turner attempt to teach Phil the Cuckoo Bird how to do the cuckoo dance, which kind of just leads to a lot of antics. That's the best way I can put it. And this is where Phil's quirks, as I'll put it, and it kind of just get exploited. They're funny on occasion, but he's mostly a constant annoyance throughout the episode. So a lot of the time when he does talk, it feels like his segments won't end. It really is not like the performance itself. I don't really like the voice, and I don't really think the writing does it any favors. I think it comes down to them trying way too hard to make Phil comic relief, but not actually give him anything to make me want to root for him. Unlike Spunky the Alien and Leonard the Country Squirrel from previous episodes. He is probably the first time I didn't care for a guest star in Jack's music show, and that's pretty sad. Anyway, Phil is eventually able to get the dance down, mostly thanks to the Schwartzman Quartet, which leads to him performing the cuckoo dance on live television with his cuckoo family, and then that's it for the episode. It's a very simple plot that doesn't really have much to go on about, so let's just move on to the individual songs. Starting with the Twisty Twist by Jacques Tourneur. This episode's only 10 out of 10 song. Yes, our opening banger is the only song that gets a 10 for me in this episode. I still like the song a lot, but it's one of the more basic 10s in the show. It's very basic, doesn't have many lyrics, but is more getting its 10 for its melody, and the quick way it introduces the episode. It's pretty fun, but honestly, the song doesn't even fit with the episode itself. Yeah, you could say it's a wacky dance and everything, but it's not really specific for the episode, and because of that, you could probably just confuse it for another episode's opener. Next up, we have Move Your Feet by David Weinstone.
This song is basically like one of those songs that a music teacher would put up for the kids to get down with, and it isn't even all that good. It's okay enough, getting a 7 out of 10, and you can get down with it, but I don't really think it does much for itself for me to really like it. So that's where it stands for me.
Then we have The Cuckoo Bird Keeps Falling Down by the Switzerland Quartet. This one is pretty neat and I like the rhythm for it, but honestly I don't have much more to say about it. It's still pretty fun and gets an 8 out of 10, but there just isn't much more to it.
Then we have Who's That by Lori Buckner. This is another one of Lori's songs that I just don't really like that much because it's really formulaic and kiddish. It is. I think it's better than others, but it still ain't really my cup of tea. 7 out of 10.
Then we have The Cuckoo Dance by Phil and the Cuckoo Birds. This song is neat for the episode's closing, but there isn't really much more to it. However, one thing I would like to talk about from the song is the shot composition, more specifically this shot of the Cuckoo Bird trees. Yeah, to put it bluntly, this is a very complicated shot that isn't actually that complicated. Let me explain. This is basic speculation, but I think I know how they did this shot. They did not have 20 Cuckoo Bird puppets. They made 5, including Phil himself. Then they filled them all doing once. Then they green screened and multiplied them upon a prop that they had made, and through some digital composition, they were able to repeat the frames and make all the Cuckoo Birds look like they're dancing in sync. Don't believe me?
Pay attention to these two Cuckoo Birds. Notice how they move very similarly and they look almost exactly the same. Then look at the rest of the tree and see that the same Cuckoo Bird is duplicated several different times across the branches. Which basically means they filmed and isolated all 5 Cuckoo Bird puppets they made for this, and then copy and pasted them across the background.
Phil specifically was designed so that way he can stick out amongst all these other Cuckoo Birds, which I do think is pretty neat. Anyway, this episode gets a 7 out of 10. It's still an enjoyable watch on a basic level, and I don't think the episode's insufferable, and at least has a nice coherent narrative, so it is better than an episode like Silly Show, but honestly, it's not an episode I particularly like to rewatch all that much, and it always has been my least favorite from the second season. It's still pretty decent and still has its moments, but honestly, there isn't much more to it than it just being a pretty decent episode at best, and that's pretty unfortunate considering the rest of season 2. Season 2, Episode 6, Jack's Big Oops. Alright, now we got another contender for simple Jack and Mary stories done right. This episode starts off with Jack and Mel playing a song about strings, basically introducing that this episode is all about the string class of instruments. And then Mary comes over with a unique instrument called the hammer dulcimer, which is actually a real instrument. She unfortunately forgot the little hammers used to play it, so she goes home to get them really quickly. Which really makes you question how far her house is from the clubhouse, but that's besides the point. Jack is excited with anticipation to figure out what this thing would sound like before he trips and slow motionly lets it break. Yeah, the hammer dulcimer is broken, and Jack is worried about telling Mary because obviously this was her thing, and he broke it. He feels really guilty. So, what does he do? He hides in the piano, because that's what Jack does when he's scared. That piano is literally his safe spot. It's funny, but not really. Anyway, the Switzerland Quartet do end up helping in this regard, as they come over singing the song Just Tell the Truth, which encourages Jack to tell the truth, which thankfully he does. Now, any other show would probably do the exact opposite and have Jack lie about it to Mary's face. But no, Jack is honest. He's honest. That's why I love these two. However, how they fix this problem, okay, screw me. This, you're going to have to sit down. Are you sitting? Are you laying down, perhaps? Whoa. Well, if you're standing, sit down. Just sit down for this one. Mel is asked if he could fix it. He can't fix it. But what he can do is find a little note inside the hammer dulcimer's hole. this little note says to call upon Dr. Strings by singing the tune String, String, a Ding, Ding a ton of times.
String, string, a ding, ding. 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 Who is it?
Anyway, Dr. Strings, played by Andrew Bird, is basically a god. No. He's a god. Like, he's fucking a god. Through playing music, he magically fixes his hair dulcimer that looked basically unfixable. And that's what happens. Literally. Fucking magic, this thing is fixed. So, yeah, in that sense, yes, it is a nice ending. I just don't like how magic-y this is. I don't know, I know it's the show style and everything, but seriously, you really have to suspend your disbelief for this one. Anyway, this episode's great otherwise. 10 out of 10 for sure. Let's move on to the individual songs. Next, first up we got Strings by Jack and Mel. A strong opener for the episode that showcases a variety of string instruments. Too many to list here. 10 out of 10. Then we got What Else Have I Got to Lose by J. Walter Hawks. This is just a nice jazzy tune about taking risk. There's not much more to it. 9 out of 10. Then we got Just Tell the Truth by the Switzerland Quartet, which has got to be contender for their best song in terms of message. This song basically just drives the whole episode home. And who better to sing it than these two? 10 out of 10. Then we got Thunder by Nothing But Strings. Well, they're correct about one thing. This song is only strings. It's basically these two wild black dudes playing the violin like it's the second coming of Christ. It's crazy. I don't even really know how to describe it. They're just going mad shit crazy with the violins here. I love it. 10 out of 10. Then we got String String a Ding Ding by Jack Sonat featuring Dr. Strings. As a song itself, I do like it. It has a unique tune to it and has a very zany feel to it, which brings the episode to a nice close. Despite how weird it is, and please, whatever you do, if you ever make a season 3 of this show, do not ever never name an episode, a song, a location, anything String a String a Ding Ding. Just don't. Just fucking don't. And yeah, that's this episode. A 10 out of 10. It's just a really nice one with a really nice message, with a really good message for kids. It's honest about it. It's so much different than other shows who have done this topic before, who would, like I said before, not have Jack be honest. But he is, and because of that, I love our boy. And I love how Jack and Mel are able to make up because of Jack's honesty. That's the real lesson of this episode. Be honest. Don't lie. Unless you're doing it to subvert expectations. I won't judge you. Well, okay. Depends on the circumstance.
And of course, I fix violins.
Season 2, Episode 7, Jack's Big Orchestra. If Season 1 needed a finale, that's this episode. And yes, it is the 7th episode of Season 2, but this episode might as well be the finale to Season 1. It's probably the most ambitious episode in the series, if I had to call it. Essentially, Jack introduces his dream in this episode, to conduct an orchestra. Something that was never mentioned throughout the rest of the series, but it's kind of common with Jack, actually, if his fanboyism for the King of Swing has anything to say about it. Anyway, Millie and Mel catch on to this and think it'd be really cool if they get together in an orchestra, because they know a lot of musical friends. These include the Little Bad Wolf, Sheldon the Grumpy Squirrel, Henry Monster, also the musical Bugs from Bug Love, and the Mama and Baby Bongo Bird from the Bongo Bird episode, along with a whole bunch of extra squirrels. Initially, the official count was 8 squirrels as of this window shot, but then shrinks down to just 3 in this shot, and then goes up till 6 in this shot. Yeah, the number of squalls they end up inviting to this thing shrinks between shots, which assumes that they locked at least 2 squalls outside, like assholes, and they just had to deal with it. With some of these squalls actually appearing in Land of the Country Squall, I guess you could technically assume that these are the same squalls. However, this episode kind of ignores all the Season 2 guest stars, which really makes me think it has to take place before every other episode in Season 2. Speaking of that little discrepancy, see, the main reason why those characters aren't in this episode is because of when this episode was filmed. This episode was filmed much before any of those episodes from Season 2, and was probably just an obligation by the film crew, since they were getting all the old voice actors back to act for new roles, so they thought they all booked them on the same day, so that way they can apply as their roles as everyone. Because of that, all these characters hit all the same notes they did earlier. Anyway, Billy and Mel spend the episode trying to hide the fact that they are trying to design an orchestra behind his back as a surprise. They do this by subverting Jack's expectation of where his conductor's baton is, which he spends the entire episode searching for. Mel makes him search through his musical trunk while the crew gets everything ready, but even something that big and effectively bottomless can't keep Jack distracted forever. He eventually becomes very suspicious of what Mary and Mel are plotting. Initially, Mel gets Jack to walk into his house, asking for his drawer, which gives the crew just enough time to let everyone, for the most part, in, but then he walks back in 2 seconds later. I'm just gonna play this entire sequence. It might be a little long, but I'd argue it's this episode's biggest highlight when it comes down to comedy.
Oh, Mousy boy!
It's Jack! Duck! Not you, Mel. Jack, good afternoon.
Hello, Mary. Say, Mel, I went through every instrument in your trunk and the baton wasn't in there.
Gosh, where could it possibly be? We really, really need you to find it, Jack.
What's that, Mel? You remember exactly where my baton is? In the drawer in my room? Of course, yes!
Okay, everyone. Okay, come on, this way. Coming, Mary. Come on. Here we go. Yeah, over here. Here we go. Yeah, you guys too. Come on. Is that everybody? Okay, this way, everyone. Hurry. Is everybody here?
Mousy boy!
It's Jack again. Hide! Hide. Over here. Wait, excuse me. All right, this way.
Pardon me. Looking for a hiding spot.
You can go,
Say, Mel? Was that my sock drawer or my underwear drawer? Oh, my sock drawer. Thank you, Mel. What are you two up to?
Nothing.
You two seem like you're up to something. Okay, well, gotta get my baton.
Anyway, he eventually does find it and see the entire orchestra setup that Mary and Mel were able to put up for Jack. A real orchestra for him to play in. Pretty neat. Which makes this episode end on a really nice climax of them playing an orchestra. This event feeling like a big culmination of all the different guest stars, characters throughout Season 1, which is the main reason why I would take to calling this Season 1's pseudo finale. It combines all the elements from all the previous episodes, which is essentially what a finale is supposed to do. With that, let's move on to the individual songs for the episode. We have a conductor of an orchestra by Jack. This is one of Jack's few solo tracks, and I really do like it. It has quite the unique sound to it. I like how the picture in the background is animated, and I think it's a fun episode opener. 10 out of 10. Then we have the 2 music videos. First off, Sneaks by Louis Buckner. One of Louis' most memorable songs. It's actually quite unique compared to the rest of a Cowboy, and is one of my favorites from the library. A 10 out of 10. Then we have Super Spies by the Dirty Sock Fun Time Band. Another one of those very unique songs by them, another 10 out of 10. And there are technically 2 more songs in this episode, but they are not originals. Unfortunately, these are the 2 orchestra tracks. We have the Can Can by Jack Keek, Often Beach, and La Gaza La Joie Overture by Giacchino Wazzani. Both of these are classical orchestra tracks that were in public domain by the time they were used in the episode. This probably is done because actually having an orchestra perform orchestra tracks would have been pretty complicated. So they thought it would make more sense to utilize songs that were in public domain. I think this is kind of disappointing just because we know this show is really good at originals and it's able to make clever workarounds and make individual songs work. So I personally just think it's kind of disappointing that they just licensed 2 tracks. Furthermore, this is the only time this show uses somewhat licensed music, so it makes it even more unfortunate. It's fine for the montage scene because no music is actually being played by the characters in this scene. It's just a simple song used to showcase how the orchestra is set up, and in that way it works. And then there's the one that Jack conducts. This is the La Gaza La Joie Overture. The song sounds nice, but I personally would have much rather them make an original song out of it. You don't maybe just combine a bunch of different instruments together. And this is not a huge orchestra or anything. They probably could have just made a sound alike that sounds like an orchestra. I feel like it came down to 2 things. Either A, they made a sound alike, or B, they were going to use a public domain song. They picked public domain probably to make it sound more authentic. But to me, it just makes the song stick out compared to the rest of the show's library. Not to say they're bad songs by any means, they're just licensed, which disappoints me personally. Either way, talking about this episode overall, it is a really nice sentiment. Seeing all the people that Jack and Antoinette help, not only as now musicians, but also helping Mary and Mel with a favor and playing alongside them, I think it is quite fun. I also think it's fun seeing all these characters play instruments, especially characters such as Henry and the Little Bad Wolf, who were barely unfamiliar with the concept of music during their episodes, but yet they were able to play along with the group. There's also Sheldon the Grumpy Squirrel, who flat out hated music in his episode. But this episode actually implies that Balaam's lullaby, allowing him to finally sleep, gave him a new perspective on music, which is a really nice hint of character growth for him. Anyway, this episode gets a 10 out of 10 for honestly everything. Like the scale, how much fun the episode is. The only reason why I would probably dock it points is the use of licensed songs, but I think they go along pretty decently and probably were used to the best of their ability anyway, so I don't really think it hurts the episode all too much. If anything, it's just something really noticeable. That's really about it. Anyway, like I said before, this episode gets a 10 out of 10, one of the most unique in the show's library, and a personal favorite of mine. Season 2, Episode 8, Scat Cat. Welcome to one of my favorite episodes of the series, and that is not an exaggeration. Let's just start with this episode's guest star, Scat Cat, played by Stephanie DeBusso. Yes, that's Stephanie DeBusso. But known for playing Uma and Ubi, Stephanie DeBusso makes not 1, but 2 guest appearances on the show. Also playing Gertrude the Groundhog in the next episode. Scat Cat is honestly just a joy to have around. She's very fun and energetic and brings a really nice bundle of energy to the episode. Her and Mel have some really nice scenes together and you can definitely see their bond. I think it's by far one of the best relationships in the show that isn't Jack and Mary, and that's not an understatement either. Genuinely, these two work really well as a dynamic duo, and honestly, I ship them. Don't look at me weird. I'm sure you'd ship them too if you see them for more than 2 minutes. Oh, you don't believe me? Okay, here's them being cute together for 2 minutes.
Mel! Chickaroo, hullabaloo, rub, rub, rub. Boola, boola, boola. Animal music camp. Oh man, it's great to see you, Mel. Hey, I think you got a little bit taller. Yep, I'm growing my whiskers out. Do you like them? Do I want to sing our scat song, Mel? Oh yeah, baby! Pictures from Animal Music Camp? Oh, baby, I've got to see those. Hey, there we are, the first day of camp, singing the camp song. Chickaroo, hullabaloo, ruff, ruff, ruff. Boola, 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 animal music camp.
I don't get it. What's so funny about those camp pictures?
Hey, here we are when we made up our wiggle dance. I know, we cracked everyone up. They all just loved our wiggle dance.
Say, what's the wiggle dance?
Are you kidding, Mel? I'd love to do the wiggle dance now. Wiggle, 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 jump. Wiggle, 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 hop. Wiggle, 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 rough. Wiggle, 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 stop. Chickaroo, hullabaloo, ruff, ruff, ruff. Boola, 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 animal music camp. Hey, Mel. Tag, you're it. Bye, Mel. See you next summer at Chickaroo, hullabaloo, ruff, ruff, ruff. Boola, 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 animal music camp.
Okay, now that that's settled, let's actually get into the episode. So Scat Cat comes over from Animal Music Camp and starts scatting and tatting. Basically a form of quick lyrics through a kind of rap type tune that actually kind of works for me. I know I mentioned back in Mel's Super Slow Dance Party that I just don't like rap, and honestly, and I still don't, but Scat Cat scatting and tatting, I don't know, I think it just works for me. Trust me, there's more things to praise in this episode. Throughout the episode, Jack is very eager to meet Scat Cat, however is constantly ignored by her. But not intentionally, mind you, but in the way that she came there for Mel specifically. There were several points in the episode where Jack tries to talk to Scat about scatting and tatting, as he wants to learn how to do it, but Mel then just interrupts him. This makes Jack kind of feel closed up, not really being able to interact with everyone else, and even during the Wiggle song with the Swisson Quartet and even Mary joining in on the fun, Jack is just simply left dumbfounded, not knowing the ability to join in. This leads to Mary finding him on a piano. Now, initially speaking, Mary just starts talking about Scat to Jack. However, Jack is being kind of mellow about it. Mary notices that he's feeling blue, so she tries to console him. Get it? Because he's a blue puppet? Okay, I guess it's not that good of a pun, but still, I thought it was good. Anyway, Mary then goes to play on the piano, one of the best songs this entire show's won. In fact, no, the best song in this show's won. This is not hyperbole. This is the best song in this show's won. Super Duper Super Swell Friends is just one of the most heartfelt songs this entire show's won. It has a really nice message, a really nice tune to it. It doesn't overstay its welcome. And honestly, this is a message that I feel like a lot of people need to know. Even if someone is clearly occupied with someone else, that doesn't mean they see you as any less of a friend than them. That's basically what Mary is trying to tell Jack. That Mel can have multiple super duper super swell friends and think of them all equally. Basically saying that Jack is a super swell friend and of Mel's, Mary is a super duper swell friend of Mel's, and so is Scat Cat. And they all are super duper super swell friends. It might sound very simple, but honestly, I couldn't tell you how many people really need to know that. Sometimes people just lose friends entirely because they misinterpret actual feelings, when really a song like this kind of just shows that if you're friends with someone, you just see each other as someone you can speak to and have a good laugh with. I know we could have talked about it when we went over the songs, but come on, man, this is probably the most integral song of the episode. After the song, Jack is feeling a lot better, It actually gets the courage to talk to Scat about scatting and tatting. And this time he isn't interrupted by Mel. This leaves the Scat Cat not only praising Jack, not only saying that she actually was really excited to meet Jack because Mel couldn't stop talking about him, which honestly makes sense, and also us going to a reprise of the scatting and tatting song. And from there, the episode ends on a really high note. Moving on to the individual songs, we had Scat Cat a Tat Tat by Mel and Scat, and then the reprise played at the end. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the whole scatting and tatting thing is kind of a form of rap, but I actually really like it. It has a nice rhythm to it, but then generally one of the most calming tracks in the entire show's library. The reprise isn't exactly very different, and honestly, you could probably just slot it into the end of the original, and you really wouldn't notice. Unlike most reprises in the show, it doesn't even have a different instrument added in. It's just simply with added verses from Jack, Mary, and Mel, where the original only had Scat leading the song, with Mel joining in at the end. So these are basically the same song for me, so they just both get a 9 out of 10. Then we got the music videos. First off, The Cat Came Back by Lori Berkner. This one has a nice beat to it. And I've always loved the actual visuals for it. But also, the lyrics tell a very interesting story of just someone trying to get rid of a farmer trying to get rid of a cat in several different ways, and the cat still coming back. That little bit of context of the way the song just tells a story like that just makes it work all the more. It's pretty cute, and honestly, a pretty good song. 9 out of 10. Then we have, okay, bear with me on this one. You're the One Who's Made for Me, and I Was Made for You by the Trichenberg Family Sideshow Players. Yes, that is very much a mouthful, and I took many tries to say it. Probably one of the more out-of-place songs in this show. I don't know. I think this song is the main reason why I feel like even the crew might have sipped Scat and Mel. I don't know. Having a very obviously romantic Bond type song in here makes you really think that was the kind of angle they were trying to go at here. The song is just I think the song is just weird, not only for its beat, its interesting lyrics, but also just for its visuals. It shows several pictures of different bonds between kids and family members, but also includes 2 pictures of boys kissing 2 girls on the cheeks. I kind of wonder what the context was for this, and I wonder if these people ever saw each other again after the filming. Anyway, it just makes the song feel weird, but it never really got that bad for me. In fact, I'd still say this song is pretty good and deserves a 9 out of 10. Next up, we got the Wiggle Song by Scat and Mel featuring the Switzerland Quartet and Mary. This song is just weirdly simplistic, but yet I love it. I think it comes down to the beat and consistent rhythm. There isn't really much more to it, but I just find some pretty good enjoyment out of this one. I don't think there's really much more to this song. It's just really enjoyable to listen to. 10 out of 10. Then we got Super Swell Friends by Jack and Mary. What else have I not said about this song? It gets a 10 out of 10, obviously, and honestly has by far the most emotional and heartfelt message in this entire series. I don't really know how else to say it. Super Swell Friends is everything I think this show is in a nutshell. It is why this show isn't just a show for 4-year-olds. There are some real emotions from the characters in this show. They feel like real people, and not only that, the show treats their problems with dignity. Sometimes the show, I will admit, can get a bit into the fantasy territory, which can be too much sometimes. But usually the show stays pretty grounded, and I think the more grounded plots are the show at its best. Scat Cat itself gets a 10 out of 10. I would personally say that this episode and Spark Opera from Season 1 are the 2 most grounded and amazing episodes in the show's run, and definitely my 2 favorites. Now, I do think of the episodes on the Let's Walk DVD more often when thinking about this show, but in terms of but when ignoring nostalgia, these are the 2 episodes that I think are the best in the show's run, and are my personal favorites. They are both grounding plots that show very clearly how this show focuses on relationships and how much heart it really has. They also are great showcases of the music in this show, and overall just the tone in general. There isn't really a better example than these two episodes. And there isn't even a major tone difference, even considering the fact that these are from different seasons of the show. Spark Opera is amazing, and Scat Cat right along with it. This is the reason I'm making this video, right here. Scat Cat, Spark Opera, and Super Swell Friends as a song, as an extension, is the reason I'm making this video. In short, this show is so much more than you think it'd be by just looking at it. And these two episodes are the easy showcase of that. Scat Cat maybe even more so than Spark Opera. I haven't really decided yet. Either way, Scat Cat, what more is there to say? It's an amazing episode, and I've already said quite a bit about it.
Gee, thanks, Mary.
What are super swell friends for?
Season 2, Episode 9, Groundhog Day. Welcome to another one of my favorite episodes in the series, and one of the most memorable to me. This, as you might expect, this is another episode of the Let's Walk DVD, and the third of 4, so yeah, that's basically the main reason why this episode is so memorable to me, at least nostalgically speaking. But I think more so, it comes down to this episode's guest star and overall narrative. This episode's plot is that it's Groundhog Day today, and if the groundhog sees her shadow, and an early spring will come. Jack and the Turnette is really excited for it. Jack noting this as his favorite holiday. It's a festive kind of holiday, not a real holiday. You don't get it off from school. Okay, fine enough. Anyway, the groundhog this year is Gertrude the Groundhog, who is nervous and shy, and doesn't want to go on TV. So she hides in the clubhouse for the majority of the episode. She is played by Stephanie DeBusso. Yes, once again, performing in this episode. I think it is neat to see her perform a separate role. And because of this, while yes, she sounds similar to Scat, she does perform a very different voice. And honestly, I really like Gertrude. She plays a very similar role to Spunky and Leonard from earlier in the season, and I think she does a really good job of that. The audience can relate with her, and I think she's a fun guest star to have around. Over the course of the episode, Gertrude has many times where she tries to stand up for herself and have the courage to go outside and see her shadow, but then gets freaked out by a filming crew outside, including Bronx Steinberg Groundhog News Network. Yep, there is an entire news network based off Gertrude the Groundhog. Yeah, I kinda get why she's nervous and shy. I'd be quite nervous and shy if there's an entire news network about me. Speaking of Bronx Steinberg, he is played by Jon Stewart. I'm not joking here. They got fucking comedian Jon Stewart to be on the show. How this happened, I really do not know specifically. But it just proves the kind of reach Jack's big music show had was across the industry. Anyway, I think he's a fun character and an excellent addition to the episode. Speaking of which, I'd like to take a moment to mention the comedy in the episode. Similar to how Mel got his groove back, the comedy in this episode hits surprisingly well, at least compared to the rest of the series. Specifically from Bronx Steinberg Groundhog News Network. He's kind of stupid in certain scenes, but it's the kind of play dumb stupid that I do think is pretty funny sometimes. Gertrude is also kind of funny at certain points too, and you'd think she would have been found out at certain points, but she's just not.
Have any of you seen a groundhog? No. Okay.
And not to mention the scene where Mel pretends to be Gertrude and is very much a dog in this scene. I also like how Brent Steinberg mentions that he's never seen a pink and lime green dog before, further supporting my theory that Mel is an alien from some alien planet and is 1 billion years old. Yeah, there is a lot of evidence for that theory if you really want to go there. Jack eventually comes up with an idea to actually cheer Gertrude up and try to get her not as nervous and shy. Basically just to calm her down. He sings the song First Day of Preschool, or as I would call it, I Can Do It. This was a song made up by Jack's mom on Jack's first day of preschool in order to help him get through the day. Every time he'd get nervous and shy, he'd take a deep breath and say, I can do it. During the song, he teaches this to Gertrude, which ends with her taking deep breaths and able to go out there to see her shadow. She does not see it, which means that there's going to be an early spring, which means a victory for the Turnette. So with that, let's move on to the individual songs. Starting with Hip Hip Hooray for Groundhog Day. A nice episode opener that I really love the melody to. This is the melody that continues to be reused throughout the episode and kind of just promotes this very optimistic vibe that the episode has. I think the lyrics are really simple, but I think the song is fun, and it is neat to see a new set of Jack's bedroom in the song as well, so it gets a 10 out of 10. Then we have I Hog the Ground by Steve Burns and Steven Drowse. You might be familiar with one of those names. Steve Burns, aka Steve from Blue's Clues. Yep, I don't know why he was on this show either, but I guess it makes a little bit more sense since he was familiar with the network. This is really interesting because Steve Burns decided to focus on his music career after Blue's Clues, so it is kind of neat that he performed on Jack's Big Music Show, although I highly doubt anyone who's ever interviewed him ever asked him about this. Anyway, I really do like the song. It's one of the few hard walk tracks in a music video for Jack's Music Show, and it's very simple. Because of that, it's a lot of fun. I think the music video is pretty inventive, and like I said before, the song is just fun. 10 out of 10. Then we have When Will the Spring Be Sprung by the Switzerland Quartet. A song that sticks out from their caliber, but I've always liked it. I think it just has a really soothing melody to it. I think that's the best way I can describe it. It's a little weird, but I've always liked the song. 10 out of 10. Then we have I Had a Friend by Lori Berkner. Definitely one of my least favorite of Lori's tracks, and probably my least favorite from the episode. It is the only song to not get a 10 out of 10 in this episode, which kind of brings it down, but I don't think it really matters. 6 out of 10. Then finally we have First Day of Preschool by Jax Turnett featuring Gertrude the Groundhog. I really like this song. It just sounds so genuinely nice and does a lot for Jack's character. It brings the episode to a really nice closure, and I've always liked it. I've always found it one of the most memorable tracks in the show's library, and I've always loved listening to it. It's just so cheerful and calming. This is one of those songs I've always turned on when I've had a bad day, just because it's really nice to listen to, and plus I think it has a message that a lot of kids can relate to. I'm sure a lot of kids watching Jack's Music Show at the time were of preschool age, since that's the show's audience, so I bet you they can relate with Gertrude the Groundhog's feeling of being nervous and shy, and thus are able to understand why Jack felt the same way. I myself have even felt similar ways when I was that young as well. Even to this very day, I'm generally not good at meeting new people, and going into new surroundings has always been a tough thing for me. Because of this, I've always been able to relate with this episode, and I've always liked it so much. A 10 out of 10 for sure. And I've always loved going back to this one. I've always thought it was a perfect episode to be on home media, even if the DVD it was on wasn't specifically themed towards it. It's just that simple. Season 2, Episode 10, Jack's Super Swell Sing-Along. This episode is one of the most surprisingly enjoyable ones in the entire show's run, or at least in my opinion. And yet, Jack's Super Swell Sing-Along was the final episode to be filmed of the entire series. And thus, it is one of the most jam-packed episodes in the entire series, it having the most guest stars out of any episode in the series. Essentially speaking, this is a super beefed up version of Mel's Super Swell Dance Party. A whole bunch of different acts and songs with different guest stars introducing different types of music to the audience, and Jack and the crew getting juvie with it. Unlike Silly Show, this episode has so many more bangers, so much so that this episode is kindly enjoyable despite not having much of a narrative. If you guys remember from that episode, my main criticism of it was the fact that it lacked coherency. But its different songs and acts were able to stitch it together a lot better than Silly Show, which essentially makes me see it as a much better version of that episode. Similar to that episode, however, there isn't really much of a plot to talk about with this episode. This is just a variety show stitched together by all the different segments. And because of that, similar to the Silly Show, I'm just gonna go song by song, talking about the individual notes about them, and then wrapping everything up with the conclusion segment that I usually do for most episodes. Starting up, we have Tra La La Boon BA by Jax Turnett. Oh, this is an amazing song. Amazing opener. This song is basically just an easy intro song, just getting you into the mood of the episode. With that, I think I'd like to establish that I feel like the big mood for this episode really is just nice and enjoyable styles of music. Basically, it's introducing the viewer to some really obscure type of tunes and treating it like a very long-show variety show. Oh, this episode feels so much like the Muppet Show, it's almost crazy, with all the different acts being stitched together. Either Tra-La-La Boom Da as a song, it definitely shows that forward. It's a really fun song with a really fun instrumental, and very simple lyrics that I'm able to get very down with. It's also, because of that simplicity, it's also really easy to sing to, which I feel like was a whole message behind this song in general. Super slow sing-along, it kinda just works. This song is an easy 10 out of 10. Billy got just stopped by the squirrels. Now the song itself gets a 10 out of 10 because it's just a really nice walk tune. Really reminiscent of 60s walk. Speaking of that 60s walk inspiration, there was some very interesting things to talk about with these squirrels. There are some very interesting things to talk about with these squirrels. These squirrels are inspired by the band The Beatles. Yep, those Beatles. It's each squirrel representing a different member of the band. The green squirrel being representative of Ringo Starr playing the drums. The pink squirrel being representative of George Harrison on the guitar. The orange squirrel representative Paul McCartney only on the bass. And finally the blue squirrel being representative John Lennon on a secondary guitar. Generally speaking, these four were performed by John Kennedy as well as other puppeteers who were on staff. But I don't exactly know who. I don't even exactly know if John Kennedy performed one of these squirrels, but the blue squirrel strangely sounds like Sheldon enough for me to think it's John Kennedy. But I couldn't find an official source confirming who voiced these guys. Although I can kind of theorize that just backup staff voice acted them, as similar to other guest stars not only in this episode, but also in other episodes, so it's across the series. You kind of know the deal with this. Next up we have I Love Ireland by Kelly Green. This is my favorite song in this episode, just because of how chilling it is. I don't know what it is about this one. Maybe it's the fact that it's able to make the fucking recorder sound actually soothing. The moment this song was over, I said to myself, I want to listen to that again. So I listened to it again. And there was no song in this series I felt that way about except for this one. I just instantly fell in love with it, and I don't really know why in particular. It just has a really unique charm to it. I think also helping these things are the guest stars in this song. Rebecca Jordan was a popular musician who got on the Jack's Music Show, most likely because of how popular it got within the gap time between seasons 1 and 2. She also introduces the little Golly Dog played by Frank Walker and the Little Lamb performed by Jennifer Barnhart. Two very cute puppets, who end up performing little bits inside the song. Now, these bits of lyrics kind of annoy me. Because they're basically just, I'm a type of animal in Ireland, and I'm from Ireland. There's not much more to them. The voices are cute enough, the puppet designs are cute enough, but the lyrics don't give these two little characters actual character, which I think kind of blows personally. But either way, it doesn't detract from the song for me. So, personally speaking, I still think this song's amazing. Then we have the first of two music videos, The Color World, Jenny Jenkins by Lisa Loeb. Lisa Loeb was another musician who got into Jack's Music Show most likely because of the gap time. And generally speaking, this song is probably the oddest. This is probably one of the more odd music videos. It's not bad by any means. In fact, I do enjoy it somewhat, but it's a little too weird for me to really get down with it. I think it's similar to a lot of other songs from Season 2 that are very abstract in nature, but do somewhat fit with the episode's kind of message. It's just an overall vibe. An easy comparison I would probably bring to a previous song we examined, and it's the song I Was Made For You and You Were Made For Me by the Churchenberg-Seidenberg Players. If I did say that right this time around, because I'm not looking at my notes for this. Generally speaking, both these songs are very odd for the episodes they're in, but fit the vibe, so I think they're an easy point of comparison. Then we have Down at the Barber Shop by the Switzerland Quartet. Probably tied for my least favorite Switzerland Quartet song. We have finally come full circle. The Switzerland Quartet, Down at the Barber Shop is an amazing chorus, but I don't have any kind of affection towards the song, which I kind of hate because I can tell the effort they put into it. I feel like the performance for the Switzerland Quartet really had to go all out with the singing for this one, which really makes me hate that I don't like this song. A 6 out of 10. And I'll give it some credit for sure, but generally speaking, I never really enjoyed it when I rewatched this episode. Then we have Samba by Lori Buckner and Susie Lambert. It's Susie Lambert. This is the first of 2 times that Lori Buckner makes an appearance in the series that isn't via a music video, but instead actually on set, alongside her fellow bandmate Susie Lambert. This is just a very neat song with a very neat rhythm. Essentially speaking, it's composed of different instruments stitched together. And it's kind of hard to describe otherwise, at least to me. I think I was easily able to get down with it though, which allows me to give it an easy 10 out of 10. Then we have I Like to Rap by the MC Total, which is MC Total featuring Jax Tournette. This is one of the weirdest acts in this episode, but I don't know why I liked it. First off, as I mentioned before, I do not like rap, but yet I was able to get down with this song. I don't know, I think it's because it's stylized not like rap. Seriously, these lyrics are not rap. The song is, the rhythm and tone of the song is rap, but the lyrics themselves do not feel like rap to me. And I think that's just because they don't rhyme together. Individual lyrics in this song aren't stitched together, and they're like a typical rap song to me. And I think that's why I like it. I like it compared to other rap songs. Either that or I'm just crazy in this instance because I don't typically like rap all that much. I acknowledge the effort and I do enjoy this song when listening to it, so I am able to get an 8 out of 10. Finally, we have This Is Zydeco by Justin Roberts and the Alligators featuring Jax Tournette. This is a very neat song to end on. Zydeco music is a very obscure type of music that I hadn't really heard of when watching this episode for the first time. This is because the music is obscure in most parts of the world and specifically in the US, but it is specifically popular in Louisiana, where the style of music originates. So generally speaking, we are bringing a very obscure form of music to a wide audience with this song. Very similar to both the Ireland song and the Samba song from earlier in the episode. In that way, This Is Zydeco is really enjoyable. I think it's constant rhythm. Rhythm is what really allows us to hit it home. It also is very easy to get down with and sing along to, similar to Tra La Boom-Dee. Seriously, I don't know why, but I felt like singing to this song. And that's this episode in a nutshell. This entire episode is songs I really can get down with and easily sing along with maybe the exceptions of the Color Wall and Down to the Barbershop. But even then, and these songs are stitched together pretty well too. This episode is one of the weirdest in the series because it shouldn't be as good as it is. Personally, I would say that the crew learned from Silly Show on this one. It was able to stitch together a really amazing variety show that didn't need a plot to convey it. This is probably the only episode in the entirety of Jackson show that doesn't have a main plot that I can actually really get down with. And I do enjoy watching. And it's really weird for me to be saying that considering how I thought of Silly Show and the fact that I found Mel's Super Swell Dance Party to be decent at best. This episode is actually amazing and deserves a 9 out of 10. The only reason why I'm not giving this episode a 10 is unfortunately the color rolling Down to the Barbershop. As I mentioned, Down to the Barbershop is my least favorite Orchestra Quartet song, tied with Mel the Meowing Dog from Season 1, as well as the color roll not being as amazing as all the other songs in this episode. It just barely docks it enough down for me to not want to give it a full-on 10. But to be completely real here, this episode is so amazing to watch. And personally speaking, it's an episode that I wish I didn't sleep on for so long, because it was the one of only 2 episodes in this entire retrospective that I hadn't seen before rewatching the series. And honestly, that is a tragedy. Actually, that's Jack's Super Swell Sing-Along. A very super swell episode, in my opinion. Season 2, Episode 11, Lori's Big Song. This is one of the most unique episodes in the show's run, for the fact that it revolves around Lori Buckner and the song she performs in the episode for the first and only time in the series. Basically, the plot is that Lori Buckner calls Jack and Mary, asking them if they can help her find a bird, a sheep, and an elephant for a song she wants to perform. Well, they accept this task because they want to sing with Lori, then realize they don't know how to call these animals, so they panic. Mel then whoops up reprograms his marvelous music machine into an animal caller thingy to call the different animals. This works with both the bird and the sheep, but when they try to call the elephant, they call monkeys, which the plot proceeds to forget about the moment it's not important anymore. After a song by the Swartzen Quartet, this group tried to search for ways to call an elephant. Then eventually landing on a trumpet found in Mel's musical trunk. Jack blows on the trumpet, which works in calling it an elephant. From there, Lori Buckner comes over and sings the song, and the episode ends. Yep, I basically just summarized that plot in about a minute. It's very simple. One thing I will say about it though is like how the episode naturally progresses. I find it really interesting how the episode was able to progress itself with such a simple plot, but still fill a 20-minute runtime. And I do mean seriously on that one. This is how simple that plot is. Even unlike an episode like Spark Opera, or Jack's Big Oops, where the plot is really simple, it is driven by the characters' motivations that make the episodes very deep. So I can kind of understand how they able to stretch it to an episode's length. This plot, it's really interesting how they end up doing it. They mostly use different songs to try to stitch the plot together. Essentially speaking, the songs take up the runtime, while the main plot is constructed around them. I feel like the concept of this episode is most likely brought up, and then songs were constructed around it. That's just the kind of vibe this episode gives me, because every song just bounces off of the fact that this bounces off of how each plot point needs to be stitched together. That means there isn't really much more to know in the episode, aside from going into the guest stars and the individual songs. Talking about the guest stars, we of course have all the animals that are called by Jack Surnett. This includes the bird, performed once again by Stephanie DeBrusso, the sheep performed by Alice Deneen, the monkeys performed by D. Bradley Barker, Tom Kenny, and Frank Walker, as well as the elephant performed by Dan Mears. Generally speaking, all of these animals can be grouped together. The bird and the sheep are super cute puppet designs, and they sound really cute as well. And the elephant is really interesting for the kind of puppet it is. First off, it is much bigger than the rest of the cast, as and only really smaller than Lori Buckner herself. It is also a very unique puppet for the way it's designed. Just notice how the trunk moves. Yeah, that ain't a normal hand controlling that thing. As I found out through research, it is most likely just constructed through wires within inside the trunk, which can be controlled by mechanisms within inside the head itself. The elephant plays a very specific role and doesn't actually have any lines. So basically speaking, the trunk is really the only thing moving if it's gonna move. Well, yes, the mouth is separate, the way the puppet is perceived in the episode, the trunk is the only thing that's going to move. As previously mentioned, the monkeys though are completely shafted to the side after the one little joke is after they're brought in. And they don't even perform in the big song, which honestly kinda sucks, and if I were the monkeys, I'd be very jealous. I mean, think about it, all the other animals were called in for this song, and then you guys are called in, but are completely ignored, and just have to watch the show, and not object to it. I'd be pretty jealous if I were them, and it'd be totally justified too. Moving on to the individual songs of the episode, first up we have Get On The Train by Jack Surnett. Another stellar opening for the band, and personally speaking, I've always liked this song. I think it's just because of its very upbeat rhythm and tone. It's a very fun and it fits in very well with the show's style. I don't think there's really much more to it, but it's always a song that I've been able to get down with every time I rewatch this episode. Then we have Duck 4 by Leon Thomas III. Yes, that Leon Thomas III. Mostly known for performing the character Andre Harris in the show Victorious, which would go on to air on Nickelodeon in just a couple of years from when this episode aired. Thomas was likely about 16 or 17 when he performed this song, at least if you judge by when the show That's when the show was filmed. That's when the song might have been filmed in relation to how old he was on Victorious. Either way, this song is just very unique. It has animated ducks in it that are performed by children. So, generally speaking, the song's just really odd in that way. But I do like how the song sticks out, so I am able to give it an 8 out of 10. Then we have You Can't Call an Elephant Without an Elephant Call by the Switzerland Quartet. This is one of their more odd songs, but I think I definitely have a soft spot for it. A 9 out of 10. I don't think there's really much more to it, and it's completely carried by its lyrics, but I've always kind of liked it for the way it kind of jumps between tones, and I think it is done really well. Then we have Purple People Eater by Comic Book Heroes, a song strangely reminiscent of the Nick Juno program Yo Gabba Gabba. Like, seriously. More specifically in the costume design of the giant purple people eater, I guess. And in the style of music. This honestly just feels like a segment that would be on that show. Oh, either way, it gets a 10 out of 10 because I have always liked its unique style. Then we have A Little Bitty Rhythm by Lloyd Buckner, The Animals featuring Jax Tournette. Now, this song is just kind of neat to listen to. I don't think there's really much more to it. And honestly, I don't think it really lives up to the hype that the rest of the episode gives it. But honestly, I still like it on its own, and it does deserve a 9 out of 10. And with that, that's Lori's big song. An episode that gets a 10 out of 10 out of me, for being pretty well stitched together. I don't know, this episode always stuck out to me just because of the way its plot revolved is able to progress, and how the songs are neatly stitched together in order to progress that plot. It's very different from other episodes in the series, but yet very similar. I think it shows that the crew by this point had definitely hit their stride when it comes down to stitching simple plots together with different songs, which was essentially the show's style up to this point, and with the show almost being done filming by this point, it makes sense that they had definitely perfected their craft by this point. For that, the episode definitely sticks out in my memory, and like I said before, it deserves a 10 out of 10. Season 2, Episode 12, Mel's Bath Day. Okay, this episode is one glorified advertisement, I just to put it bluntly. It basically is born from the normal tradition of kids not wanting to go into the bath, and when they're in the bath, never wanting to come out. That's what this is. Mel gets super dirty in the mud, burying his own instruments, which is honestly pretty funny if you ask me, and he refuses to take a bath. Jack and Mary are trying to force him to take a bath. And in comes Sudsy Bubblestein, played by Cherry Hine. She basically just institutes herself into the clubhouse without anyone calling for her at all. Like, literally. The episode just calls for her instance, and Jack and Mary have never even met her before this. Anyway, well, yes, I do think she's a little bit cheerful for my liking. I do like her presence because she does a good job comforting Mel and getting him more cheered up to take a bath. This episode's all about trying to get Mel to take a bath, and it's fine enough in that aspect. The episode kind of just works itself into these weird places. Like, a lot of the songs are pretty average at best, as it's just kind of off, if you ask me. A couple of interesting notes about this episode, though. Bubblestein's little tub thingamabob is basically just another version of Mel's musical trunk. It's an endless hole filled with endless things with water. It's where it can fill up with water and soap and bubbles, and this episode is a glorified advertisement for her products. Literally, that's what the Switzerland Quartet song is about. Advertising how bubbly her bubbles are. Mel does end up taking a bath in the end, and through some trickery with the towel, they swap up the puppet. It's the dirty puppet for the real one. I would love to know if this dirty version of Mel was specifically made dirty for this set, or if it was just like the stunt puppet or something. Did they ever clean it afterwards? Did they need to clean it? So now that there's only one episode left to film after this, I am very curious if they ever needed to clean this Mel puppet. To be clear, this is the only time Mel ends up having an appearance this way as well, so maybe, I really don't know. And with that, that's this episode. Yeah, it's just that simple. There wasn't really much to say about it. So let's move on to the individual songs. You must take part in a bath by Jax Tournette is the start. basically just Dirty Mel banging on the drums, not wanting to take a bath, while Jack and Mary are trying to convince him to take a bath. It's funny. A 10 out of 10 for sure, just based off its own simplicity. Next up we got I'm a Mess by Lori Berkner. I'm sorry for this pun, but this song really is a mess. Like, seriously, there isn't much to it, and honestly, I could never get down with it. It's not even a, okay, this is somewhat okay, a kind of song. It just feels straight up bad. Originally, I gave this thing a 4 out of 10, and at least that's how it is in my notes, but in retrospect, I think I could probably give it a little more leniency due to both creativity, as well as it having a decent enough rhythm with the clapping, which is its only source of music. So, yeah, I am gonna give it a 5 out of 10 just based off that. But honestly, this song sticks out like a sore thumb and I never really liked it that much. Next up, we got Super Sudsy Bubble Steam by the Switzman Quartet. This song is honestly one of my least favorite Switzman Quartet songs. Not the absolute least favorite, but I already have talked about those. But this one is still pretty low on my list in terms of the songs in general. It's just a glorified advertising without many lyrics aside from that. And honestly, because of that, it doesn't always stand tall in front of other Switzman Quartet songs. It's kind of tough with this one, because I feel like you could easily call it the worst Switzman Quartet song based off the fact that it lacks any real coherency or good lyrics at all. But in my opinion, it is much better because it has a decent enough rhythm that I like listening to. Versus the other two songs I ranked lower that I don't like listening to. At least as much. Again, it's a tough pick for me, but I think a 7 out of 10 is pretty reasonable, well, even if it's a just barely situation here. Next up, we have I Hope My Mama Says Yes by Audra Walks. This song does walk. Seriously, it has a really cool Wild West type vibe to it, and it perfectly syncs with the message of the episode and kind of works for the kid demographic. Honestly, just the message of children wanting their parents to cooperate with them because they're fucking brats. It kind of is just perfect for the show and especially for the episode as well. Oh, I think it resonates with the audience quite well. I mean, every kid has that moment where they ask for the 500 Ninja Turtle figure, even though they have 499 others they could easily play for. No, I am not making fun of myself for having an obsession with Ninja Turtles figures. Why would I ever do that? Anyway, this song gets a 10 out of 10. Then we finally got A Bath Is Alright by Jack Tournette featuring Sudsy Bubblestein. I would call this the best song in the episode in my opinion. It really is the only song from this episode I seriously remember it for. I Hope My Mama Says Yes is still a good song, yes, and I do think it is a lot better, but A Bath Is Alright is obviously going to be the song I'm going to signify for this episode because of the episode's name itself. So, yeah, and in that sense it does a really good job. It acts as a nice resolution, and I think it's a nice easy cruise to the end of the episode where Mel eventually gets himself clean. It's probably also the best of Chili L. Hines' performance as Sudsy Bubblestein, which only really reinforces what I've said earlier about her. This song gets a 10 out of 10, and yeah, that's Mel's bath day. An 8.5 out of 10. Well, it's not an amazing episode by any means, but it has enough of good moments in there and enough of a heart and a nice lesson that I was able to give it a whole bunch of points for itself. Even if some songs weren't the greatest, especially with having the worst Lori Berkner song in the show's run, yeah, there's definitely some dry spots in this one for sure, but I honestly do think I enjoyed it a lot more than certain other episodes, and I would definitely rewatch it any day of the week, just because I do think it is somewhat enjoyable. Season 2, Episode 13, Jack and the Beanstalk, the series finale. While it's not the last episode to be filmed, this was the last episode to air on October 13th, 2007. This episode aired after a long hiatus for the series. The last Season 2 episode to air was Mel's Bath Day on February 10th, 2007. While the last episode to actually air was Silly Show, aired on April 1st, 2007. Yeah, as I mentioned back in the Season 1 section of the video, Silly Show was withheld from airing for over a year for some reason, while Season 2 aired throughout late 2006 and early 2007. I couldn't tell you why this episode was held off till October of the year, but it just kinda seemed to work out that way. work out that way. This episode actually took so long to air that the Jack's Big Music Show Let's Walk DVD actually predates the airing and it having the episode on there, meaning that was the first release of this episode. And as you can probably tell, yeah, I remember this episode quite vividly because of that DVD, because I did watch this episode constantly as well. If I had to give a reason for it, it's the sick beats in this one. All the songs are just really upbeat and cheerful. And just because this episode is named after a fairy tale does not mean this episode takes much after the fairy tale. It basically just takes the giant from that tale, and of course the main character being named Jack, and just introduces that idea into the show. Basically, we merely buy some magic beans from who knows where, don't ask, she doesn't give an explanation, that grow into a giant beanstalk that goes up into the clouds. The characters then proceed to climb it, because apparently none of them are afraid of heights whatsoever. Anyway, at the top of the beanstalk, we come to the clouds, and the giant, and the home of the giant, played by Tyler Bunch, who played Grandpoo on Ubi. Yep, we have finally come full circle. All three members of Ubi's original trio were on Jack's Big Music Show at one point or another. Sorry, Keiko fans, Keiko's puppeteer Noel McNeil was never on Jack's Big Music Show. Oh, this is not perfecto. This is a very sad day. One of these days, if Jack's Big Music Show ever gets a reboot, call up this man. He needs to make a performance as a guest star and make the perfecto quadrio a reality. Anyway, the giant is just a big softie. He's cheerful, but he's kind of just a big punching bag in this episode. Basically, it's his wife's birthday, and he's trying to think of something to give her. His trend over the last, I'm not kidding you, 13 birthdays is giving her his golden egg. Where do these golden eggs come from is beyond me. But yeah, he's been doing that the last 13 birthdays. The giant wants to think of something new. And Jack and the Toadette have come with the idea that he can make a song for her. So they end up brainstorming and coming up with the song Sha-La-La, which is sung by the giant with background instruments from the lyrics by Jack's Toadette, and this really adorable goose played by David Rudman on a heart. Yeah, this goose is adorable. I need to hug this goose. Give me this fucking goose. If there's one thing from this show that I want on my side, it's this fucking goose. Give me this fucking goose. Anyway, thanks to the Sourcing Quartet and a little bit of brainstorming from Jack's Toadette, the giant ends up coming up with a song called Sha-La-La, as I previously mentioned, which is based off his wife's name, Sha-La-La-La. She is played by Libya Pugh, if I did say that. Who, well, yes, doesn't play much of a role in the episode. It's kind of just nice, and I do like her and the giant's bond as a couple. Once the song is over, Jack's mom pulls out the biggest megaphone ever as she yells all the way up to the clouds to get Jack's attention.
Jack, it's almost time to go!
Wow, that's my mom calling me.
What a set of pipes!
Coming, Ma!
She doesn't know he's up there, by the way, so I don't know why the fuck she even shouts this loud in the fucking first place. How she does it is a whole different question altogether. Anyway, the group slowly but surely climbs down. Once again, no fear in their eyes. And remember that hole in the roof that the beanstalk made? Well, that's gone too, so Jack's mom doesn't have to pay the roof bill again. And that's the finale of the series. Jack and the Beanstalk. That's it. That was the last episode to cover. One last time, let's go over the individual songs. Starting with Up, Up, Up by Jack's Toadette. This song is always one of the most memorable tunes in this entire show. Mostly just because it has a repeatable rhythm all throughout. The lyrics are nice, the bell elves give the song a really nice sound to it, and overall it's just fun. Then we got Anyone Can Make a Song by the Switzman Quartet, featuring Jack's Toadette. This song basically acts as inspiration for the giant to create his own song, as he really doesn't feel like he can do it in the beginning. But the Switzman Quartet are able to cheer him up with an awesome 10 out of 10 song. It's the Switzman Quartet. What more do I have to say here? Next up we got In the Clouds by Lloyd Buckner. This song is just a little bit too much sometimes, but it's fine enough for what it is. 8 out of 10, because I do like the effort they put in the music video, and you can tell how they had fun recording it, so I can give it points for the heart it has. It's just a little much with the way the lyrics are sung, but I think it's just the style of the song, so I can't really dock too many points off that. Then we got Sha La La by the Giant featuring Jack Stonette and that fucking adorable goose. This is just nice. I don't really have much more to say about it. There aren't many lyrics to this, but it basically just says the giant loves his wife, and that's all you really need in life sometimes. We have the second music video of the episode, Deja Joe by David Pleasant. To be completely real here, I don't really know how to explain this song. I don't know if it's a cultural distance with me, but honestly I can't really understand the appeal of this song, nor can I really describe it, and I've struggled to find the words to even explain that part to you. Due to my lack of words for this song, I decided to omit it from the weighting system, as well as from the top 10 of the second season entirely. Not because of shortness or anything unlike most choices, but just because I find it very difficult to describe. And that's not an insult to this song, I just genuinely don't really know how to go about actually talking about it. And that's the best way I can really explain my feelings about this song. Finally, we got I Love My Pleasant by the Giant's Wife. Just cheerful. There's not really much to this one, and because of that, I didn't even give a weighting for it in my notes. But it's just simple and nice. It's really nice, I like how Shala actually likes the song, and actually appreciates the effort her husband went through. Especially considering after 13 golden eggs, yeah, you take anything at that point. And yeah, this episode is just really sweet for me. This is just a really nice sentiment, and as a final episode, it does work for everything this show stands for. It's just about using music to help the people around you, and that's what Jack and the Donut do best. There doesn't have to be any more to this. It's just that simple. It's just a fun episode that the crew clearly wanted to do out of the bottom of their hearts and put all the effort in to make it work. For a finale, this is one hell of a way to go out.
Great news, everyone. Jack's big music show is coming up next. We'll be back to play some more.
I will be upfront right now, this list is very tight. There are so many amazing songs in this season, and Season 2 overall is so much more consistent than Season 1 that I found it very hard to rank individual songs on a top 10 list. Well, yes, I would say that the top 7 on this list is very definitive in what I know was on the list. As when it comes down to the bottom 3 picks, yeah, I talked over myself a lot when it comes down to deciding this list. So, let's get into that. For better or for worse, this is the top 10 best songs of the second season.
Run around, here we go. Well, he used to be Jack, now he's Bugle Bunny. Run after Bugle Bunny.
One after Bugle Bunny by the Switzerland Quartet. Okay, to be honest here, number 10 on this list was really tight. Number 10 was almost taken up by several different songs. This includes a lot of music videos, and the songs Mel the Musical Magical Magician and a Conductor of an Orchestra by Jack. Just to talk about all the bottom picks that I did not go up on the list, as well as number 11, which I ended up going with Mel the Musical Magical Magician, all of these songs did not make the list due to overall simplicity. I love all of these songs so much, but to me, I feel like there isn't really anything that really sticks out from them. Now, in comparison to everything above it, to me these songs are just simple good, not really good. And that's what it had to be when it came down to the actual top 10. And going into number 11 though, why was Mel the Musical Magical Magician so much better? Well, to me, I love the melody combination in it, and I felt like I loved this song more than the others. Now, you might ask yourself then, why is One After Bugle Bunny actually higher and actually cracks the top 10 for me? I feel like this melody is much more unique. I think the visuals of the song are much more creative. I feel like this song is just so much more fun. I think putting that kind of idea behind it makes me really want to put it into the top 10.
and the song is a lot of fun too, and I've always loved listening to it. So it's at number 10.
In Ireland, I came upon a little collie, cutest little collie I'd ever seen. Funny little thing about this little collie dog was Kelly Green. He said,
Number 9, I Love Ireland by the Rebecca Jordan crew as well as Jack's Tournette. Yeah, this one was also really tight. Initially, I had a conductor of an orchestra here, but after reworking the list and rewatching the episode Super Swell Sing-Along, I felt like this song deserved to be put on the list. I think it comes down to its melody. Even if the song is simplistic, I can't get the melody of this song out of my head. I think it's very similar to Under a Shady Tree from season 1, another song that I put on the top 10 but debated a lot in terms of its placement. I love the melody of both, but the lyrics are very simple. I think I Love Ireland does so much more unique things with its melody. It uses the recorder, something that's really only memed upon, but it actually uses it in a good way to make the song really soothing. Not to mention the comment I made earlier about the song being the first one I wanted to listen to once after hearing it for the first time. There aren't many songs like that to me, and because this song was like that, I felt like it needed a re-examine. And that's why it's number 9 on this list. It sticks out because the rest of the show is one, and I always love listening to it.
hey, don't you know I'm from Ireland? I'm from Ireland, yes I am. Kelly Green, because I'm from Ireland. I'm from Ireland, yes I am. Where the hills are green and the fields are green and the rivers are green. Hey ho, I love Ireland, the prettiest green that I've ever seen.
I want every genre to stand up and bump to this.
Let's do it.
Grab your strings.
Grab your strings.
Your mics. Your guitars. Whatever you got.
Nothing but strings.
Let's get it poppin'.
Number 8, Thunder by Nothing But Strings. Okay, this might be a tough pick for some people, but to me, this song, right here, this is the best when it comes down to the music videos for season 2. And it is a very tight pick as well. In my opinion, it comes down to the craziness of this melody. It truly is nothing but strings. It may not have a creative music video visually, but it is. But the song is able to sell itself on just being really, really crazy. And I've always debated this one in comparison to a lot of the other music videos and the songs earlier on the list, but honestly I couldn't really find myself wanting to move this one. I still think it deserves the number 8 spot, and its whole craziness, demeanor. Yeah, I think you can see why I was able to keep that spot despite how much competition it really had.
Bring the beat back!
Show Junk Band Jamboree. Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw. Welcome to the Junk Band Jamboree. Yeehaw. Jack's Big Music Show Junk Band Jamboree. Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw. You bring the jug, I'll bring the spoons. We'll all meet under the harvest moon. We ain't played together since late last June. It's high time to play ourselves a jug band tune.
Number 7, the Jack's P Musical Junk Band Jamboree. Oh yes, this one's a little bit simple for my liking. The melody for this song
song and the unique identity it holds compared to a lot of other songs in Jack's Beat Music Show, I honestly cannot not say this song overstays its welcome. I love it too much. The amount of elements it combines to make itself a unique song is why it's on this list. There may not be much to it to say, but I think it's one of the best. I think it's the best finale type song in the show's run, and honestly, really does feel like a big bang of a song. A real melody combination. That's the best way I can summarize this.
Music show, Jack Band Jamboree. Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw. Jack's Big Music Show, Jack Band Jamboree. Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw. This is a jamboree, a real Jack Band Jamboree, Ma. And I thought I'd never go to one ever again.
Anyone can make a song, make it short or make it long. Sing it out, it can't be wrong. Anyone can make a song.
Number 6, Anyone Can Make a Song by the Swisson Quartet. This is the first song on the list that has an emotional aspect to it and a good lesson behind it. Generally just encouraging the giant to make a song of his own, and that's basically all there is to it. The song is just really charming and nice to listen to. I really like the message behind it. And as the Swisson Quartet's final song for this entire series, it's a nice way for them to go out on, and honestly, it's one of my favorites. The song is very simple, so I don't have much more to go on about with it, but it's unique, and plus the giant does, and it also adds a lot to it as well.
Anyone can make a song. Anyone can make a song. Make it short or make it long. Sing it out. It can't be wrong. Anyone can make a song.
You might catch a tiger by the tail. You may receive a hippopotamus in the mail. You could be Superboy. But if you're telling a lie, you might want to think about telling the truth.
Number 5, Just Tell the Truth by the Swisson Quartet. I personally really like this song just for the fact that of the episode it's in. And Jack's Big Oops is where Jack, of course, tells the truth to Mary about breaking her hand with Dulcimer. And this song ultimately what goes to encourage Jack to do so. And in that way, it's a really good song. It comes in plot-wise, which isn't always the case with the Swisson Quartet. This quartet has a really good lesson. It's one of the more interesting songs because it doesn't really have any instruments involved. It's just a Swisson Quartet singing and speaking their minds and telling the lesson. It just makes for a super memorable song in an episode that relies more on its emotional beats and simple lessons in order to win the viewer over.
Just tell the truth. Just tell the truth. Don't tell a lie. Just tell the truth.
Put on a hat and button up your coat. Baby, it's cold outside. We want to take you out in the snow for a toboggan ride.
Number 4, Single Winter Song by the Swisson Quartet. Okay, honestly, this is my favorite Swisson Quartet song. I've always gone over it in my mind. I've always loved the beat of the beat. The Swisson Quartet have really cute outfits. The song is really fast-paced and fun. It's almost unlike anything else in this show's run in terms of style, and it has some of my favorite lyrics in the show's run too. Even if it doesn't have any kind of emotional message behind it, this is very tight and my personal favorite in terms of the Swisson Quartet's lineup, just because of everything coming together really nicely.
And we want you all to sing along. And it goes fa la 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 la, fa la 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 la, fa la 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 la. It goes fa la 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 la, fa la 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 la. We'll sing our winter song and we want you all to sing along. Bum, 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 bum.
Whew, we got a long way to go.
Hey, why don't we make up a song as we climb up?
Number 3, Up 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 by Jax Tonette. Yeah, personally speaking, I was surprised to put this as high as well, but purely the song's melody really worked for me. Honestly, the use of sleigh bells and a very catchy beat really do work for this one. Like, this song is also pretty crazy with the fact that the characters are climbing up a beanstalk while they're doing it, so the puppeteers had to put in more work for their money's worth while trying to lip sync this song. For Jax Tonette's final in terms of solo songs, this really hits home, even if it doesn't have any instruments aside from the bells and the beanstalk.
We don't know where it goes, but we know that it's feeling alright.
I remember it like it was yesterday, the first day of preschool. I didn't want to go, I was nervous and shy on my first day of preschool.
Number 2, First Day of Preschool by Jax Tonette featuring Gertrude. Okay, this song has always made me feel good. This is mostly up so high due to its lesson, the episode it's in, and how much it fits with the theme. I personally really like how this explores a different angle of Jack's character than we end up seeing in any other time. They had to take time to build a set, put a backpack on Jack, and it really does relate to Gertrude. And acts as a catalyst for her going out there to go see her shadow, culminating at the end of the episode. So in that way, it really does work into the episode quite well. It also just has a great lesson, and like I said earlier, explores an angle of Jack that we don't see at any other point in the series. This is by far one of the most unique songs in the show's run. It always hit me in the right spot.
Just take a deep breath.
I can do it.
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 Just take a deep breath.
Just take a deep breath.
I can do it.
I can do it. I have a friend, a super swell friend. Now who do you think that is, Jack?
I don't know.
It's you! You're my super swell friend.
Number 1, Super Duper Super Swell Friends by Jack and Mary. I don't think you're surprised this is number 1, and because of how much I've already talked about this song during Scat Cat, I don't think there's much more to say. Hey, I'll just say this. It's in comparison to every other song on this list, the reason why this one goes above everything else is because there's something more deeper to it, and it touches my heart so much more. Go back earlier in the video if you want to hear more, but honestly speaking, it's tough for me to really say more about this song that I haven't said already. There's just much more to it compared to every other song on the show's run and on Season 2's list, and honestly, that's why to me it is the best song of the show and the best song of the second season.
season. Even top picks from seasons 1. Even top picks like First Day of Preschool and Space Exploring Opera Singing do not reach it in any way to me. Well, yes, I would say that First Day of Preschool and Space Exploring Opera Singing are very close to each other because of my best songs in the series. Super Duper Super Swell Fun is definitively my #1 pick for that one. For going above and beyond every other song in the show and in the second season, it is #1 on not only the songs of the entire series, as well as #1 on the top 10 songs for season 2.
Hey, what about you? You're super swell friends with us.
And we're super swell friends with you.
We can never have too many super duper super swell. Never have too many super duper super swell. Never have too many super duper super swell friends.
Ah, gee, thanks, Mary.
What are super swell friends for?
And with that, that's the top 10 for the second season. I know some of these picks might be controversial, and there are definitely a lot of great songs I wasn't really able to talk about in this list, despite them coming very close. Honestly, it's tough to talk about all the songs in the second season and rank them. Like I said back at the beginning of the list, almost on season 2 is so much more consistent than season 1. It hits 10 so much more, and I might as well just have came up with a top 15 for season 2 because of how many songs I considered for the top 10. I am dead serious. Okay, so with that, I think that's a perfect way to end my talk for the individual episodes of the series in general. And we aren't quite done yet, but we're really, really close. We have a few more topics to cover, so let's start getting into them. Starting only with hopping onto the World Wide Web and typing in Noggin.com and clicking on Jack's Big Music Show. Let's go into it.
We're back, and guess who's coming over? Who is it? Find out on Jack's Big Music Show. Coming up soon on Nick Jr.
During June of 2005, ahead of the series' official premiere, Jack's Music Show received a page on Noggin.com that drawn up hype for the series. Yep, it is finally time. Let's talk about the 10-year and post-10-year history of Jack's Music Show's presence on Noggin and NickJr.com. There was a lot to discuss here, so let's just hop right into it. Jack's Music Shows are very simple on Noggin.com. The show was initially given a page during June of the year, showing a synopsis and drawing a pipe for the series, saying that it was going to premiere in September. Once the show did premiere, it received some additional attachments on the website. This includes the Jack's Clubhouse Flash game, as well as principal song lyrics for individual Season 1 songs. In 2006, the music videos used for the majority of Season 1 episodes were added to be viewable on Noggin.com, although they are not archived today. The show would remain pretty fun as the show would continue airing, it would receive more and more stuff. In 2007, with the premiere of the second season, the show received even more stuff, including the Iodine t-shirt and party audience and birthday party stuff I mentioned in the merchandise segment. The site was also reformatted for the second season, alongside a new Flash game added known as Jack's Big Animal Jamboree. The show was also given a curriculum page, as well as a showcase of the show's schedule at this point, as the majority of Season 2 was set to air, with the exception of the finale episode Jack and the Beanstalk, which would not air until October 2007. From here, aside from the episode guide being removed, the show would not gain many updates on Noggin.com. This was until Noggin.com was abandoned in late 2009. This was done to perform something called brand synergy. Basically, because Noggin wasn't partnering with Sesame Workshop, they changed all the branding from Noggin back to Nick Jr., which meant that the Noggin website got transferred to the Nick Jr. website, which was in early stages of development at the time, and fully accessible to the public, but now fully revamped with all the new shows on it. Jack's Music Show, despite being fully finished airing and done producing episodes, it was still moved to this new website. The 2010
event, while as removing the Jack's Clubhouse Flash game also gave additional birthday party stuff, as well as other additional crafts. This page was initially added in 2010, and from there, the site itself started to update as new shows kept on getting added. But Jack's Music Show would remain one of the oldest shows on the platform, by far surpassing any other shows still airing on Nick Jr., and eventually becoming a part of the top 4 oldest shows currently on the Nick Jr. website, only surpassed by Dora the Explorer, the Wonder Pets, and the Backyardigans. Jack's Music Show will remain on the Nick Jr. page until 2015. In that time, the page will not receive many updates aside from the addition of a desktop a downloadable desktop background. From there, as the Nick Jr. website started getting updated, the page for Jack's Music Show started to deconstruct itself. See, it was pretty evident that the code had not been touched since the original revamp, and while yes, new stuff might have been added within time, the actual code that made the page itself was untouched, which clashed with the new code which transformed the site over the next couple of years. By the time 2015 rolled around, you could start to see how the page started to deconstruct itself, as it clashed with the newer code. Nick Jr., probably seeing this problem and the fact that Jackson showed prominently in over 2 years at this point, it hadn't aired period in a year and a half, decided to cut the page entirely. The link now brings you to an error screen as of late 2015 at the absolute earliest. However, this was not a complete erase of the original code for the Jack's Music Show page. It was simply just to stop people from going to the page. It was simply a block, which eventually deactivated itself within time. See, in 2019, Nick Jr. decided to gut this old domain and move all its assets and current shows over to a branch of Nick.com. Now, this makes sense as another act of brand synergy, but it also meant that all the old shows from this website got completely abandoned. See, within this time frame, Nick Jr. had cut its list of shows in half, with a lot of the old ones getting left behind when the domain changed. Mostly because a lot of them weren't airing on Nick Jr. anymore. Shows like Jack's Music Show that had gotten blocked before the domain was removed still had the old code looming around, in at least some form. This meant that once the domain was left and abandoned, all the code from different points in time started to clash with each other, starting to break individual pop-ups and systems. What I'm essentially saying is that this clash of code started to deconstruct the website from here. This meant that the block on Jack's Music Show that was given even ended up not working anymore. Meaning that the old code, which was still there, could now be accessed in this corrupted, decayed state. Don't worry, everything's still here. But the site is in a very rough state, with the code clearly overflowing itself. This will remain the case until 2023, where presumably the server for the site went down entirely. At least, I can't access the site beyond this point, so I would assume that that's what happened, as this was a very old domain at the time, and obviously hadn't been touched for years. This anomaly of the old code corrupting the web page, and then Nick Jr. panicking and placing an error, isn't only to Jack's Music Show. It was actually done to a lot of different shows as they had disappeared out of relevancy. 2 examples being Toot and Puddle and the Upside Down Show, 2 shows that had barely even followed Nick Jr. into the previous rebrand. The rebrand for the Smart Play era, which I mentioned in the last which I had mentioned much earlier in the video, as a transitional age for Nick Jr. Toot and Puddle, while the Upside Down show stopped airing right before this era started, Toot and Puddle would continue the air very sporadically into the very early months of the era, and stopping airing in late 2012, with the page for both shows getting axed sometime in 2013. But even these shows still had lingering code, as both of them as you could still access a corrupted version of their page, similar to Jack's Music Show as of 2019. I also ended up looking at this with the show Ubi. Now this is barely mentionable and not related to Jack's Music Show, but honestly, I'm not going to make a episode about Ubi, so when am I going to talk about this little trinket? Basically, Ubi had a page on Noggin.com, but all the unique stuff from Noggin.com was not moved to NickJr.com. Yes, Ubi had faded out of relevancy even earlier than Jack's Music Show and had stopped being made by 2006, but it is still kind of surprising because the show would still air for another 3 years. Ubi was not transferred to NickJr.com. The only thing that was related to the show was the decade-old Flash games that ended up getting transferred for some reason. The page for them being very tough to find on the current Nick Jr. site to begin with the page getting gutted in 2015, probably on the same day as Jack's Music Show if I had to guess. And yeah, that's a brief history of the Noggin.com page for Jack's Music Show. I think it is pretty fascinating to see a site decay itself like this. It's pretty clear that the website was clearly in a second branch of the production company and wasn't really a main concern, especially when it came down to the later years of the network. But yet they still kept it up for that brand synergy, as I mentioned earlier. You can see the very limited state the current Nick Jr. website is by just looking it up today. It's very minimal, with the show is not having much aside from videos, and the idea of Flash games obviously not existing anymore because Adobe Flash Player was canned in 2020, and basically became outdated just a little bit before that too. Essentially, pages like the one made for Jack's Big Music Show are relics of an old time. A time where the internet and how you could access your shows was very important because kids were starting to use the computer, as it was a heavy part of Gen Z, which was Jack's Music Show's main audience by the time it had aired. Now I'd argue that NickJr.com was pretty insignificant to a lot of these shows. Even if the page for NickJr.com was pretty prominent for a lot of these shows, there was never really much to these pages, with probably the most significant part of the individual pages being the Flash games on each site. As I mentioned, Jack's Big Music Show had two of them, Jack's Big Animal Jamboree and Jack's Clubhouse. Well, Jack's Big Animal Jamboree is fully archival and playable, and I will get to show you guys what it is in just a second. I'd like to divert your attention to Jack's Clubhouse, the other Flash game made for the series, but as I previously mentioned, was taken off the site before the rebrand happened. As you might expect, this means that the game itself is lost media. While yes, the page for the game is fully found, once it's still archived, the game itself is not, and the Jack's Music Show wiki doesn't really know what it actually is. I tried my best to really find visuals or anything about the game at all. While yes, I thought I found something via this image, it's actually from a printable on the new Nick Jr. page once the rebrand happened, meaning that no visuals for Jack's Clubhouse actually exist. If I had to guess what the type of game it was probably a scavenger hunt type game where you get to click on different ones where you get a backdrop of the clubhouse and you just have to click where you find instruments. Anyways, that's what I can guess from the short description we have archived on Noggin.com and the game's name itself. But what about the other game, Jack's Big Animal Jamboree? Well, let's take a deeper look into it, shall we? Hey, what's up everyone, this is Crystal here, and welcome to another segment of the Jack's Big Music Show mega video that I'm currently working on. It's probably gonna go on like 5 months. I don't know. She actually started working on this like 5 weeks ago, so yeah. I'm trying, okay? Hey, what's up everyone, this is another segment of the video where I talk about the games of Jack's Big Music Show. I thought for this, since I'm part of the Let's Play channel, I thought it'd be cool to get some friends, and by that I mean my brother and another friend, to play through the Jack's Big Music Show Flash games. And by that I mean the one, because there's only technically 2 of them, but only one of them I can find. So, yeah. Yeah, so we're here playing a game for kids. It shouldn't be... how do you even describe this? You don't. You just simply don't. Yeah, so I have my brother Jacob and one of my best friends, Spencer, here. The three of us are going to be basically just competing to see who does the best in this game, and score-wise. And, yeah, we're going to add up all the scores and see who does the best. And, if there's a tie, then we'll keep on going. This is generally just going to be some highlights, just so that we can show you guys this game. I thought it'd be the funniest way to do it, just have some friends go through this. Yeah, I've never seen this show. I've seen it a few times with Crystal when we were a lot younger, but she's been dedicating herself to watching it, and I have not been a part of the project aside from that. Yeah, it's been strictly me, but these guys offer the help, so we're doing this.
Lay! Mel has built a new music machine, but there's a slight problem. There's no music coming out of it. Only animals. I have an idea. If I catch the animals, we can use them to make music for our jamboree. But I'll need your help. Use your mouse to move me so I can catch the right animals as they come out of the machine. I need to catch them in my drum. My drum can hold up to 3 animals at one time. Mary and Mel will keep the animals I catch. To empty the drum when it's full, move me over to Mary and Mel, or just click the mouse. If I catch the wrong animal, it will bounce out of my drum. Watch out for the rolling tambourines. They'll freeze me. All right, you ready to play?
Alright. I'm gonna be doing this first. Jacob will be going second, and Spencer will be going last. We'll just see how this goes. Generally you just be listening for the sounds of the animals and catching those and actually watching for the animals themselves. You can't catch the ducks until the game tells you to, same with the dogs, and I just got myself stunned. Nice work. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, he actually catches those really slow. Yeah, so you gotta be strategic with it. Make sure you're doing it while, you know, some other things are happening. Wow, they are really not shooting you the animal you need. Yeah, there's a time limit to this, by the way, guys. Like, there wasn't a required amount of guys you have to catch, so that's nice, but... you know. It's kind of RNG dependent, it's kind of luck-based. I have played this game before. I did it once when doing research for this video, and I thought of the Let's Play idea of actually Let's Playing through this game. So, it's more of a, we'll see how this goes kind of thing. Oh my goodness.
Time's up.
Nice work. I got 5.
That rocked.
This could go.
All right, ready to play? Let's rock. For this round, we need to catch the animal that makes this sound.
Can I ask how many rounds are there? I think they are 5 rounds in a game. That's a lot. I know. So this might be a long gameplay. So again, you guys, I will be editing this down for everyone so that way everyone can see it. And it isn't all that long, but to be fair, it'll be at least 20 minutes. Yeah, at least. I mean, this video is gonna be like 3.5 hours long at least, so you know. How long do you think the video is going to be? I filmed like 6 episodes of season 1 so far, like reviews wise, certainly. And I've done I've done some research, but definitely not all the research I'm gonna be doing for this video. So who knows? And I guess you can tell that I haven't started editing it or anything. This is generally just me recording different segments for it and whatnot, as I do have plenty of ideas to go for it. Have you mentioned the 2D art style yet? I have not brought it up yet. Oh shush, let me get that away.
Time's up.
Alright, at least I got the last one in. So I got 12 so far.
That rocked. All right, ready to play? Let's rock. For this round, we need to catch the animal that makes this sound.
That does not look like a pig. Is it? Define pig. Oh shit! I was going by the qualifications of the last round. The purple sheep. Yeah. There we go.
50. Whoops. No more animals will fit.
Oh, come on. Oh! Yeah. You're coming very close. Yep. I'm trying. Ooh, that one was really unfair.
We're rocking now. Great catch.
Oh! You're really playing with disaster here. Kinda. I mean, there's no penalty for not catching. Come on, no! It only counts if you hit it right. Yeah, it sucks.
All right, ready to play? Let's rock! For this next round, we need to catch the animals that make these sounds.
You know, actually, Jack is probably gonna get really annoying after this. At this point, yeah. Yeah. Oh, come on. Oh, that was so unfair, game.
Spiffy.
Yeah, Spiffy is actually the name of the company that makes Jack's Music, like the actual distributor, aside from Noggin, so that was basically a reference to them. Oh my god, I'm freaking blanking here. Ooh. Boom.
Nice job. Whoops. No more animals will fit.
Oh my goodness. Ooh.
Nice job.
I love how it plays a drum, but yet there's tambourines as well. Yeah, actually, it's a tambourine. Absolutely right.
Whoops.
Do you know who drew these? Like, who drew these illustrations? Because I know. Great! I missed those three. Crap.
All right, ready to play?
I think this is the last round. You finally have to catch the sheeps. Yeah, actually.
These sounds.
Because we haven't needed to catch the sheeps yet. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know who drew these. It would be nice to find out who drew these. I haven't been able to find it yet, but I might pop that as a credit in the description. There is a voice part of this as well, because I need to discuss the other game that was made for Jack's Music that I don't know. That is, like, pretty much impossible to find at this point. I haven't been able to find it yet, and if I do find it, we'll definitely do a gameplay segment of it, but otherwise, it's going to be a voice segment where I just talk about the little information I do have of it. How is that supposed to be caught? Yeah, that went off screen, by the way. What? How? Jack can't move that far, guys. Damn it. 9. Oh, man.
That rocked.
You should have been catching your animals.
Now, let's rock this clubhouse.
Okay, thank God they actually kept track because I lost track. Okay, so the score to beat is 34 for me. Yeah, comes down to RNGs, Jacob, so get into it, man. What is this print button for? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention these. Printing in particular, I'm pretty sure it's actually just printing the poster, but you can't actually print anything. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I've attempted to it in the past. That's but you can't actually print anything, but as far as I know, the printed thing would just be this poster, so whatever frame in the game you'd fix. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Also, you notice how it's a different drum for Mel. Yeah! Alright, Jacob. Let's do it.
Mel has built a new music. All right, ready to play?
So glad you can skip that.
For this round, we need to catch the animal that makes this sound.
Is it the same animals every time? I think it is, actually. That's kind of lame. I thought it was random. You'd think. Yeah, if you notice, the music box is actually, it's moving a lot slower, so it does get harder, and it's also throwing it farther and whatnot, so you gotta keep that in mind, too. Yeah, they actually make this kind of chill. Whoa.
Whoops. No more animals.
Oh, buddy! Oh! Yeah, you thought you'd get me.
Great catch.
Ooh. No! Oh, jeez.
Whoops.
Oh, I need one more to be crystal skull. There we go, that's it.
50.
There we go, I beat crystal skull. Whoa!
Spiffy.
Yes! You're ahead of me now. Yeah, that's the advantage of going second. Jacob gets to watch his sister.
Let's rock. For this round,
I mean, I feel like Spencer's gonna crush us just because, I don't know. I am just that charming and cool and awesome. Yeah, you have an ego.
50.
What I do find it funny are like both the blue and yellow animals exactly the same, despite that they're supposed to be cats and dogs. Yeah, they're supposed to be different, but nope. Oh, how'd that still hit you? Yeah, I got nothing on that one. Oh, come on! Whoa. I was like, where's this supposed to go? This is not good. Come on. You got good luck last time. Yeah, clearly I've gotten barely any. Barely any have shot out. Like I'm down to like a couple seconds, yo. Come on, get in, get in. Yes.
Time's up.
Oh my god. Yeah, I got. Yeah, I did a lot less. Oh, that sucks.
All right, ready to play? Let's rock. For this round, we need to catch the animal that makes this sound.
Alright. Time for me to catch some pigs. Oh.
We're rocking now.
Oh!
We're rocking now.
Ah, yeah. The game, you gotta keep up, Jacob. You gotta keep up. Yeah, this is big. This is big time stuff. I thought you were going to say big time wash for a second. Why would I say that? I don't know. It was just the first thought that came to my mind. Oh! Yeah, I'm catching all you bastards. No! Oh! You gotta watch that clock, man. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about dropping him off. I forgot about the clock.
Ready to play? Let's rock.
Alright,
For
well,
this
I'm
next
full on.
round, we need to catch the animals that make these sounds.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get this. I don't know if I'm gonna be Crystal. I don't want honorary last place, but I feel like I might end up getting that just because I'm not watching my time. Because I'm keeping in mind how many animals I have, not my clock.
Great catch.
So that's definitely my main issue here.
Whoops. No more animals will fit.
I will admit, the tracking on this is actually pretty decent. Yeah, the other thing about most Link Junior games is that, just like outside of the Jack's music stuff, they all make you use the mouse exclusively to control the characters. Like, they don't usually use anything else. Oh, really? Yeah.
Try again.
Oh, I thought, oh.
50. Great catch.
Like, most of these games actually, do use the mouse to control them. Darn it! Oh, I got 8.
That rocked. All right. ready to play?
You gotta get the remaining animals you're missing. I don't know how many I need.
We need to catch the animals that make these sounds.
Whoa. It just supplies drum.
Great catch.
Yeah. It's going fast. Yeah.
Whoops. No more animals will fit.
Oh,
Nice job. Whoops.
that went high. Oh, come on.
Great catch.
Uh,
Nice
okay,
job.
okay.
50.
Okay, thank God.
No more animals will fit.
Oh, darn it. Missed that guy.
We're rocking now. Great catch.
Come on, come on, go on. Okay.
Great catch.
10! Almost got 11. Let's see. Did
That rocked.
he get more than Questal?
Thanks for
I
helping.
won! Are you fucking serious? Oh, what? You You can't! That 10 saved it for him. Are you kidding me? I was so sure Jacob got less than me. Wow. Oh yeah. You know, I'm gonna get like 50. It's Spence Quack's 50, oh man. It's what I'm gonna be going for this round. See it then.
Mel has built a new music machine. Alright, ready to play? Let's rock!
Alright, this is my turn now.
We need to catch the animal that makes this sound.
Current high score for this round is 8 by me, Spence, so let's see if you can beat that. Yeah, I'm getting the high scores in every round. Your cockiness is that much, Spence. Yes, it is. There we go, that's the first one. Almost went off screen, thanks guys.
50.
Oh god! Oh! Barely. The game kind of just tricks you, because again, Jack takes so long to drop off the animals that you have, that if it shoots another one, you gotta be quick. Like that.
Great catch.
I don't think I'm gonna beat the score here because ONG.
Nice jump. Time's up.
Oh yes, I counted! One less than Jacob going into round 2, but Jacob did not do good in round 2 either.
Ready to play? Let's rock.
Yeah, I only got 4 this time around because the game was not giving me good luck.
This sound.
Yeah, so we'll see how many more I am able to get. Oh, I'm surprised I counted. Okay, got him in. 7, so that was better than I did. I think that was better than me too. I don't remember how many I got in this round.
Alright, ready to play? Let's rock!
Time for round 3, baby.
For this round, we need to catch the animal that makes this sound.
I'm doing better than Jacob, so that's good. I mean, the score, again, I only got 1 more than Crystal, so I was really pushing it. Yeah. Boom. Shoot more pigs. Come on. There we go.
Great catch.
So what is the logic of this thing? How does it shoot like fucking animals? There's no logic in this fucking show. That's what I've learned from analyzing just this 6 episodes. Like, there's no logic. Like, there's magic, there's a whole shitload of things. But logic is not one of them. They don't usually care what they do. It's a kid's show. They don't think the 4-year-old audience is going to question. They don't imply on me like the 30-year-olds way. I'm watching this now from their childhood. I mean, more like 20-year-olds, but yeah. No, I'm gonna, no. Get in there, yes!
Time's up.
Ooh, yeah. So glad I got that in, even though I got stunned.
Alright, ready to play? Let's rock!
Spence is doing surprisingly well.
We need to
Yeah.
catch the animals that make the 50.
There we go, that's it. Keep on shooting them. Yeah.
Whoops. No more animals will.
Oh, what the heck? That was literally targeted for me.
We're rocking now.
Boom.
Whoops. No more animals.
Okay.
We're rocking now. Well, time's up.
10. Oh no. Yeah, I beat you guys by a lot at least. Yeah, Spence still has 1 more round, by the way. Yeah.
Next round, we need to catch the animals that make these sounds.
Yeah, this one is, I'm going pretty well on this one. Yeah, no shit. So, curious how this is gonna pan out. How he's gonna finish off. Yeah, I haven't missed a single animal yet, so there's animals I need to catch, so I would like to keep that up, but now that I've brought it up, I might end up missing. I'm gonna try not to.
We're rocking now.
There we go.
Nice job.
counted. Oh man, Sense definitely won this one. Yeah, I got 11 in that last round. 42. Oh, what? Do you know what song? Are you much of a geek to know what song is playing back here? I'll add it in editing because I don't know off the top of my head right now. But I think I've heard it in my watch through so far, so yeah. But that's Jack's Animal Jamboree. And I don't think I have a way to end this, so do you two have a way to end this? Because this is your only cameo in the video, unless there's a second segment for the other game. Well, you guys can check out the gaming headband if you want. Yeah, that's my Let's Play channel. Well, I'm on it occasionally. Right now, sporadically. Like, it's actually headed by one of my friends, who is helping me out with the big video itself on the editing side of things. But yeah, it's I'm only occasionally on the channel, but you guys should check it out if you guys want to see more of me and these two as well. Yeah, if you want to see more of me, then there you go. In that case, I'll see you guys in the next segment, and you guys will never see them. I'm so sad I can't be in this video. I mean, you could have tagged along. You would have had to work with my schedule, and that would have just been too much for you, wouldn't it have been? I mean, yeah, I agree. We'll see you guys later.
You know, in all this dancing and prancing, I've forgotten what the last step is in Z's smashed potato with gravy dance. First, we jump. Second, we clap 2 times. But remind me, what's the last step? Could you get up and show me?
Twirl around.
Twirl around! That's it! Way to move! Wow, Z! Talk about moves! Get down with your downy self! Jack's Big Music Show is next.
The year is now 2007, and the final episode of Jack's Music Show just aired in October of that year. The Season 2 episode, Jack and the Beanstalk. This was not the final episode of Season 2 to be filmed, but it was the final to air after a several-month-long hiatus. After this, the show would not get greenlit for a 3rd season. As I mentioned in the previous mentioned earlier in the video, we don't have an exact reason for this, but again, it's likely just because puppet shows are expensive and it really wasn't worth Noggin going through the effort of funding them for another season despite how good the show was doing. So yeah, the show became another filler show to fill out Noggin's schedule. Throughout the coming years, Noggin would sporadically air Jack's Music Show along with other shows from its time as reruns. Generally speaking, looking throughout the years, this would become less and less common, however. Don't worry, Jack's Music Show still stayed pretty prominent. During its prime years, 2005 to 2007, it was really prominent, and during the years, even its post-part of 2008 to 2012, it was still aired pretty regularly. It was the kind of show that Noggin could just pop on and had a good reception, so it kind of just worked. Both it and Ubi fell to a very similar trap of only getting a couple of seasons and then having its 26 episodes. It was aired honestly on loop throughout the coming years, which is also really interesting because both of these shows were the most prominent puppet shows of the time. Jack's Music Show would now live through 2 major rebrands of the network. First off, in 2010, when Noggin would swap back its channel to the Nick Jr. block. This was due to them not partnering with 7 SB Workshop anymore. So they decided to stop using the branding, which makes some sense. This wasn't exactly a complete rewrite. In fact, there was an entire archive of the day this happened via a VHS tape tape on the channel Whale and Noggin stuff, yeah, they kind of just treated it as an occasion, and it was pretty cool. The channel was made mostly the same, just with different branding. Although, within about a couple of years, things would change pretty rapidly. Enter March 1st, 2012, where this era would end, and the channel would rebrand again. Not as severely as earlier in terms of a name change, but definitely in terms of its format and the way it showcased its series. This is what starts what is known as the Smart Play era. I don't really know why it's called the Smart Play era, honestly, but the main thing to note here is just a different presentation of the network from here on out. And the phasing out of shows like Jack's Big Music Show. See, from here on out, Nick Jr. would start to phase out shows from the early 2000s, and start to phase in shows from the 2010s. This includes shows like Bubble Guppies and, unfortunately, Paw Patrol. By far, its two most popular shows to this very day. Yeah, these two shows have gone on way longer than any other show on the network, by far. Honestly, congratulations to them, but unfortunate for a show like Jack's Big Music Show. Jack's Big Music Show itself would get rebranded for this era, along with many other shows, but would slowly but surely get phased out, and by 2013, the show would cease to air entirely. Aside from one sporadic airing in 2014, the show would stop airing on TV altogether, and the show itself would kind of fall into obscurity. Now, why did this happen? Well, I have a couple of theories. Though, note this is completely based off speculation. Jack's Music Show hadn't produced a new episode in quite a while. In fact, a lot of these shows hadn't. A lot of these shows hadn't actually produced an episode since about 2005. Yeah, this is because Nick Jr. told them not to do so anymore. But even so, it kind of ruins the longevity of some of these shows. They eventually become outdated and they aren't really worth, and can't really be aired alongside Nick Jr.'s current stuff. The current stuff is obviously being updated, while this stuff is stuck in the past no matter how much you try to retrofit it. Second reason. Jack's Big Music Show, along with a lot of these other shows, was filmed and edited in 4:3. See, during the late 2000s, TV was made the full-on switch from 4:3 to 16:9. This is important because, well, the resolution got bigger, and any show made with this resolution was obviously more comparable for Nick Jr. to air, especially once it gained its HD channel, with the timing of this new era. This made airing shows that were made in 4:3 a lot less efficient. Mostly just to keep things consistent across different shows. So, it seems to me the best course of action was just to phase it out. Jack's Music Show was by far not the only show to fall victim to this. Shows such as Toot and Puddle, Ooby, The Wonder Pets, and Olivia would all have this problem. Some of these shows would air for a lot longer than Jack's Music Show, particularly Olivia and The Wonder Pets would continue to air new episodes until 2016, but for both of those cases, their final season finished production in 2010. But because of Nick Jr.'s bad scheduling that I mentioned in an earlier segment in this video, yeah, they kept airing these new episodes sporadically over the years, and then just mass aired the last of them, probably just because of some kind of panic button or something. I still don't really know why they scheduled these shows like this. It's even more baffling for The Wonder Pets and Olivia. For Jack's Music Show, as I mentioned earlier, they stopped airing in 2013. With one sporadic airing in December 2014, the show was finished airing reruns. In 2015, the show would become a part of Noggin's new streaming service, which wasn't really much of anything, but it was just simply a place to watch all these old shows. So, yeah, that was where Jack's Big Music Show found its happy home for the next couple years. It was also available on Amazon Prime during this time, too. This was most definitely the best time for the show because there was an easy way to watch it, whether you wanted to watch it via that method or not. Unfortunately, it couldn't last forever. Jack's Big Music Show, as you might kind of expect, had a lot of rights holders. Yes, the core characters and show itself are owned by Viacom, but the show had a lot of guest stars, and I guess a lot of them wanted to take credit for their own work. So, let's just say a lot of these episodes under these individual songs inside these episodes are owned by a whole bunch of different people, which just leads to a difficulty to gain the rights that have all these episodes on a streaming service. This is a very similar thing that happened with that's happening with the original Muppet Show right now. Several episodes are missing on Disney Plus due to the fact that Disney does not have the rights to air some of the songs in these episodes. So Jack's Music Show, at least as far as I can tell, has the same issue, which is why the show was taken off of Amazon Prime and the Noggin streaming service in 2020. Since then, the show has been in limbo, and there hasn't really been an easy way to watch it. Because of this whole rights thing, it's not on Paramount Plus like a lot of these other shows I've been talking about alongside Jack's Music Show, so watching the show is pretty tough. So, that brings up the question, how do you watch this show now? Oh, well, for our final segment, let's go on about that. Now, the answer to that question has varied over the years of this video's production. It was originally a very easy answer with a few minor readjustments, so to a very complicated answer, to now a much easier answer. Here's what this question's answer looked like as of the beginning of this video's production. There was a channel known as Jack's Music Show, Big Music Show on YouTube, ran by an admin on the Jack's Big Music Show wiki. They had uploaded the majority of episodes onto YouTube in full. These were mostly in high quality and were easily available, until late 2024. Well, that's when Paramount, for no reason and without warning, decided to block these episodes, even though they had been up since 2020 for relatively easy viewing. This completely blocks access to the videos, and we're even lucky the channel still exists on YouTube today. Now, for a couple of months from here on out, this made the answer very complicated, as you'd have to go to a lot of outside sources in order to get these episodes, and they weren't available in high quality anymore. Well, enter the Internet Archive. This thing is such a glorious little gem. It houses so many different things. Like, for example, basically every single episode of Jack's Big Music Show. Unlike the YouTube channel, which only had 20 of the show's 26 episodes in high quality, the Internet Archive has 25 out of the 26 episodes of Jack's Big Music Show in high quality. 25 out of the 26. 19 of them are found in the list, although they're in alphabetical order instead of season order, so be careful with that one. These being the same list as the YouTube uploads I mentioned earlier, and the missing episodes from this list are also found on the Internet Archive through specific searches on Google, find their individual links. This is except for one. Season 1, Episode 13, Silly Show. Now, this episode is available on the Internet Archive, but it is in much lower quality than every other episode on the Internet Archive. This is because the version on the Jack's Music Show YouTube channel was pretty bad too. It just has this really weird color dysfunction, and the episode is in noticeable lower quality than even the Noggin whip that I have. The episode is definitely still watchable in this condition, but it just looks weird compared to every other episode here. Even with this caveat though, the only other way to watch this episode is through a compilation found online of all the Noggin airings of the show, which can be found through a little bit of digging. But even then, this is not much higher quality. Now, for the video, this was the whip I decided to use as it looked slightly better, but this depends on how you look at it. I'd say this is still pretty watchable, and plus it doesn't have plus it doesn't have the Noggin watermark, so it's ultimately pretty fine if you ask me. And yeah, that's all I have to go on about when it comes down to watching this series. Again, this segment used to be a lot more complicated and a lot longer, so I'm glad the Internet Archive has streamlined this process so that way you could just watch the entire series in HD. Trust me, you guys are very lucky that this is the case nowadays. Because go back to, let's say 2019, before the YouTube channel existed, things were much different, and you had to jump through a lot of hoops just to watch through the series. It came down to two different sources. The Noggin compilations that I mentioned earlier, and a Chinese version of YouTube that have in the house all of season 1 minus Silly Show.
Now, for the back half of Season 1 and the entirety of Season 2, the Noggin whips had you covered. You had to do some minor jigging to find them, but they were easily available in general. But in terms of the first half of the first season, you were fresh out of luck because for some reason a compilation of those episodes does not exist in the same form. So you were stuck with the whips that are on this Chinese version of YouTube, as I previously mentioned. Now, this would be okay if they didn't have this watermark in the corner. As far as I know, there's not really a way to remove them, so your best bet is to screen record them and just deal with that watermark in the corner. This was very evident by the Jack's Music Show wiki at the time, where they used screenshots from these whips of the episodes for the first 7 episodes of the first season for the longest time. This was until the YouTube uploads became public, making these episodes, along with the rest of the series, more readily available, not only in HD, but also just in general. This was the case for not only Jack's Music Show, but also a lot of different shows. If you guys couldn't already tell, Nick Jr. didn't really care about home media. It really only came down to selling those shows for what they can, but actually having a full-on season release was kind of foreign at the time because that was not the market that DVDs of these types of shows were aiming for. They were generally just things to put on the TV at the parents' conveniences. Nothing more, nothing less. And with that, that's about all I have to say about being able to watch the series in high quality today. I am personally very thankful that it's fully streamlined like this. I am very glad that this isn't a complicated process anymore. Not only it makes it an easier convenience for you guys to watch the series if you guys want to, this also recently happened to many Nick Jr. shows, including Ubi, which is fully available on the Internet Archive now, minus a couple of the lost shorts, which are currently still lost media. If this continues to happen for a lot of Nick Jr. shows, I personally highly support it. I understand that Paramount cares about copyright, but for me personally, just allow us to watch your show on Paramount Plus, and I'm sure everyone will be happy. Jack's Music Show is not on Paramount Plus, as I previously said, so people have to resort to methods like this. Now, like I mentioned before, there is a decent enough reason for Jack's Music Show to not be on a streaming service, but it was previously, so I think there was something that can budge here and get this show on a streaming service within time. But for right now, the Internet Archive is a good source to watch the series, and is my personal preferred pick. Unless, of course, you want to jump through all the hoops I had to do back then. I mean, I'm not going to judge you for it, but it's definitely a choice to make. But anyway, I've been rambling enough about watching the series in full.
Look who I see, Z. It's our busy, buzzing buddy, B. Hi there, B.
Oh, hello, Moose. Hello, Z. Would you help me? I'm looking for a certain flower, but I'm just not sure which flower is which.
Oh, well, I think we can help with that. Will you help B find her flower?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, B. Can you tell us which flower you're looking for?
Okie doke. I need to find a yellow flower.
A yellow flower. Is it this one?
No.
No. This is a green flower. Is this one the yellow flower?
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. This is the yellow flower. You know your colors. There you go, B. We should do this again sometime.
Oh, thank you, but I'm looking for a yellow flower with a long stem. This flower has a short stem.
So it does. Well, let's look at these flowers over here. Is this a yellow flower with a long stem?
No.
No. This flower is indeed yellow, but the stem is quite short. How about this one?
Yeah.
You're right, my fantastic flower finding friends. Here you go, B. It's your yellow flower with a long stem.
My goodness, thanks.
Say, why don't you stick around? Jack's Big Music Show is coming up soon.
And with that, we are here. 6 hours later, we come to the conclusion segment of this video. This is by far my most ambitious project yet. It's been in production for a full 2 years as of recording this conclusion, and I intentionally made so that this conclusion was the last thing I recorded. This is actually the day I finished the first final draft of the video, and that is so cool. It's actually still windowing as of recording this too. Oh, as you can probably tell, this part of the video is completely unscripted, and that's kinda on purpose. I kinda wanted my feelings here to be sincere, and that's what they are. I'm very glad, and I want to thank everyone who watched through the preview of the video back a couple months ago, but I'm also thankful for everyone who decided to sit through 6 hours of me talking about a really, really amazing show that I feel like needs more coverage on YouTube. I also would love to encourage people to talk about more Nick Jr. shows. Honestly, a lot of shows from this era actually are very easy to go back to and are so much more better than people give them credit for. Some examples being the original Franklin, Ubi, the Backyardigans, and Olivia. Genuinely speaking, all of these shows have a lot of hidden value if you watch them as an adult, and even from just a perspective of, and especially from a writing perspective, it's really cool to see how these shows are written and why they make certain decisions about them. Jack's Big Music Show is no exception. You guys already know the whole thing. It's heavily emotional. There's some really good performances from really seasoned and even some new puppeteers. The writing is really good. The comedy is really good. This show is just so much better. This show is just its own breed, and it's really amazing if you give it the time. If you give it the time of day. It's something that I wish Paramount would end up doing for the show. I understand they may not have the rights to put the series on Paramount Plus, but like I said in the previous segment, there's a way they can probably make it budge if they wanted to. And I really hope that someday they start to see that. Finally, I'd like to give a big thank you to the 2 people who've been motivating me the most throughout this process. Both of them probably watching this video as we speak. I'm having them go through the first draft of this video and give their notes, and they've generally been my biggest supporters across this video. And one of them was actually the artist who made the drawing back in the secondary character segment. Thank you to both of you guys and anyone else who saw the video afterwards as well. So, of course, I appreciate your support. Last thing I'd like to say is that this video is 6 hours long. I would really love if one day this finds its way to Quentin Review's Long Boys playlist. I will fully admit that this video is fully inspired by his type of videos that I've seen over the last couple years covering the Nickelodeon sitcoms from the late 2000s and early 2010s. Genuinely speaking, those are some of my favorite videos on YouTube, and I thought that making a video about Jack's Big Show could adapt well to this style. And I like the fact that I was able to add my own flair to it as well. If this video finds its way into that playlist, I'd be pretty happy. It doesn't have to. Obviously, I'm so proud of the final project altogether. Although, in addition to that, getting it out for the show's 20th anniversary, that is pretty cool in my book. So, I think that's good enough for me. But if it does find its way in there, I'd be pretty happy. Anyway, I guess all I could say now, at long last, I will see you guys next time. What's my next video? Well, it'd be a really long time before I can say that for sure. You can check out my other channels, both the Gaming Headband and Lego 2 for 1. Both of them are channels that I currently run and try to update on a regular basis, and while I guess the Gaming Headband might be on hiatus, I will tell you right now the main reason for that is because of this video. So now that it's finished, that channel will be heading back off a hiatus really soon. Probably by the end of the month if I had to guess. Yes, in terms of the Lego 2 for 1 channel, that channel will also head off hiatus within the coming days. I have several videos already recorded and ready to be edited for that channel as well. So if you guys do want to see more stuff from me and don't want to wait for the next video on this channel, consider giving those a watch if you want. Either way though, I don't think there's much more to say. I'm very thankful that you hopped in this journey with me, and no matter when you're watching this video, I hope you had a super swell time. Get it? Super swell? Yeah, I couldn't help myself. I'll see you guys in whatever the next video I put out is. Peace.
That was super scary!
Greetings, gang. Moose here. we're looking for things that rhyme with dog. Here are 3 more things: a star, a pot, and a hog. Now, which one do you think rhymes with dog? Star, pot, or hog?
Hog.
Yes, indeedy. Hog and dog sound alike. They rhyme. What great rhymes we found. Olivia is up next.